the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess. It's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop E6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned all last year, and world champion Gukesh, fresh off his world championship victory. Also in the mix, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
And Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
For over 85 years, this tournament has been the proving ground for legends and the launching pad for rising stars. Kasparov, Anand, Carlsen, names etched into its storied history. This year, the saga continues.
Will Wei find it? He's got 10 seconds. He sacrifices the exchange. Rook F3.
Oh, and there's resignation.
Whether you're a seasoned player or new to the game, grab your board and get ready for what promises to be a chess festival like no other. Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will withstand the pressure the best? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Hello everyone, it's that time again. We are back in the coastal village of Wijk Aan Zee in the Netherlands. Now it might be a little bit wintry outside, but inside things are going to heat up as we have the 87th edition of Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And when you are surrounded by scenes like that, you are bound to be inspired. And there you can see an audience, spectators galore, as they get ready for the first day of what is going to be a spectacular tournament. We have a Super Grandmaster tournament, we have a chess festival, we have the challengers. So much chess is going to be seen in that village over the next few days. Oh, it's going to be so exciting. You can feel the atmosphere, and I certainly am pumped for this one. I'm super excited to be your host. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm going to be joined by the one and only, the absolutely wonderful Grandmaster David Howell. David, are you as excited as I am?
I am, Ivanka. That was a fantastic introduction. Hello, everyone. This is always the best way to begin the year, right? 2025. This is the first super tournament of the year. The end of 2024 was crazy. There was so much happening in the chess world, but this is it. This is the beginning of the new year. And there's a reason it's such a historic tournament. There's a reason everyone is so excited. The chess players, the chess fans, they love it. As we saw there, it's a packed building. And yeah, I can't wait to get the games going.
Yeah, and I love how the new year begins with a bang. You know, what kind of tournament is this? Well, it's a tournament with a lot of history. As I mentioned earlier, 87th edition, which means that basically the world's best tournament players have all played here. We've had world champions here. It's been sponsored by Tata Steel since 2011. So much pedigree. I mean, take a look at those names, David.
Yeah, that's not a bad cast list there of legends of the game. Bishi, Anand, Levon Aronian, Magnus, Hikaru, Kasparov, Karpov. I remember the years that when I was growing up, Kasparov was just winning pretty much every edition of this event. But as you mentioned, Ivanka, the 87th anniversary, I think other than maybe the Hastings Chess Congress, one of the longest ongoing yearly chess events. So it's, yeah, just really historic. And yeah, it's exciting to see the world champion in action for the first time.
Yes, and talking about world champion, like Gukesh, he is going to be making, well, his debut as world champion in this event. I also can't wait for that. And David, have you ever played in Wijk Aan Zee?
I have, Ivanka. Not in the A group, not in what we call the Masters these days. I played back in 2009 and 2010. I played in the B and the C groups back when Anish Giri was, I think, 12 years old. And he still beat me in one of the tournaments. But yeah, it's a fun event. I felt ill both times, I've got to admit, because it is cold out there. It's windy. It's winter. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and you can feel the atmosphere, all the kind of fans that flock to the tournament. It is really kind of a pilgrimage to chess itself. So yeah, it was an honor to play. Maybe someday again. But in the meantime, we get front row tickets to the action here. Can't complain.
And talking about the action, you mentioned one of the players who's now competing in the Masters for the 15th time, Anish Giri. So let's have a look at the first round pairings and see what we have in store for us. And there we see that it's going to be an epic one with Arjun Erigaisi playing as a 2800. And
That's
then
right, Arjun.
we see...
Oh, go on, Jovanka. Sorry.
Yeah, no, there's so many juicy matchups. Good friends, Max Marmadan, Alexei Sarana.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
way he
David.
takes on Fabiano Caruana. I can't wait to see Gukesh in action. But Jordan van Forest, Anish Giri, former winner, and there we see Gukesh, the reigning world champion. Can he start his reign with a bang? It's going to be, I think, most eyes on that game, Jovanka.
Definitely. And David, did you hear that Gukesh is actually playing fresh from a flight? He's going to be landing on Saturday morning today and then going straight to the game.
Wow, that's brave. That shows that he is young, he is confident. He's a busy man, I guess, Jovanka, with a lot of social engagements now to celebrate his title. I've been seeing him collecting awards, meeting celebrities, meeting businessmen, meeting the Prime Minister in India. But yeah, focusing on chess after that, it's not going to be easy, right?
Yeah, it's certainly not going to be easy. I guess it must have been in a bubble after his World Championship victory. But we have so many exciting pairings, as we saw there. There we see Gukesh and Anish on our screens, as we see Gukesh with the white pieces, and there he's going to be facing the veteran Anish Giri, 15th edition. And you know what's really interesting about this particular event is this really young field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the young field. I mean, talking of Anish Giri as a veteran, when I think he just turned 30 last year. I mean, that feels strange. I still think of him as a young up-and-comer. But I guess Hare Krishna, one of the elder statesmen of this tournament, despite still being in his peak years perhaps. And Fabiano Caruana, another player in his 30s. The rest, very young, very strong at such a young age. And it's kind of, it feels like, if I can say, it's kind of morphed into this kind of battleground where the young players get a chance to kind of test themselves, but also to make this big breakthrough in their careers. Jovanka, it used to be kind of the very top players in the world, the kind of same faces every year, but it's a fresh lineup, it feels like, every occasion this time.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that, David, because there you see there the tournament rating favorite, that's Fabiano Caruana. He's got the black pieces against Wei Yi, last year's champion. And Wei Yi really feels like he's beginning to live up to the promise of his teenage years. You know, he became the first player to break 2700 as a very young teen.
Yeah, he was, I believe, just 15 years old when he first broke 2700. And last year, Wei Yi winning this event was a bit of a sensation. He hadn't played as much in recent years, but yeah, he really showed that he's here to stay. Last week, Wei Yi drew against Magnus Carlsen as well, so in very, very good form. And here we see the players, Jovanka, waiting for the traditional gong to start the round.
Yeah. And there we also see Praggnanandhaa against Nodirbek. It feels very strange to actually think that these are still late teenagers. I mean, it feels like, especially Praggnanandhaa has been around for ages. We can remember him as an 11-year-old, and he is amongst the world's best.
Jovanka, he beat me when he was 12, so I'm very aware that he's a young one and here to stay. In the meantime, some applause, but a scene we're becoming used to. Gukesh meditating at the board. It's been a while now. It's been just over a month since he won the title. His first classical game. He'll need to get back into the zone. We were commentating on that one out in Singapore, Jovanka, and I mean, the fanfare that accompanied his victory. How do you focus after that? He must still be riding that wave of emotion.
Yeah, it really just notched up his superstardom. You know, he was already a chess celebrity, and then he overnight became this wonderful chess superstar. We were there, as you mentioned, in Singapore when the crowds just went wild when he won, and we could see the emotion. And this is what he's been building up for since he was extremely young. I almost feel like saying a baby because he's been wanting to be world champion. He's reached that accolade and now he has to adjust. And as you mentioned, David, he's been getting awards left, right, and center. Yesterday, he got the highest sporting award that India has to offer. And David, we're getting ready for the first round to begin. And what are the nerves going to be like in such an event?
They're going to be jangling, especially for the younger players. There are a few names making their debut in the Masters section. We also see the Challengers section there on the right of our screens. We'll talk about the debutants soon and what's at stake for them. It feels like, there we go. Actually, one of the players standing up now, Leon Mendonca, I believe. He qualified for this for the Masters section by winning the Challengers last year, and it looks like he's being celebrated here. Each player getting their turn to stand up, take the applause from the crowd. And it's really nice to see, actually. They're teasing us with the build-up. We want the moves, of course, but it's nice to see that the players are getting their moment to shine.
They are. And actually, that's building up to the excitement, to all the emotion, just to almost take a bow in front of the audience and get ready for the start of play. I mean, what's it like, David, playing in such an event? It's 13 rounds, 13 intense rounds, I have to say, amongst the world's best. We're talking about a lot of preparation. We're talking about nerves. We're also talking about just being able to compose themselves in such a high-stake event.
Yeah, that's right. The players, they will have been preparing for this for a long time, maybe other than Gukesh, because he's had other things on his plate. But the rest of the players, they will have been, for sure, just focusing in on this tournament. They want to start the year with a bang. They want to kind of make this big breakthrough. I think winning Wijk Aan Zee, just etching your name in history like that, is still considered one of the highest accolades in chess. And no doubt they'll want to start round one in decent shape. Nobody will want to lose the first game of any big tournament. But starting it with a win is another level, of course. So we'll see some new opening ideas, I'm sure, along the way. We'll see some players really trying to kind of stamp their authority in the event. But in the meantime, looks like they're posing for pictures here, taking their seats in a different manner.
I like this, actually. I've never seen this done before in an event where the players are asked to just gather together for a group photo. And this really does remind me of those old photographs of yore, where you saw Capablanca, Alekhine, all posing together, very distinguished on their chairs. Well, it's unusual, but it sure is exciting as we are waiting for the games to kick into action.
And who are you most excited to watch in the Masters section, Jovanka, over the next couple of weeks?
Gukesh. I think that's the obvious answer. I mean, I'm dying to see actually how he adjusts to being a world champion, what kind of influence he will have on the game. Yesterday, he was there amongst the Indian dignitaries, the Prime Minister, and getting an incredible award. Now he's back to the board. Let's see how he copes with that. I'm also pretty interested in seeing how the local homegrown talent are going to be doing this event, because they're incentivized. The Jordan van Foreest, who won in 2021, Anish Giri won in 2023, and Max Warmerdam, they really, really want to make an impact, because you feel that this could be an event that, if they win again, could be almost life-changing, in the sense that they're going to be incredibly more popular in the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's right. In recent years, it really has seemed to inspire the local players. 2 winners in the last 4 years from the Netherlands. And for Jordan van Foreest, I think that was his big moment, his big breakthrough, probably the career highlight so far. And for Anish Giri, he seems to turn in a great performance every single year. Even when he's not winning the event, like he did in 2023, Anish is always up there among the top finishers. So Yeah, it's nice to see home advantage counting in sports like chess. Of course, it counts for a lot in other sports, but in chess, it hasn't always been perceived as necessarily something to thrive upon, something to give you extra energy. But for the Dutch players in recent times, it's been kind of a joy to behold. And okay, it looks like the final few words being said now. The players have taken their seats again. And shout out to Fiona Steele Anthony there, who was making some announcements a moment ago. But game's about to begin.
Games are about to begin, moves are about to be made, brilliant moments are about to appear on the board. And now we're going to get into the opening phase. Now, the opening is going to be really interesting because chess has developed so much these days that it's actually really difficult to actually get an advantage straight out of the opening. I mean, what kind of psychology is going to be going on amongst these players?
Yeah, these days, as Gukesh showed in his World Championship match, it's not necessarily about playing the best moves in the opening. It's about surprising the opponent. If you surprise the opponent, you often win the psychological battle. You get a big time advantage early on, and that can impact the game a bit later. Especially this young generation. I mean, yeah, we talk about the older ones, Caruana, Giri. I say old, but yeah, the young generation, they're the ones kind of trying new things all the time. They've got these weird, wonderful ideas often in the opening, which are worked out really deeply. And even if they don't necessarily get an objective advantage, they try to ask their opponents difficult questions constantly from as early as possible. So yeah, I do feel that it sets the tone in terms of big opening trends throughout the year. This Tata Steel tournament. Often you see opening ideas revealed in January, and it tends to become super trendy throughout the rest of the year. So we'll be keeping a firm eye on how things develop in the early stages of the game.
I can't wait for this. Do you think that most of the opening novelties will be revealed at the beginning? You know, because in my experience in these all tournaments, you put a lot of emphasis and energy on the first few rounds. And then afterwards, the preparation kind of dries out for those later round opponents. Like somehow
Yeah, I guess there's a finite amount of ideas in chess, and often the players come armed with like 3 or 4 cool new ideas that they haven't tried before that they want to show to the world. And yeah, using them up early can be a mixed blessing, as you say. But I don't know, starting strong, getting those wins, those results in at the beginning, I think makes a lot of sense. It kind of sets the tone for your tournament, boosts your confidence. Nobody really knows how they're going to be playing. So yeah, I do suggest that the players get things done quickly. And here we go. It's going to be the gong. The gong sounds. The handshakes. We're off. We're off, Jovanka. We begin the Tata Steel Masters.
And and there we see on the camera Gukesh making his first move against Anish Giri. He jumps in with his knight and also knight to f6. It was a very quick response from Anish. Now, it's going to be an interesting game because Gukesh, we saw him in meditation mode, as I mentioned earlier, fresh off the plane from India, long haul flight. That has to take its toll. Will he be playing for a draw, keeping it solid, or do you think he's, having just come from the most amazing year possible, that he's going to be playing for more? And there we see Fianchetto, G3. I like how Anish, he's so well prepared. He just doesn't blink. He just, again, stakes out the claim in the center with D5.
Yeah, we were talking about openings and Anish Giri. We'll talk about him a lot more today and throughout the tournament because he's one of the biggest opening experts in the world. Lots of moves on the board. Here we see our beautiful view. It is a 7-board view, 14 players in this tournament, 13 rounds, as you mentioned, Jovanka. So it is a marathon rather than a sprint. And yeah, I think Gukesh against Giri is probably one of the first games we're going to be diving into and looking at. But just on this overview, it looks like a lot of Kingspawn openings, especially on the bottom half of our screens there. It looks like Wei Yi has opened with the Spanish against Caruana. It's going to be the Petrov defense, Van Forest against Fedoseev. On the top of our screens there, Mendonca against Vincent Keimer. It's the Italian game, so lots of 1e4. I don't see any 1d4. Some flank openings, so English and Retties as well as a Sicilian defense. So yeah, it's a real yeah, it's a real menu here of
Yeah.
opening trends these days. It seems like people
It
are just
is.
steering clear of the Queen's Gambit.
Well, everyone means business when you open up with a king's pawn, right? You're just saying, hey, let's play an exciting game. But the thing is, you do have to try to avoid theory. So, some interesting developments actually in modern day chess is that you'll often find that the black players they want to stake the claim in the center. Everyone is very much aware of space, and so they want to also challenge the center with their pawns as well. I also see in the bottom left, Hari Krishna Arjun. Arjun, he's our man for taking risks. It is a Sicilian from him.
Yeah, I mean, you asked about Gukesh's strategy coming straight off that flight, straight into the game against no other than Anish Giri. Will he play for a draw? I don't think so. I mean, these young Indians, you mentioned Arjun there. I just never see them play for a draw. It's really refreshing. They've really kind of reinvigorated chess, not just conquered the chess world, the Indian contingent these days, but they've kind of forced everyone else to play much more fighting chess, especially in classical, because they're always playing for the maximum. And yeah, Hari Krishna against Arjun, open Sicilian, classical Sicilian. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Okay, should we jump into one of the positions? Which one catches your eye? Which one do you think has the most potential from the first half dozen moves or so, Ivanka?
Well, I'm excited about the game between Mondonka and Keimer, although I do feel like we should perhaps go into the game Gukesh Giri first, because I see an unusual move on Gukesh's part. Because we're often taught, I'm maybe thinking that's a transmission error, but I see a king that has been already placed on h1.
Yeah, it's
And
not an H1, Ivanka. He didn't play this move, luckily.
okay, okay. I thought, well, Gukesh is known for coming up with unusual ideas, and I was thinking, well, I don't quite see the logic in that one, but okay. Now castles.
And yeah, actually, I think on the bird's eye view, it was showing that the king was on H1, and my eyes were drawn there as well. But yeah, this move here would be very mysterious. Black is threatening to fight for the center. Maybe just a quick recap over the last few moves. We can just show what has happened, because we're only 4 moves in, but already a big question for Gukesh. He started with the Reti opening, as he did in the World Championship match on a couple of occasions, and okay, after knight to f6, no symmetry. Anish occupies the center, and now after castles, white has a big decision to make. If you allow black to take the center, you're basically playing the king's Indian defense, but with colors reversed. So 1 extra tempo for white if you play, for example, pawn to d3 and not fight for space. But if you play pawn to d4, then it's the Grunfeld defense with colors reversed. So it's basically here Gukesh facing a d4 opening, but here he's got this extra tempo because he starts with white. And I'm curious because I've always just automatically played pawn to d4. I'm a Grunfeld player as black. Here you've got the same position with an extra move, but it leads to very forcing types of positions. And yeah, I don't know. If he's not prepared, it's scary to allow the opponent to occupy the center, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. 3 pawns in the middle of the board, black gets all the space, and you do have to know what you're doing, because if you just make some little moves, as in moves that don't challenge black, then black will have very comfortable development and have free control of both sides of the board. So it's decision time for Gukesh. I instinctively would steer away from moves like d3 or instead I would be staking out the claim in the center, because I enjoy my space. I'm very much a classical kind of player. I like to play with pawn in the middle. So does Gukesh. And now we're in your territory, David. I've seen you play this many times.
Yeah, you know me too well, Ivanka. Yeah, I've played this many times with white and black, but yeah, I guess the thing is you're playing a Grunfeld defense with an extra move. So normally with black, you're trying to play counter-attacking chess, but ultimately you are trying to equalize if you have this position. The fact that you have 1 extra move since you start with white, I mean, whether you can fight for an advantage, that is the big question. And now we're actually going to get a transposition to a Catalan opening. And here we go, pawn takes pawn, and we've transposed right into one of the main lines of the Catalan. We do see on the side of our board there, we see the percentages. That is based on the chess.com opening book. And white has won this position 41% of the time, 41% draw rate, and only 17% for black. This is regarded as very solid for black, but nothing too worrying here. Queen to a4 is one of the main moves, just to try and pin that black knight, try to regain pawn on c4. Pawn takes c5 is my favorite. You've probably seen me do that a few times, Jovanka, because I like getting the queens off the board. And knight to e5 is one of the other main moves. But yeah, I don't know, how deep do you want to dive? Shall we show the transposition to the Catalan? Your call.
Yeah, I think we can certainly try to get into Gukesh's head, because Gukesh, coming off this flight, probably just wants to get the game into simple territory as quickly as possible. So let's see how he can do that.
Yeah, and just for a quick recap for everyone. So it started life as the Reti opening, then morphed into a reverse Grunfeld. Now it's the Catalan. That's the top players. They just need that flexibility. They need their pattern recognition. They need to understand that all of these openings actually often are sisters. They often do transpose to each other. But just a quick recap. Instead of playing d4 on move 1, of course, Gukesh played knight to f3. But if he had played d4, this is the Catalan opening, where white very quickly fianchettos his bishop, pawn to g3, and now black can take this pawn, and white ignores it for now. Black can challenge the center. If white just castles, then knight to c6. So we actually see the same position as we did in the game, just by a totally different move order. But as you mentioned, Jovanka, let's show what to look for next, or what we're expecting. Personally, I'm expecting pawn takes pawn, just because I think Gukesh won't want to risk too much, and that's kind of known to be very, very solid. And if black's accurate, maybe a draw. Yeah, just coming off a long flight, I don't think he'll want too much of a fight or a memory test. Queen to a4 can lead to some crazy positions. Often black plays the move bishop to d7 to block, and queen takes pawn. Yeah, this type of thing with pieces flying off the board is very well known. He makes a move. Oh, he does actually play queen to a4.
Wow. Yeah, he's saying that he's in a fighting mood, queen to a4. And one of the things that we did notice about Gukesh during the World Championship match was that his forte was very much in these sharp, concrete positions where he could literally calculate everything out. He wasn't that comfortable in positions where he had to perhaps rely on his instincts.
Yeah, that's definitely something that shone through. Despite taking the match victory, it didn't feel like he was quite at his best. Gukesh, he was understandably trying to kind of use his bigger strength, the calculation. So we saw a lot of that, and he used it to good effect. But there were some positions where he did seem a bit hesitant, understandably, because of the nerves. But yeah, this type of position that we see in front of us, it's one of the more kind of forcing concrete lines, Jovanka. So it should play to his strengths, Gukesh. But then again, a lot of these lines will have been worked out, and Giri no doubt has been studying this morning, or maybe quite a lot in recent weeks, this exact position, this exact opening variation. So yeah, going for something that's concrete, dynamic is up his alley. But the downside is that he's walking into a well-prepared opponent. So, okay, pawn takes c5 instead. So queen takes pawn, I mentioned, was maybe the main move. But bishop, allowing the bishop to come out with one fell swoop here, one kind of tempo, isn't, I think, regarded as the most testing necessarily, but I'm sure Gukesh has ideas up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm sure that something will transpire. It's there. You see some very quick moves there. Queen takes pawn, indeed recaptured. So everything is even, and it's looking like it could potentially fizzle out into a drawish position. That is, if white doesn't put the pressure on black. Black's main problem in this position is basically the bishop on d7. It's not a great piece.
Yeah, it's not a great piece, especially in comparison to its counterpart, right? The white bishop, the Catalan bishop. Yeah, it's just got great potential, much more potential than black's piece. That being said, the white queen is going to lose a bit more time than she's already spent. She's going to get hit in the near future. And yeah, black doesn't have too many weaknesses to probe out. So like you said, symmetrical, own draw-ish maybe long term if neither side makes a mistake, but still early days, still all the pieces on the board. So maybe we check on this one a bit later. Looks like action happening elsewhere as well.
Yes, and there are a few games that are catching my eye, so maybe we can revisit the bird's eye view and we can see that colorful display of chessboards. I love this. I actually think that this should be a thing on over the board chess, that everyone plays with different colored pieces. And here we see that there are some exciting things, like the game between Hari Krishna and Arjun 2800. He spent a lot of time, Arjun, last year playing in the open circuits, and he's now number 4 in the world, but he's within catching distance of Fabiano Caruana, who is the highest rated player in this event. And we have, true to his style, Arjun playing a really risky opening as opposite side castling. It's my favorite type of position.
And let's jump in. Jovanka, you mentioned it's your favorite type of position. That's, I guess, mainly because we're likely to see some kind of attack. I'm not sure who's going to be attacking who. It's always hard to know who's going to win that race. But the White King is a bit of a target on the Queen side. The Black King can get attacked in these dragon type of positions. Should we do a quick recap how we got to this point?
Yep. Let's head there.
Okay, so it started life as a Sicilian defense, this game. And rather than immediately committing to the open Sicilian, Hari Krishna teased Arjun a little bit. Knight c3 first. This is designed to avoid the Najdorf. If Black pushes a pawn to a6, White isn't necessarily committed to opening the center yet. So, knight to c6. And this is the classical variation of the Sicilian, where Black brings the knight to c6 very early. And after bishop to e2, it's again morphs, it transposes into what looks like a Sicilian dragon, but White has been forced to put a bishop on e2, often in the main line of the Sicilian dragon. White's pawn is on f3, supporting the center. And after opposite side castling, as you mentioned, d5, trying to blow things open. Very calmly met by bishop to f3. And I must admit, Jovanka, I'm out of book right now. It looks like Arjun's out of book as well. He's paused for thought for a few minutes. There's a lot of tension here, a lot of tactics this early in the game, only at move 10.
Yeah, and again, I'm just checking the opening database on chess.com, and no one has been playing bishop at f3. Now, do not underestimate Bentala Hari Krishna. He was one of the seconds for Gukesh just now in the World Championship match, also been a second for Ju Wenjun. So he's a guy that knows some opening ideas. So bishop to f3, it kind of looks a bit strange though, because to my eyes, it's almost inviting some capture on e4, or maybe even if Black is feeling really daring to go e5 and, see how far you can advance in the center.
Yeah, some crazy variations to calculate already. It's also, I guess, inviting moves like knight to e5, maybe just trying to chop off this bishop and taking the bishop pair for Black. Pawn to d5 is a very typical move in the Sicilian dragon. Normally it's played when White has a pawn on f3. So, I'm trying to work out the complications. I think one thing I probably don't expect from Arjun specifically, just because he likes his dynamic positions, he likes a lot of tension, likes to ask the opponent, give the opponent a lot of choice, ask them questions. Pawn takes pawn here, allowing knight takes c6, attacking the Black Queen, forcing the queen exchange. Assuming that Black takes this knight, which I think is the most logical move, otherwise White takes a pawn with check, then this type of position, I think Hari Krishna, a very positional player, it's going to suit him. Black has weaknesses on this side of the board. And although it's level material, maybe equal with best play, it's just not Arjun's style. It's not what he likes to do. So I'm going to rule this one out for now. Pawn to e5, you mentioned, Jovanka. This would be a pawn sacrifice, I guess. And it's about whether these open lines will ever lead to anything towards the White King. But maybe, I'm not sure that I would do that if unless I was prepared. But that begs the question, what else?
Well, then you either looking at coming out. No, there's a threat. there's a basic threat on the board of White playing e takes d5. So let's not forget those simple things in life. So I was thinking queen a5 and try to do things that way. There's also knight takes knight. That's the other capture that we have to look at, because one of the lines you did look at earlier, you saw white capturing on c6. So let's go this way. And now you can't go e5, obviously, because it's on prise. What about the mass trades?
Yeah. This just looks very equal, right? Like everything coming off the board. Again, it's not Arjun style. At least this time he doesn't have weak pawns, like his pawns are connected. But I don't know. It doesn't look like Black is going to win this ever. I think if you give 100 games to Arjun, maybe he wins it like twice against Harikrishna. Probably it's just going to fizzle out towards a draw. White maybe is slightly better because the rook has access into Black's position. There's still this. It's like that Catalan bishop, right, Ivanka? It's like the bishop on the long diagonal always dominates a bishop sitting at home. So a small advantage for Harikrishna. Maybe this is Black's best, but I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I'm also skeptical. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm feeling great joy for White. I mean, it's not much, but it's pleasant, because in those type of positions, you just want active pieces. You want that simple plan of advancing pawns. So then the issue is that you're either doing that, or what about, can you bolster the center with e6? I mean, that just looks like I'm playing the wrong kind of chess for this type of position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad move, Ivanka. I definitely don't think it's a bad move at all. And maybe it's one of those scenarios where, like, the opponent plays bishop f3, which is a rare kind of idea. I haven't seen it. I've seen pawn takes pawn, for example, in the center in that position before. I've even looked at it. But the opponent plays a weird move. Often that's because the most natural replies by the opponent don't actually lead anywhere. So often that's modern chess preparation again. It's like you have to play a slightly unnatural looking move just to keep the tension. I quite like e6 because later, once you're ready, then you drop your knight into e5 and you bring it kind of into c4, or you kind of bring the knight to take the bishop. Knight e5 now is a pawn sacrifice, so again, it's maybe Arjun style to play dynamically, but one great kind of Sicilian dragon expert, our compatriot Gawain Jones, in a similar type of scenario, he played the move e6 against me, so not exactly this position, but he was willing to just take a timeout, bolster the center, and only kind of attack later once given the opportunity. So yeah, I quite like your suggestion there. Just keeping the tension.
Okay. Well, sometimes it is at odds, to play chess in a classical way when you've gone in a hyper modern way, where you've gone for fast development, quick attack, and then suddenly you're kind of like, oh, let me just protect my pawn. But it's definitely an interesting crossroads there for Arjun, being surprised in the opening by Harikrishna. So we'll come back to this game and see how things develop. Maybe we can take a look at the bird's eye view, because there is... Okay, maybe we can have a look at the game between Wei and Caruana, because this is quite the heavyweight match at the beginning. And I always make this mistake, quite being, yes, of course. It's a big one. Wei, champion from last year, Fabiano Caruana having a great 2024, finishing on a high. And there we see it's a really calm position. But this is one of these. Is this one of these Berlins where they sacrifice a pawn as white?
I think, it could be if Wei Yi is feeling ambitious here. Again, we'll just do a very quick recap. I think it's very kind of appropriate that we jump here. Good call, Ivanka, because it is our reigning champion after all, the Tata Steel Masters winner 2024, Wei Yi, and he started with King's Pawn opening. And this is the mainline Spanish and the Berlin, knight f6. It's been a while since I've seen Fabiano deploy this. Normally he's taking big risks, and the opening is black these days. But he wants to start this tournament in solid style. So the Berlin regarded as a bit of a drawish weapon for black. Bishop to f1, the bishop was hanging there on b5. There's been a pawn exchange in the center. And like you say, there are variations where you can sacrifice a pawn. First, the rook gets kicked back. And after a challenge of rooks, I believe the variation you mean kind of starts with knight to c3, and you jump in You sometimes sacrifice your d4 pawn. There's heavy theory there. I've been a Berlin player pretty much all my life as black, but I still fear that if any future opponents are watching, then don't try this against me, please. But I still fear this knight to c3 move. If Wei Yi, however, is feeling more peacefully inclined, he might just take the rooks off the board. There are variations such as bishop to f4 as well, kind of trying to capture this black knight. You can play it very solid. You can push a pawn to c3, just kind of connect your pawns in the center. Black's main problem is the bishop on c8. We keep saying that about all these openings. But once the black knight is able to jump out the way and black can put a pawn on d5, it tends to be equal. So there's a small window of opportunity here for Wei Yi. But I've got to say, Ivanka, a bit strange to see him thinking now. He spent 15 minutes to get to this point, and this is just where the theory begins. This is just the starting point. Very well-known position.
It indicates to me that although Wei Yi, of course, is very familiar with this position, he perhaps was surprised by Fabiano's opening choice and is trying to get inside Fabiano's head and just trying to think what is going to inconvenience him or make Fabiano the most uncomfortable. Is it this pawn sacrifice? Is it just simply to capture the rooks? Play c3? Does he play solid? Does he take risks? Well, those are the questions that are running through every player's mind. And there we do see these two giants are locked in thought. Now, we are going to go on a very quick break, but when we return, we are going to take you through more of the action that is to unfold for round one. So see you then.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Ali Reza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game. And here, Vidit made the move, G-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. One of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidates. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on Vidit's king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If white picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king? G5, a small pawn move with big effects, that's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. G5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, Vidit captured the rook with the e-pawn. This only delays the inevitable. A check on the board, the king forced to move forward. And now, after the knight retreats to h7, giving another check, Vidit resigns, as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess.
Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level.
For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament. Feel ready to fight for the win. The game is on.
And we are back in the playing hall of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament as the chess year for 2025 kicks off with a bang. We are going to see brilliant moves, all the action on the board. And for those of you just joining us, I'm International Master Ivan Gachowska, and I'm joined by the absolutely wonderful Grandmaster David Howell. The moves have been played. David, the opening scene has been set. Ooh, do you think that things are only gonna get hotter here?
Yeah, we're off to a really exciting start, I've got to say. There's only one game maybe that I would characterize as kind of not being too exciting right now. The rest, there's some real dynamite on the board, and it looks like all of the players have started in very ambitious, in an ambitious mood right now here in round one in Wijk Aan Zee. This is our bird's eye view. We've corrected all the kings. There are no kings on h1, I can confirm for any viewers at home. No kings on a1 either. But a few games have opposite side castling, which is always a nice kind of recipe for entertainment here. And there's also a couple of pawn sacrifices, it looks like. So, Ivanka, where to begin? I think maybe we leave Gukesh and Giri for now because it's very symmetrical there. But some of the other games really catching our eyes.
Yes, and there are two that really do just take my fancy. And the first one is between Praggnanandhaa and Abdusattorov, because that's opposite side castling. And I'm dying to understand what is happening there. And another game is the purple game between Mendonca and Keymer. Now, Leon Luc Mendonca is an interesting player because he's going to have a target on his back, being the lowest rated player. This is his first Super Grandmaster event. So maybe we go to that one first and then we revisit the game Praggnanandhaa Abdusattorov.
Yeah, and both of those two games you mentioned, there have been plenty of moves. We're already pretty much in the middle game, but we also see one side in the Mendonca game. It's him. The winner of the Challengers last year. One side has played their preparation, has a big time advantage already, 20 extra minutes on the clock for white. And yeah, I mean, I had to do a quick count at first because it just looks like black's got a phenomenal position, a beautiful pawn center here, a trio of pawns which could be very menacing if they start marching. But white is up one of those little foot soldiers, one of those pawns for now. And it's actually one of the most popular openings, I would say, at most levels of chess, Jovanka, especially at club level and maybe the kind of starting out levels. We have to do a recap because the first few moves of this game showed Leon's ambition here. He started with the King's Pawn opening. I mentioned earlier there was an Italian game, but that was before I saw the move knight to g5 land on the board. This is the two knights variation of the Italian, and it's an attempt to go for the fried liver attack, which would have happened after black did play d5. If black had captured now on d5, then due to some x-rays and due to the weakness of f7, which always occurs in King's Pawn openings, knight takes f7 is the fried liver attack, and yeah, the black king now, due to this double attack, is forced to walk out into the open. And there's a whole amount of theory here. But as we see on the left side of your boards there, white wins this position 77% of the time. So something to avoid for black. Instead, black dealt with this attack on f7 by playing d5 and then sacrificed the pawn by jumping to the edge of the board. And I don't know about you, Ivanka, it's been a while since I've seen this at the top level.
Yeah, I mean, the last monumental game that I can think of is between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. And I remember this happened in Norway chess. But it's really not something that you often see with the white pieces because it feels like a difficult position to play. I mean, yeah, you are extra material up, but on the other hand, you're lacking in development, especially on the queen side, where the knight and the bishop don't have a happy future for the immediate moves. But can we fast forward to see exactly what happened? Because we did see Vincent Keimer get a huge pawn center.
Yeah, and it was actually Vincent that played kind of this combative style of chess. So knight to f4, I believe the game you referenced there in the final round of Norway chess, a couple of years ago, I believe it was a couple of years ago. And it was castles, and black played knight to f4, came in and captured this bishop. That was Hikaru Nakamura winning with white against Caruana. But here, knight to c3 is the other main move, and f5, setting up a big threat of a fork. And now after an exchange, this is how the pawn center was built. And the whole reason was to play pawn to b4. Wow, very clever move. Now, if the bishop gets deflected, distracted, and takes this pawn, then the e5 pawn would be hanging. So to fast forward, knight c6, only move now apparently for white. Rare to see a blue arrow appear like this. Maybe not the only move to stay in the game, but the only move to maintain the balance. Bishop to b5. Pin. You don't win this time. This pin is not too threatening, I believe, but bishop to b2, there's serious pressure against this e5 pawn, and Ivanka, blue arrow appears again. That marks the computer's recommended move, which is significantly stronger than the others right now. Castling kingside for black, for Vincent.
Yeah, it's kind of not easy as well to give up the pride and joy on e5.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of want to be a maximalist about this type of position, try to survive the opening and at the same time preserve the trio. But I guess the reason why the computer is recommending castling is because you need to prioritize development over material. So, I mean, what happens if you try to hold on to that pawn center?
Yeah, it's actually not easy. There is pressure here once white my arrows are going awry again. Once white removes this black knight from the board, the pawn on e5 is hanging, as you mentioned. I mean, moves that come to mind, maybe pawn to d4 just to blunt this white bishop. You could support this pawn with your queen. I'm not sure how best to do that, where you put the queen. No kind of super tempting squares, I would say. And also white can up the pressure on this pawn with his own queen right now. So, I mean, I'm just curious. Yeah, there are options, but after castles, why can't white just grab a second pawn? For example, okay, your choice, Ivanka, bishop takes or knight takes? One of the two.
Let's pick one. So obviously you need to support the piece with the pawn on d4. So let's go bishop takes.
Bishop takes.
Let's try to neutralize the bishop pair.
Good idea.
Yeah. Why not? And now you go d4.
Mm-hmm. I guess black can pick one pawn back with a check.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, it's not the end of the world. The white king just moves into the corner, and the white rook will develop, I guess, with the aid of h4, h5, and maybe the white rook comes up, lifts up the board, rook h3, rook g3. Maybe I'm getting carried away, but this is a beautiful square for the white bishop. This looks like an extra pawn as well.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I wondered also whether, since black has not really cared too much for material, maybe try to keep the king in the middle of the board with bishop to b5. But in the meantime, we see that castles has been played.
Yeah, castles has been played in the game very quickly, actually, from Vincent. So despite being 20 minutes down, some players, right, Ivanka, they do spend a bit of time in the opening. Either they're just bluffing, pretending he doesn't know what's going on, and he actually does, or just trying to remember what their files say, what their notes say, what the computers told them in the past. Could be one of those cases. Vincent castled very quickly there. And just to mention that move you kind of dropped there, could be quite an important one. This variation we mentioned, instead of bishop takes pawn, allowing the white king to start running away, bishop to b5, I love it. Just cut this diagonal and keep the white king fixed in the middle of the board. Scary.
But it is a 2-pawn deficit, although, yeah, it's going to be a very intriguing position because, yeah, the white king, is in the middle of the board. I did like your idea of going h4, rook h3, and you just ignore the fact that the white king is not the safest piece.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to tuck it to bed, like nice and cozy in the corner, like on g1, and then start doing all that fancy stuff. Now white would have to take a time out defending this pawn, like a3. Yeah. Black can chip away with a5. But, I don't know. It feels like the white king is just, again, I'm not playing the best moves necessarily, but just the first moves that come to mind. And it feels like there's so much pressure. White's position really standing on the precipice. And okay, we're headed in this direction, potentially. Bishop takes c6, just played. A quick capture.
And maybe he's going to take with a knight.
Mm-hmm. He does. You're right, Ivanka. Maybe he'll support the knight with his f-pawn as well in some scenarios. So he's not losing material here. Mendonca. And one move away from castling and safety. Who would you pick?
Well, the fact that Leon seems to be in his preparation indicates that it should be pretty safe to choose white. But if I were playing with the white pieces and I was not prepared at all, I would be a little bit scared, especially with the fact that the white king is in the middle of the board. And two bishops are a pretty phenomenal attacking duo.
Yeah. I think if he can keep the pieces on, keep the bishops on, then he has great chances to counterattack Vincent. But at some point he might be forced to take this knight or let the knight take his bishop. And I don't know, I'm looking at variations like taking the knight and then pushing the pawn to d4 just to open up this bishop's potential on the long diagonal. Opposite color bishops as well. Maybe you don't risk as much despite being a pawn or two down. What else here? Maybe a pin.
Hang on a second, David. I was just thinking about your idea now that you mention it. Bishop takes knight. So
let's jump in.
And then, yes, and then your d4 idea.
Oh, the bar doesn't like my idea. Whoops.
No, it doesn't like it, but castles is actually not possible because of queen to d5.
Mm-hmm.
So,
although, yeah,
maybe it is possible queen f3.
Yeah, but wow. If I didn't see the eval bar here, I would think that black's doing very well. But yeah, white has a couple of extra pawns, so any queen exchange or bishop exchange will favor Leon. But if not castles, then what? I mean, that's very surprising. The fact that we see the eval bar there, Ivanka, we don't see any moves, but we just see that white's doing well. It looks scary.
It definitely looks terrifying for white. Bishop takes pawn. Well, maybe bishop takes pawn isn't a threat, and so you can have a spare move because you can meet bishop g2 with rook to g1. So
maybe queen to e2. Maybe
that's what I thought. Queen e2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the bar doesn't drop. Good. And yeah, maybe some fine day, Ivanka. We've seen castling queenside in at least 2 of the other games. I think 2 of the other games in the master section. Maybe one day white castles this way. You kind of tease the opponent, try to attack me on the king side, then I'll castle the other flank. Of course, it's scary with the pawn on b4. We'd love that pawn to be back on b3, but 2 extra pawns. Yeah, maybe it's just not enough compensation here for black. In which case, Vincent needs to be really careful, really accurate in the game position.
Yeah.
He's got his head in hands. Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. So that was just bishop takes knight and then d4. So I think bishop takes knight. Tempo is everything in this type of position. You need to just keep playing with the initiative. Okay, was rook to e8 played? Okay, that's a nice forcing move. So now, again, you got to support the knight. You can do that 3 ways. You can go queen e2. You can go f4, d4.
Yeah.
Now, f4. Yeah, f4 forward.
I was going to say, Ivanka, we don't even need to consider the moves. Leon is clearly in his preparation, so he's going to save us the hard work, and he's just going to play the moves for white for us. So we only need to figure out Vincent's replies. That helps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, wild position and a very interesting scenario here. We have Leon Mendonca, who's clearly in his preparation. Vincent Keimer having to walk that tightrope in order to maintain the balance. Maybe we take a quick pause from this game and head over to the bird's eye view. And let's catch up on the game between Praggnanandhaa and Abdusattorov. So let's see. It's the game that's in dark blue on the top left corner. Please, David, can we go there?
Let's do it. We see some other games that are developing. There was a kind of brief temporary piece sacrifice by Arjun Erigaisi. He's currently a piece down, but about to regain it. But this is where the drama is at, because look at the eval bar. I think that tells most of the story right now. Black has the advantage, Ivanka, and it's because white has kind of gone for this weird strategy of castling queenside, kind of shoveling a pawn up on the opposite flank. But look at the white pieces. They're all so passive. I mean, I think instinctively, even without the bar here, I would say like white is taking massive risks, to say the least. Just because, I mean, with pieces like this, are you ever really going to attack? They're so poorly placed. Whereas black has a clear kind of target. Black will play b5 if given one extra move. b4 to explode open the queen side. And the white king doesn't have as much pawn shelter around it as the black king actually does. There's also far kind of more pieces for black potentially that can jump into the attack than for white. So Pragg, I mean, he clearly wants to win, but I mean, Ivanka, this feels like he's freestyling and not in a good way.
Yeah, it's a really dynamic position. But can I address the elephant in the room? There's the pawn up for grabs, David, on e4.
Okay, which one? You want the e4 pawn?
I want the e4 pawn. The c4 pawn, I'm also got my eyes on that one. But let's have a look at bishop. Okay, let's go bishop takes c4. Let's play calmly, although it's not really that calm because it is inviting ideas such as b5 and b4, and lines get opened.
Yeah, and okay, I've kind of tricked you away from going for your knight takes e4 move. We should mention that black is kind of a pawn up in the game position, so this just restores the material balance. Now, okay, how about knight takes knight, Ivanka? Just to get that knight off prise. No longer attacked.
Yeah, it's bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight. Ooh, pawn to b5. Ooh. He goes for your move. Because, yeah, this one is terrifying, right? Like, you might move the bishop and black will like happily throw away a pawn, start sacrificing stuff, but now the a file is open. I mean, the white king is a huge target. Even just knight b6 to d5, and long term, I think the white king's struggling. I saw a move though, and to go back to the game position, it is actually knight takes e4 that happened. Knight to d5 was where we left it, and knight takes e4. There was also a featured chat, Ivanka, which said eval bar prefers black, but from a human perspective, white is fine. I'm not sure actually. human perspective, white has to be super accurate to survive. Whereas for black, it's playable. It's kind of moves seem more natural. What would you be looking for Abdusattorov here?
Well, I'm not sure I also agree with that chat as well. Just on the basis that white doesn't have any clear points to attack. Like, for instance, there's a pawn on g5, but it's actually not going to advance one square further to g6. And if you go h4, h5, h6, that's going to take ages. Whereas black does have the very straightforward idea of going b5, developing the pieces. And, you know, you have breakthroughs such as c3 at the right time, b4 is coming. And that's quick when you think about b5, b4, the contact point, the hook, it gets to attack a3. It's so fast. Whereas for whites, I mean, you're probably going to look at more radical moves, like sort of knight to g4, maybe knight to f6. And the f6 square, unfortunately, is heavily protected. So the first move I would play is b5. You want to preserve c4. Someone like me doesn't give up material.
Yeah, we like to protect our pawns, don't we, Ivanka? Some players, Daniel Dubov and Maxim Vachilegrov, among others, they love just giving away pawns, but they are, I think, the exception, not the rule. The other move that catches my eye is potentially queen to e7. I'm just wondering, Ivanka, b5 immediately. I would probably look at that one first too, but it does allow knight to d6. I don't know how kind of pesky or annoying that is, but it is a move to consider actually for black.
Yeah.
Do we care?
I must admit, I didn't see that move. So let's care about it because you suggested it. So let's play queen e7. And I like the fact that it's a tempo move as well, attacking the knight.
Yeah, attacking the knight. And the thing is, the knight doesn't have too many squares. I think, for example, knight back to c3 now, b5 is a very happy move, and it will come with even more kind of speed and power. So bishop to g2, I feel, is the most natural response to that one. And now at least I do realize I'm hanging the a5 pawn, but after my speech about not giving up pawns, I think this is one I might be happy to let fall.
Well, I still like the little guys. So after bishop takes a5, the first move I'll be looking at is bishop takes d4. Although I would maybe restrain myself a little bit because at least it requires some calculation. Because bishop
computer
to d4.
likes it.
Okay, it likes it. Okay, then it's good. You know, I had it all worked out.
Yeah, I think essentially, like, if the material balance is kind of equal, then black has just a huge advantage because this kind of trio of pawns just lock down the whole queen side, and they are mobile. They can push, whereas for white, like you said really nicely, Ivanka, just no real clear plan. Exactly what white is trying to aim for, unclear. The black king's super safe, but the white king feeling the heat already. So yeah, I think queen e7 is likely, unless Pragg wants to go the other way, knight to g3, and start trying to jump in towards the famous f5 square. Maybe this is the one thing giving Nodirbek kind of some hesitation.
Yeah, that's definitely the right direction to head towards.
Yeah, this position could turn, I guess. If black is too slow and doesn't get an attack going, then white will build a pawn center, white will land a knight on f5, a knight on g4, and kind of smile. But it does feel like he's, I don't know, don't try this at home, people, because the king on c1, very rare. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a king on c1 in the English opening, but yeah, very rarely a good idea.
Yeah, well, definitely a 3-result game, as you say there, David, because black has to be precise. But yeah, I mean, the big question, though, knight to g3, allowing knight to f5. But it's decision time for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Does he play b5, preserve the pawn on c4 immediately? Does he try to gain that tempo, queen to e7, inviting complications after knight to g3? Definitely a game that we are going to keep our eye on. Again, a big encounter. In fact, every match in round 1 is a massive encounter. In fact, it's not just round 1, it's the whole tournament because this is a super grandmaster event. And going back to the bird's eye view, David, I'm gonna give you the floor here. and ask you, what positions catch your eye?
Well, most of them catch my eye, if I'm being honest here, Jovanka. I think just to give love to all of the games, and I think we've covered, at least briefly, most of them by this point. Van Forest, former winner against Vladimir Fedoseev, we will dive into, but that's very early days, only half a dozen moves or so there. So maybe another home player, Max Varmadam, against Alexei Sarana. Alexei Sarana, I believe, making his debut here at the Tata Steel Masters. And he's played a very ambitious opening idea. I think actually objectively as well, maybe one of the opening successes of the round so far. So maybe we start there before doing our full roundup and then discussing which middle games have the most potential to entertain us. Yeah, this is a weird position, I've got to admit, Jovanka. Black is a pawn up, just like he was in the Pragg against Abdusattorov game. Again, it's the pawn on c4. It's like a queen's gambit, but without white having put a pawn on d4. And in the meantime, there's a white knight on c2, there's a white knight on h4, kind of rare squares for knights to find themselves on. So maybe just a quick recap, action replay of how we got here. It's only move 7, but after the Reti, which is now kind of been played by everyone, it feels like, Black played this move bishop to f5, which I've seen played in the past by the likes of Bador Jobava, and he scored some quick wins with it, actually, due to this idea that was played in the game, pawn to c4, which is one of White's main moves. Now, it's like a reverse London system, except here you just take the pawn on c4, and after knight a3 aimed at recapturing this pawn, the blue arrow appears and says Black's best move is e5, and this is a cool idea. Knight takes e5 allows bishop takes a3, and White is doing fine, except for the fact that, whoops, there's a double attack on 2 loose pieces, and one of them drops off. So after e5, White isn't actually obliged to take that pawn. I think knight takes c4 is the main move, if I remember correctly. Not sure why Max didn't play that. Maybe he was surprised, but knight to c2, apparently not best. And now e4. What do you make of this position? White might regain the pawn, right?
Yeah, White will regain the pawn because, where are you going to drop the bishop to? And if you drop it to g6, I will go with a knight. Knight takes g6. Knight takes bishop is going to happen if it's allowed to, and then you win the e4 pawn. And then we get to the whole theme of the round so far. The light squared bishop on g2 has so much power, right? It's going to be the pointing down on this long diagonal, and it's just going to make sure that the c4 pawn is not going to be easily defended. And of course, we do love the power of the bishop pair. Let's not forget that.
That's right. So Black may be reluctant to allow this knight for bishop exchange. And like you say, actually, that's very relevant. Like pawn to b5 is likely to be something Sarana wants as Black later, but then the white bishop would be really licking its lips at the prospect of this diagonal kind of opening up. So, okay, Alexei Sarana, he's been European champion across multiple time formats. In the team championship, he's been a European champion. He's such a strong player. He made his name on chess.com almost at the top levels, defeating lots of players in Blitz and Rapid. But feels like this is one of his first big kind of round robin tournaments, Jovanka. And yeah, this is his chance to prove himself. He's gone very ambitious. Maybe he'll just drop his bishop back. Here we see Fedoseev, another strong player from Russia who's now moved to play for a different nation, representing Slovenia. But yeah, Fedoseev's game we'll come to next. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm expecting Sarana to move his bishop potentially and give the pawn back.
Yes, I'm expecting that as well. I'm also expecting him to preserve his bishop with bishop to e6. And yeah, we see him deep in thought. And it does feel like players like Alexei Sarana, Vladimir Fedoseev, also Varmadam, Jorn van Foreest, that if they win this event or make a big impression, this could be the key to actually them getting more invites to these Super Grandmaster events and just showcasing their talent to the world. Obviously, we've heard of Vladimir Fedoseev. He's now just qualified for the freestyle event and big fish on chess.com. And we'll see whether he's a big fish in this event. But it is the kind, if I can say, and Tata Steel Masters, it is the kind of tournament where you really want to make your mark. You want to be as ambitious as possible.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. And that's why it's nice to see a kind of this tournament specifically, the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel Masters. Like you said, it's kind of a hunting ground, but a proving ground as well for the young players. They're not just fighting for rating points or prize money. They're fighting for kind of leveling up their reputation, leveling up their ratings, and later getting these kind of becoming mainstays on, on other events, kind of at the very, very top levels. I mean, Magnus had to do it. He kind of ground out all these tournament victories in Wijk Aan Zee in the kind of early stages of his career, and that's what these players are aspiring to do as well. Okay, bird's eye view. It looks like lots of developments. Queen e7, we mentioned that earlier, has been played by Abdusattorov against Pragg. A lot of exchanges against, or at least a couple of exchanges against between Vincent Keimer and Leon Mendonca there. And okay, maybe the one game we haven't checked in on, just a brief update, should be that Vladimir Fedoseev game, because it started life as a Petrov defense, but it's become a bit weird, as it usually does when Fedoseev is playing chess. And he looks to have surprised Jordan van Forest, which is a really kind of difficult thing to do. Trust me, I've tried. He normally has all of his openings so finely worked out. And Ivanka, this doesn't look like a Petrov.
No, it doesn't. Like, first of all, well, what is the knight doing on e6? Normally, you either see a Petrov knight on e4 or f6. Now this one's on e6, and then the white pawn is on c4, and the black pawn is on d4. Kind of unusual, but let's kind of, maybe we can rewind a little bit and see how the players got here before we kind of tackle this position.
Yeah, and like you said, just before we rewind, the knight in e6, I mean, to get there from g8, it literally needs 4 moves. That's a well-known pattern. A knight, to kind of travel 2 squares diagonally, it needs 4 turns to get there. So we'll see how that kind of journey transpired and unfolded. Okay, e4, e5, Petrov, sometimes known as the Russian defense, aiming to strike back on e4. Often this leads to a quick pawn exchange, and rather than the main lines, which are nowadays kind of pawn to d4 and knight to c3, exchanging knights. Knight c3 is the trendy one at the top level. Bishop to d3, getting in the way of the d pawn, but the idea is actually if black drops back the knight to f6, the more normal square, then white will later play pawn to c3, retreat the bishop to c2, and then build the pawn center. But this is where Fedoseev, he's so strong in general, but especially in his openings, he's like a moving target. He never plays the most expected move. He always kind of gets the first surprise in and gets his opponents thinking. Knight g5, I've never seen this one before, I've got to admit. Now that I see it, I've played this position actually even after bishop d3 as black a few times, but I've never considered knight g5. Now I'm like, wait, why not? It just exchanges off a knight, gets closer to equality, why not? But castles d5, there's a rook check, the knight blocks, and pawn to c4, given a question mark by the computer, Ivanka. Understandable though, white's ahead in development. We're taught to open things up, but maybe you're not playing the best move.
Yeah, I would have expected maybe b3, a quieter approach from Jordan, just to develop the queen's side. But I guess maybe Jordan was thinking that after c4, black would meet that with d takes c4, perhaps giving an isolated queen's pawn. But d4, I can understand the temptation to challenge black's center like this, because after d4, you'd think, well, hang on a second, this is a position that's very familiar in the Benoni variation with the black pieces. And the line that I'm particularly thinking of is the snake Benoni, which I know doesn't have a great reputation. And I don't know why it's called the snake, but the whole concept of the snake is that you drop the bishop back to c2, and the bishop comes out to a4, and then you get on with Benoni plans.
Nice, Ivanka. Let's actually show the snake Benoni. It's a classical tournament. We've got time. It wouldn't start after e4. It would start after d4. But again, for everyone at home, colors reversed. Just imagine. And for example, c5. This is the Benoni, where you invite white forward, and now after an exchange, you bring your bishop out to this weird-looking square d6, and either you come forward and maybe take the knight, or, like you said, you go back and then you snake out. It's a bit slithery somehow. This idea, it's like you kind of come forward, come back. Yeah, I don't know how to draw a snake with arrows, but the snake Benoni, and just to compare it in the current position, white's doing the same.
I mean, it doesn't have a great reputation, don't get me wrong. I mean, there are reasons why people don't do this, but you can see a kind of future where, you know, maybe white gets some kind of b4 kind of queenside attack going on. And if the knight does appear on c6, I can really see bishop c2, bishop a4 being somewhat in the air.
Yeah, and it does feel weird, this opening, because after like 3 or 4 moves by the bishop, your whole dream is to actually trade the bishop off, which feels like a long-winded way of doing things. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if the bishop ever gets to a decent kind of square diagonal, then yeah, you often do get these very double-edged Benoni type of positions. But I think Fedoseev is arguing that he's going to get a very kind of respected opening for the white pieces, but he's going to get it with black. And yes, he's lost so much time with his knight, but within 2 moves, if he gets to move his bishop and castle, he's got a very healthy looking position.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I was just thinking,
square 2.
Sorry, David. I was just thinking that I was trying to get into the mind of Jordan. I was like, what is Jordan thinking about? And I was thinking, is b4 something that he would be like, let's go?
Ooh.
Because you mentioned the move a5. Yeah.
Okay, should we check it out? What's the idea if I take your pawn?
Well, I know the computer's not going to improve, but yeah, there you go. Queen to a4 check. That's the idea.
Okay. Double attack.
It's
knight block.
And then knight to e5.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing more than simple tricks.
I don't know. It's from a human perspective, it's very tempting, right? Like, there's a pin, there's an undermining. I don't even see really how to. I'm really shocked the computer likes it this much for black, because we see the eval bar there. It says +1 for black, but I don't really see a move. Queen d6, maybe?
d6.
Okay, I do see a move.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Although the game kind of continues after knight to a3, and maybe...
Yeah. Knight a3 coming in. I think in blitz this would be very tempting and probably quite strong, but maybe objectively he didn't feel it was correct. So Jordan, going back to the game, he played the move queen to c2 instead. Okay, he's going to make it more difficult for black to castle. Ivanka, do you think he's really going to... Is he going to take that pawn? If like black ignores it, like bishop to e7, is he just going to say, okay, a pawn is a pawn and grab? I mean, since the days of Fischer, nobody wants to grab on h2 or h7, but maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe that will be decision time. It'll be something at least that Fedoseev has to consider. Well, definitely an intriguing opening so far from both these players. Maybe we can revisit the game between Gukesh, world champion, just 18 years old, against Anish Giri.
Yeah, let's do just that. Let's jump straight into that game, which is still ongoing, we can confirm, despite the players not being at the board. Gukesh, wow, Ivanka, it's like the World Championship all over again. He spent a lot of time. He's actually, 40 minutes down on the clock against Anish Giri? And it's only move number 13 right now, so that's quite dramatic. And h6, the last move played. Whose position are you liking instinctively?
Well, it all depends for white, right? Whether white can maintain that pin by playing the really provocative bishop to h4. Or whether, you have to kind of retreat with the bishop with the tail between your legs. So can we maintain the pins, because they're quite nasty things at times. Bishop h4, because it's black, you don't really want to be making moves like g5, or maybe you do. Maybe you've calculated it all out and just said, yeah, I'm fine with the king.
Yeah, I guess one other option is to take this knight, and kind of instinctively most players are reluctant to ever capture on a square like that, but maybe it's just becoming quite concrete, which we said was one of Gukesh's strengths in the World Championship match. But he's clearly been out-prepared, which is already not a great sign. He's also been on I don't know how long the flight is, Jovanka. It's many, many hours over from India to Europe. So things are starting to stack against him. If he keeps taking risks, that's not a great recipe for success.
Okay.
Ooh, what to do? Bishop to h4 or bishop takes knight? I think we'll surely see a quick
Let's look
move.
at the simple line. The simple one is bishop takes knight, because you're not wasting time retreating the bishop. And if you can clarify the position, bearing in mind, even if you fly in business or first class, that you're still going to be tired because of time difference, that life is easier when you have some rest. So bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight, and maybe throwing a pawn forward, pawn to e5 afterwards, and trying to gain some momentum with some quick tempo moves. But it's funny you mentioned that, Jovanka. I totally forgot that, of course, Gukesh is traveling first class these days, or at least business class. I'm just in that kind of typical, nomad chess player mindset where it's, wow, he plays bishop h4. I was going to say, I'm just used to economy and these long haul flights from Europe to Asia. They're torture. But bishop h4, given a question mark, he's taking a massive risk. This is a piece sacrifice from the world champion.
Wow. Well, okay. Well, that's actually suggesting that he's in a good mood. He's feeling confident about his chances, because bishop h4, as you mentioned, incredibly provocative. Now, this is crunch time for Giri. Does he kind of take the bull by its horns and try and trap the bishop with g5? Is that one step too far, or should he perhaps be playing in a more positional way? Maybe moves like e5. Well, not e5, because you can't let go of knight to d5. But what you want to suggest is kind of a move where you just lock out the bishop on h4. Knight to d5. How to do that, actually? Maybe you can't. Maybe you just have to go g5.
Maybe you just have to go g5, or I guess you could move the black queen and say, okay, damaging the pawn structure on the king side isn't necessarily the worst thing for black. You could also just play bishop to e7 if you're feeling really timid. But I think just from a moral standpoint, Giri's quite a principled guy. If someone challenges him, he normally says yes to the challenge and he plays the move he thinks is best. I know he has this kind of reputation as a player, kind of some of his stylistic things, but I've never seen him go for a kind of actively for kind of boring, kind of safe, solid moves if he has what he feels is a stronger move at his disposal. So yeah, I don't think bishop e7 or anything. We'll see. Let's put it on the board, Jovanka. Let's try and work out what happens if he does, as you put it, take the bull by the horns, play g5. That's the provocation after all, and it feels almost forced for black, but it also wins a piece. So why not? It's like the the double whammy. Knight
Absolutely.
G5,
okay. Knight takes g5. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay. And this is a pin. This is like those e4, e5 openings like we all learn as beginners, right? Like you sacrifice a piece if the opponent ever plays g5 and you just checkmate them. But okay, black can break the pin. Oh gosh. And then I see the eval bar rise.
But this is interesting, because that's like one of the most natural moves on the board, because I was working out bishop e7 as well, and I was like, what to do next? Do you go rook to d8, d1, introduce a new piece into the attack? Do you do e5? I'm looking at like forcing moves all the time.
Yeah. That's good tip for everyone at home. That's the way to start in these chaotic positions. And that's why Gukesh is so good at calculation. Forcing moves first. Rook d1 I like. And then I was going to say the eval bar just drops. Maybe because black now has time to move the knight out of the way, and nope. Eval bar, you're killing us here. I have a feeling, or maybe black. I don't even know why this is a bad move. Rook d1. Maybe black now has time for like e5, knight into d4.
Maybe e5. Maybe e5, but then again, it goes to show everything is balancing on some fine margins here, like rook to d1. if e5, maybe e5 is for white. Let's have a look at that one, just because the evaluation bar tells us that d1's not the best. And e5, look.
It is the best, I think.
It was a one-time offer.
Yeah. And now the black knight is hit. It kind of, normally in these positions, you kind of want to retreat. You want to curl up into a ball, defend your king. And I guess now white's going to say no to an exchange and play bishop to h6, hitting the rook, threatening some checkmating ideas with queen g4, potentially. And if black is forced to give back material, play like king h8 to try and play rook g8, then even if white just cashes in now, and I don't know, queen takes, for example, just plays like no rush to play f4, maybe just rook d1. White's actually up material suddenly after that piece sacrifice. White's got a rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. Black king's not entirely safe, and pawn f4 is, as you know me, Jovanka, it's connect 4, so white's definitely got the advantage.
Yeah, the pawn on e5 really cuts the board in two for black. The piece is just not going to get coordinated. You always have to look ahead in these type of positions with piece imbalances. You have to look at king safety and also how you're going to make sure that all of your pieces, all your minor pieces in black's case, is going to coordinate together towards a point. And this bishop on d7 is just not functioning at all. It's not fit for purpose. Whereas white has such nice play, take the center, go connect 4, as you say, win that game at least, and then you can just improve the placing of your light square bishop.
Yeah, and pawn to f4, you improve your light square bishop. You also have a clear path in for the white knight into some juicy outposts. This looks beautiful. So assuming g5 is played, that's also a very pertinent comment, by the way, the featured chat there from Kai Loon. The curse of the champions. Often, winning the title, if you've achieved your life goal, which Gukesh did last month, then it becomes harder to play after that. We've seen it so many times throughout chess history. I think even back going 100 years plus back, it's hard to produce your best results when you have that burden of the title on your shoulders. Everyone's watching you. There's so much expectation.
Yeah.
But okay, let's check out this piece sacrifice, Jovanka, because Giri is doing well objectively, but if not bishop e7, then which move should he play? It's not easy. Maybe knight to e5, just to stop your e5 idea.
e5. Yeah, I'm also wondering whether you go, knight to d4 coming. Yes. I also wonder whether black should be playing e5 as well. But let's try your knight to e5. Let's stop that pesky pawn.
Okay, get ready, everyone at home. The eval bar is going to just plummet. Knight e5.
Nope.
Okay, equal. How is this position equal, Jovanka? White's a piece down.
Dynamically balanced, as they say in the chess books. Yeah, no, absolutely. This position is fire on the board. King, I mean, you look at king h1, rook to d1. I really like this concept of introducing new pieces into the attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this time king h1 would not be a transmission error for everyone at home. That would not be a mouse slip. That would be purely to get out of this pin in order to play f4 to kick away this knight. And once you kick that knight away, then you get e5, kicking away the other knight, and everything works for white. So this is a wild position, king h1. Okay, we found a move that's not losing for Giri, but I'm just curious to see what's best before we go away from this game. I mean, e5 you mentioned for black as well. Maybe it is this move just to stop white's main idea, but it is scary and I wouldn't say very natural to allow knight to d5. Shout out to Faustino Oro, who's now very coolly, very calmly watching Giri, deep in thought.
Yeah. He looks like a mini Fabiano Caruana. I mean, he's so young as well. But such a complicated decision there for Anish Giri to make. Does he push that pawn forward, explode open the position, just invite all the complications, or perhaps does he go for a safer approach? It is crunch time for the Dutch Grandmaster. And it's a critical moment in the game. And we see Gukesh confidently play chess despite having just come off a very long flight. Well, the action is just beginning and it's only day one and the game isn't even over yet. So let's take a look at the bird's eye view and let's just have a little bit of a status update.
Wow, it looks like on the top left of our screens, Praggnanandhaa against Abdusattorov. That's one game we will check back in on later. That's actually followed the paths that we were discussing. Mutual attacks on the flanks. It does look like Abdusattorov has a big advantage though as black. Leon Mendonca against Vincent Keimer. The winner of the challenges last year, Leon Mendonca, is a pawn up but facing an attack. Max Varmadam maybe now restoring the balance. Maybe his position has become playable. Hare Krishna against Arjun Erigaisi, Ivanka, looks roughly level, as do most of the games. I think Gukesh against Giri is where the fire is about to happen.
If that big decision is made, we are going to go on a short break just as the action is beginning. And when we come back, we will be looking at more of those complications, see how everything unfolds. So don't go anywhere.
We have 4 different puzzles, white to play and win.
I think quite clearly the idea would be to get some knight h6, knight h7 mate. We need to get the rook out of the way, so I would assume we go for rook takes g6 first move. I mean hg, queen h7, king h7, knight g5, knight h6, knight h7 is direct mate. fg, queen h7, I guess only king f8 is possible, but then, I don't know. I guess queen h8, queen g8, queen h6, king f7, knight g5 also works. So.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. Can you just show us the moves?
Yes, so I will take on g6. Let's say fg. So okay, this is quite... there should be even many ways to mate, but I guess this is the main motive.
Very nice. Wow.
Well done.
Impressive. White to play and win.
Quite obviously we have back rank issues. The first thing that came to my mind was some queen g3, king a8, queen e3, but I see there's a queen g6 option, which could be problematic, but maybe then I have rook d2. So I think that could be a try. King c8 is the only issue. If I go bishop a7, queen c2, queen b8, king d7, queen b7, queen c7, rook, really quite long lines. I mean, rook d1, I think about king e6, and then I don't really see a clear follow-up. Maybe if I go, but I feel like it's too far. Usually if I have to go that far, solutions are wrong. Yeah, this one is quite difficult. Yeah, I was thinking whether we can use the diagonals, some bishop d6 followed by queen h3, but I see there's f5. I mean, I'm talking about queen g3, king c8, bishop d6, queen c2, queen h3, f5, so I cannot really see any follow-up there. Ah, okay, so we go queen g4 check, queen g4, bishop a7, and then king d7, rook d2, and rook c1, I guess.
Very good.
Yeah, this is the typical mistake of not considering unusual moves, yes.
Looking to deck out your closet this fall, or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally. Never forget that it's always chess o'clock somewhere, with clocks in a brand new colorway. And keep your mouse speed on point with a classic green or bubblegum pink mouse pad. Oh, Middens wants to say something too. She says, check it all out at chess.com/shop. And yeah, you might want to do what Middens says.
I want to get a few truths in first. Okay, do you think you are a good dancer?
No.
Lie. What? I knew this. You are a terrible dancer, but you have high confidence. That's important. So you are decent.
I actually think I'm a bad dancer. It's one of my pet peeves.
No, but I knew that it's gonna show that. And please.
Wait, I have to make moves also.
It's time. It's time for the question.
He's getting nervous even when you just said that you were going to ask him a question.
Yes. No, because
really nervous.
Because the thread is stronger than the execution. It's one of the chess things. Do you consider me a friend?
Yes.
Yes, true.
Good friend is a different question.
That's fine. I'm not gonna push it. Obviously, I've had my Have you ever, as a spectator, rooted against me when I play chess?
Maybe. It could have been. Not sure.
Yes, he did.
He did. I know he did. Okay, that's fine. That makes two of us. Did you hate me for making you walk from Hotel Hoogedaan to our house in Wijk Aan Zee when you were my second?
Briefly, very briefly.
But very intensely.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no.
Hate
fair.
comes naturally to me.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of friends, do you consider Samay your friend?
Yeah.
True.
Oh, I thought it was gonna say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Do you?
The long pause really.
Okay, but that's an easy one, but Samay, the hard one now. Do you actually find him funny?
Yeah, he's extremely funny.
Sometimes.
Do you consider Sagar Shah your friend?
Yeah, very good friend.
Well, sometimes.
Oh my god! He did! Look what he has done! He just lost the pawn and the friend too! Okay, no, but it's fine. Do you think Sagar Shah is a good commentator?
Sometimes. Sometimes he gets very excited, but I think most of the time he's a good commentator, but he has to learn the variation in pitch. Like, not always be on extreme excitement.
So much criticism. We got the expert on commentary here.
I have told him, so it's fine.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Joanka Hauska, and as we see, it's already fire on the board in this very special 87th edition of the Tata Steel Masters. Now, before we jump right into the action, former 5-time world champion Vishy Anand had something very kind to say to the participants. Let's have a listen.
Yeah, I think it's really.
My warmest greetings to all the participants of the 87th Tata Steel Chess Tournament in Wijk Aan Zee. This is a wonderful tournament to begin the year with for all the fans because of the tournament's winning formula of the world's top players and its most exciting and promising talent. Though I'm beginning to suspect that the tournament is getting stronger and younger every single year. This year, once again, they have assembled a fantastic field, both in the Masters and in the Challengers. And like fans around the world, I'm looking forward to all the action and excitement. I'm happy to see 7 of my compatriots in the tournament and 5 participants from the Netherlands. But I want to wish all the participants good luck, a lot of success, and let's have a tournament to remember.
Yeah, those were some very nice words there from Vishy Anand. This tournament is getting stronger and younger. Well, David, what do we say about that?
Well, nice to see a legend greeting some future legends here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Of course, Vishy has had many memorable campaigns here in Tata Steel at the Wijk Aan Zee event. I remember meeting him there a couple of times when I was playing myself. And of course, so well respected, such a hero among many of today's generation. He's the godfather of Indian chess after all, and we have many Indian competitors with us. A new Indian world champion too, of course. So Vishy still with a mark, leaving a long-lasting mark on the world, despite playing a bit less these days.
It's incredible, actually, the impact that he's had on the game, especially when you consider the younger Indian generations. 2024 was a golden year for Indian chess. They won the Olympic gold medal in the Open, in the women's section. Gukesh won the candidates, became world champion. And at the forefront of this, it feels like he's like a mentoring the whole group of young Indians. He's very much prominent, guiding them, just helping them in every way possible. It's just such a remarkable influence on the game. And talking about Indian prodigies, there's one on our screens right now, Praggnanandhaa, who does have a complicated, if somewhat tough position against a fellow prodigy, Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, Praggnanandhaa, of course, a great friend of Gukesh, but he will feel like this might be his year to prove himself. Of course, it's kind of mixed feelings, right? When you see one of your friends, but one of your rivals suddenly ascend to the top of the game, and you feel like you have to kind of put in the extra work, kind of try extra hard just to try and make up that lost ground. But ultimately, it's a real golden generation. And Pragg, no matter the outcome of this game, it does look difficult right now. He can look forward to the future with confidence. He did so well, kind of helping India to team gold. Two other players that were also teammates on the Olympiad winning team, Arjun Erigaisi and Pentala Harikrishna. Shout out to Owen Lemmy in the background, who's playing in the B group for what feels like the millionth time. He actually defeated me last week, so he's in good form. He must be in good form as he hopes for a successful campaign. Owen, a really classy act and a mainstay of Dutch chess. Harikrishna looks pretty chilled out here on the camera, Ivanka.
He's very chill, so that actually makes me curious as to what the position is. So maybe we can take a look and revisit that bird's eye view and have a look at what things are happening and where we should focus our attention.
Yeah. Harikrishna against Arjun Erigaisi, meanwhile, going into a bit of a lull, a long think here from Erigaisi. That game, not necessarily the most exciting. It's on the bottom left of our screens there, the green board. And Harikrishna offering a queen exchange. I mean, it's pretty much a silent exchange of a kind of a silent offer of a draw. Because if the queens do come off and are traded, black can also trade more pieces, lead things towards what looks like a very equal endgame. So decision time for Arjun Erigaisi. How peaceful is he feeling? The other boards, Ivanka, I still feel Gukesh against Giri is going to be thrilling, but kind of Giri, very understandably, taking a long think before he commits to what might be a decision he can't really go back on. What other games take your fancy?
There are two, and it's at the top left corner. Again, I've really got my eyes focused in that direction. Praggnanandhaa against Abdusattorov, and Luke Mendonca against Vincent Keymer, because it's a really interesting position, especially between Mendonca and Keymer, because it's opposite color bishops. White is still, I'm going to do some quick maths, they're still up in material, and still questions to be answered. Which game, David, catches your fancy?
I mean, you mentioned it, Ivanka. I trust your judgment, and it's up on the camera anyway. So let's jump into this really kind of intriguing battle, I'm going to say. Right now, it's just a battle of strategies, essentially. It's kind of that school of materialism. Grab a pawn, cling onto it for dear life, and try to grind out an endgame later that Mendonca is going for here. White has the kind of 3 versus 1 majority here. I'm ignoring the deep pawns for now, but if White is ever able to advance, then White's simply going to win the game. But the endgame is still a long way away, and as a great player once said, before the endgame, God placed the middle game, so can he survive the attack? That's the second school of thought, just dynamism, aggression, and checkmate ending the game. Ivanka, who would you pick? Because I'm really on the fence here. Normally I would say the pawns, but this is a strong bishop.
It is a very strong bishop, and black does have an easy path to attack. You know, you can just see that black is planning to double up the rooks, go rook e2, have a look at that g2 pawn, thank you very much, and how to fight that. I mean,
no idea.
It's I mean, can you curl up into a ball? I'm a bit ashamed to suggest moves like this, but Rook F2 and then Queen F1, but it feels so negative. You cannot play chess like this.
That's how I play chess, Ivanka. That's not how the youngsters these days, Leon Mendonca, plays chess. Although, I quite like your Rook F2. It covers there's only one weak spot we should mention for white. It is the G2 square. There's all sorts of sacrifices in the air. Even bishop takes G2 at some point just to kind of lure the white king out. But I was going to say rook to E1 as well, but white's best piece at the moment is probably the rook on F1, so trading that one off is not too appealing. ZBXV1 says that this is a memory test, straight engine line, and yes, that's probably the case for the first 15-20 moves, but clearly both players are out of their knowledge right now, and still plenty of complications ahead. The opening's just a vehicle, after all, to these middle games, and lo and behold, Ivanka, I was just buying time because he played your rook F2. He played it. Great move.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't, for some reason, even though I've spent my life advocating for exchanges when you're defending, I did not see rook E1. I kind of a blind spot there. The rook F2, well, the contortionist is going to be at work here, because after rook A8, the straightforward doubling, then you really do have to look at making moves such as queen to F1, unless you're not afraid of rook E1 ideas. Maybe you're not.
Yeah, let's put that on the board to show, because again, it could be a kind of clash of differing approaches, differing opinions here. I saw a featured chat there saying this doesn't look equal, at least, and I would agree. It might say equal the computer, but it feels like this could be a decisive game either way. And yeah, this decision, Ivanka, rook to E1 or not rook to E1 here, I don't think it quite kind of works, because black doesn't have a follow through, and two rooks here probably beating the queen, mainly due to the help from the c pawn. But after, if white does nothing, for example, maybe there's something else. Is it this one? No.
I was thinking bishop takes G2, because you cannot capture with the rook because of now rook to E1.
Just to show. Rook to
we
E1
messed
would
up.
win.
Yeah.
But king takes is maybe possible. Oof. Scary, but maybe black needs another rook to lift.
Aha. And you've given me the inspirational. Just so let's rewind bishop G2. Maybe let's just play positional chess. Rook E6. Thank you very much.
The eval bar is having a real workout, but I mean, it is better for black now, suddenly, the position. So we were kind of right, and rook G6 is strong as a threat. Bishop takes G2 is a bit of a threat sometimes. But, okay, what's the knockout blow? I'm just curious. So what is the threat if Vincent... Ooh, F4, nice. Oh, you found
it's
it,
not moving.
It's winning. It's winning for black. And F3 is a bit of a battering ram as well, blowing open the king. Yeah, wow. Okay, so actually Vincent playing rook to E8 would force white to be accurate, and I think you said queen F1 as a kind of curl up in a ball move, but it's concretely stopping F4, so maybe that's actually the justification.
Can you put it on the board and just see whether my instincts to be as passive as possible is trustworthy? And it is. Wow.
Never doubt your instincts, Ivanka. They're fantastic.
Well, one does doubt their instincts when it is just to grovel, right?
Yeah, positions like this, I think they make everyone doubt our instincts, but that's a good call. Rook F2, Queen F1. You spotted it instantly as a defensive mechanism, and he's not necessarily better, Mendonca, but if he can fend off the attack long term, I mean, he should be very confident. So this would, this would push the pressure back to Vincent.
But it's also an interesting kind of question when it comes to these type of positions, because obviously we have access to the evaluation bar, the players don't. But when your opponent just keeps defending and you feel like you have a very promising position, how frustrating is it not to be able to find that knockout blow?
Oof. I think we've been there, Jovanka. I mean, myself, I find it the most frustrating thing in the world. I mean, for example, I played last weekend. I mentioned that game against Owen Lamy. I knew I had a good position, and I kind of burned all of my time on the clock just looking for a knockout blow. When turns out there wasn't one. I should have just made a quiet move, maintained the small advantage. But yeah, often we talk about instincts, right, in chess. You mentioned your instincts there. We talked about Gukesh's instincts to calculate, but that's when instincts betray you. Sometimes if they are faulty and you're kind of playing with a bit of emotion and you're too stubbornly looking down one line, then yeah, that's where things can spiral and you kind of beat yourself in a way. But if your instincts are on fire and they're correct and you do kind of find the knockout blow, if there is one, then that's where things, I mean, it's a tight, difficult balance, right? And I think Vincent's instincts are tingling here. He knows that he's got a promising attack, but definitely no knockout blow.
Interesting. And there you see him double up his rooks. Now, you kind of got me thinking about this question of instincts and also your weaknesses and strengths in chess. Is this the moment where it all comes to the fore? And I just saw an interview where Vincent was talking about his weaknesses, and he just said, it's just small things. It's my opening repertoire isn't wide enough, and he's just looking at making those incremental improvements, maybe involving more calculation into his play. Would you agree with that statement that Vincent, his strengths, what would you say his strengths are, and what would you say his weaknesses are? I love this type of question. I'm going to put you on your spot. Sorry, David.
That's mean, Jovanka. I'll throw it back to you there. I'll get revenge. I'll ask you about another player later. But
okay.
First, I would agree with Vincent that his weaknesses are very small. I think he's shown that now consistently over the last 2 years. I remember 2023, he nearly knocked Magnus out of the World Cup. He's shown kind of since then that that wasn't just a kind of a lucky break. He's very consistent. I would say his biggest strengths are consistency. He knows kind of the positions he likes. He's got lots of opening ideas in kind of that are very consistent with his style. I think that's why he was hired by Gukesh as a second for the World Championship match. He knows all these little nuances in these weird openings that not many other top players are aware of. He's always looking in his own direction. He's very principled. He believes in himself, great confidence. He's also got a great team behind him. Peter Lecco has been part of Vincent's team now for years, and shout out to Peter, a legend, and I think, one of the most popular players in the chess world, one of the most fun commentators as well to watch. And he's got all the ingredients. Weaknesses for Vincent, I would say that occasionally the principled approach, he is a bit stubborn. I've played him a couple of times, and in the postmortems, he was like, no, but this has to work. And I was like, are you sure? Maybe not in this exact position. And I think once he's got an idea in his head, he's very determined. So like you said, someone's greatest strength is also occasionally a bit of an Achilles heel for them. But yeah, the weaknesses are minimal. It's just small incremental gains, maybe not as strong in calculation as Gukesh, for example. In the meantime, Queen F1, your move has been played.
Yeah, White is certainly going into defensive mode there, but it is sufficient. Now, you mentioned, David, that Keimer was one of Gukesh's seconds. Now, that's going to be interesting because these two will be playing each other in this event. And so many interesting points about this whole tournament. First of all, it's going to be Gukesh's first classical tournament, first event since he became world champion. And you see, he's got two of his seconds as well to face along the way. That's interesting. Have you ever played someone, David, that you've studied a lot of chess with? I mean, how do you handle that? Do you kind of say hands off the opening lines we've studied, or is that kind of like free for all?
Yeah, it's difficult, right, playing a second. Just to mention, the other second, as well as Vincent Keimer, is Patala Harikrishna. Some cool facts there. I didn't realize there was no prize pool in play, Jovanka, but in the meantime, I mean, seconds, it's hard when you play someone you like, that you've discussed chess with, because there's like this silent contract. Sometimes there's actually a physical contract, but there's this kind of honor agreement where you don't play anything you've studied together in the past, and that does kind of take you both out of your comfort zone, and it becomes a bit of a bit of a kind of brawl, a bit of a melee. And yeah, we'll see that in future rounds, of course. In the meantime, Vincent deep in thought, trying to decide how to proceed with his attack. And some big developments on other boards, especially on the bottom right, Jovanka. We're going to see chaos. It's a piece sacrificed by Gukesh, the reigning champion.
It is a piece sacrifice. Oh, well, there we can see Giri has certainly taken up the challenge and he has won that piece, but it has come at a cost. His king is now exposed, and as we saw, that position could quickly turn with one inaccuracy. So yeah, we have to go to that one. Big time drama happening here. So white is threatening e5. We saw that that was actually such a powerful threat. So the big question is, how should black react? And luckily for us, the engine is saying, red flags here. You've got to play e5.
Yeah, you have to play e5. Maybe not the only way to keep the balance, but objectively the best move, which might even grant black an advantage. And what do you think the likelihood of him playing that is, Jovanka? We kind of got there by process of elimination. It was like our third or fourth choice move that we were looking at. The downside is it allows the white knight in to the d5 outpost. Do you think we'll see it on the board?
Well, I think we really have to dive deep into black preventing e5. So it's either going to be e5 or go knight to e5. What else? We were looking at bishop to e7, but that just looked like disaster. And I think Giri can quickly eliminate that one, just because after e5, black's position is just cut in two. His king is unsafe, and white will recover some material. So let's go for your instinct. Knight e5 or e5 is going to be one of those two.
Yeah, and knight to e5, it feels more dynamic, but it's a very temporary type of move. e5, putting the pawn there, is a very kind of strategic, permanent one. And I guess the whole idea is mainly to stop white's e5, so cutting the board in half, but also you do lock out the white light squared bishop from the game, at least in the kind of near to medium future. That bishop can't join the attack. The white knight loses the access to e4, which is kind of its dream square. Yes, it gets d5. I think Giri will get there just like we did, process of elimination. But let's jump in and check out the variations, Jovanka. Let's see
definitely
what might scare him.
Yeah, and there we see e5 being played. So the natural move is, hey, consequences. Now you can park a knight on d5. There's also other improving moves for white, centralizing a rook. But let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, and shout out to Bigfoot, who just subscribed to the channel. Knight to d5. This pretty much forces bishop back, I'm assuming, although black can flick in and move knight to d4, gaining tempo against the white queen. Okay, let's keep that up our sleeves. Let's play bishop e7, break the pin.
Okay, and now knight to d4 is an idea. But again, consequences. So let's stick to that dogma. And f4 wasn't possible before. It is now. Also, I just want to, the rule of consequence. But okay, look, I'm just seeing whether the rules play out. But there is a threat in the position of black playing knight takes d5 and targeting the bishop on g5. So you can't just make any old random move.
This is true. I mean, one thing that's slightly tempting, just to get rid of your threat there that you mentioned, Jovanka, knight takes bishop, maybe? Forcing the queen to take, and now move like f4.
Yeah, it fits in with the rules of consequences, but
This is a nice reminder why I'm not playing in the tournament. They are. Why is
no,
F4
but actually, it goes to show how dangerous the position is for both sides. It's a sharp one. So, I mean, I can't obviously see. I mean, is it queen check? I mean, that's the first move that I would think of, and then knight h7. Somehow, you want the king and the knight in close coordination with each other. No.
Maybe it's first knight to d4, attack the queen, and then the queen just has no good squares. Like if it uses these squares, the black knight actually jumps to g4 and gains time, and Black is just a piece up, I guess, if there's no attack. To my eyes, it's still very complicated, but black is better here. So, okay, e5, knight d5, bishop to e7, we're saying.
Knight takes bishop makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So not f4 yet, maybe something to keep up the sleeve for later. Maybe rook to d1, your move.
Yeah, and now knight to d4.
Yeah, maybe this has been prevented though, because knight to d4, maybe white can take the
Rook takes knight.
And e5. Although
this is like literally the most tempting thing in the position, and the engine is like, oh, rook's no, you can't go rook a d3.
Yeah, I mean,
this
just looks winning for white until, I mean, without the eval bar, d3 isn't even. Wow, I think I just give up on life, Ivanka. It must be rook e8.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Bishop takes knight is going to be met by queen takes bishop. I mean, the engines are too good these days, and that's game over.
Yeah, so if it wasn't clear to everyone at home, we are not seeing engine moves. We are just seeing the eval bar, just like you all at home. And yeah, this is how complicated the position is. I think it's actually, despite the difficulties we are finding the best finding the best moves, this is exactly kind of mirroring how difficult it's going to be for the players to find the best moves. So I mean, e5, you kind of have to see all of what we just showed, plus another 10 variations, and then you can play it. So Giri earning his time advantage here. Very understandable.
Yeah. Can we just see how narrow the margin is for safety for black? So e5 is recommended by the computer, and we think it's the best move. But what about knight to e5, which is a move that you suggested? And the reason why I'm kind of going back to this is because I feel like psychologically it's so tempting to kind of get a knight onto g6, at least have some extra cover for the king. And well, you can kind of go bishop to e7, knight to g6, and kind of the more the merrier, if you see what I mean, on the king side.
Yeah, it's again culling up into a ball and just trying to hold with pieces. Yeah, you've kind of bought yourself two moves as well, because we were talking earlier about this position and how white needed to waste a tempo on king to h1 due to the pin here. So king to h1 maybe. Okay, the bar. I've got this like butterflies in my stomach now. Every time I make a move, I'm just like dreading the bar dropping. But king h1, very logical and correct. So black's bought himself one move, knight e5, and now he's got one more opportunity to kind of brace for impact before f4 lands.
Okay, so now you have to stop the. I mean, you have to break the pin. So because otherwise f4 e5 comes, and it doesn't feel like you're going to get back from that one.
Yeah. So bishop to e7.
I don't see any other move.
Yeah. f4's coming. Bishop to e7. f4. The knight moves.
Surprise judgment of the evaluation bar. Yeah, let's have a look. Knight to g6. It's still the equal.
We're like on a 4 or 5 move streak here of playing the best moves, but how long can that last? e5.
Don't jinx it, David.
Oh, there we go. Jinxed it. Not e5 now, probably because black just goes back. And yeah, the black king has a lot of protection around it now, so very different from the scenario earlier. Anish is about to make a move. He plays, of course he does, the best move, e5. Wow.
Wow.
Great choice.
Some cool stuff happening there on the board between Gukesh and Anish. And I like the fact that Anish is like, hey, I'm up for this. I'm up for the complications here. e5, I'm going to take control over the d4 square. But again, this was a very, very complicated position where both sides have to walk that tightrope in order to create those or maintain those chances. And e5, we looked at knight to d5. Is there anything else that white could be doing? I mean, it's the most natural move on the board, because otherwise black will just play knight to d4 and sit there beautifully in the center with that knight.
Yeah, knight to d4 is coming. Black would love to get time to play bishop to e7 without getting hit. It feels like time is of the essence, both on board and clock. Neither player kind of feeling too confident, maybe, with only 50 minutes on the clock. We're only at move 16. The game time at move 40. Yeah, I mean, we talked about Gukesh maybe being a bit rusty, Ivanka. He hasn't played since he won the World Championship over a month ago. I just want to mention Anish is not rusty. He was playing just last weekend in the Bundesliga, and he must be in great form because he managed to hold a draw against me when he had the white pieces. So. Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt like Giri was holding back against me. Like he didn't play his kind of mainstream openings, but yeah, I talked to him about this tournament, and he said he kind of felt quite confident. He'd been doing a lot of preparation. You mentioned it's his favorite tournament and all that. So, I mean, what more motivating factor is there than facing the new world champion for the first time?
Yeah, and again, you got excellent chances, especially as the world champion comes off a long haul flight, and there we see it is again a critical moment for Gukesh. He has to maintain the initiative. He has to just keep that momentum going if he wants to put Anish under pressure, which he absolutely needs to do, considering he's just sacrificed a piece. Oh, it's fun time here, and it's only the beginning of game one. Can we also dive straight to the game between Leon Mendonca and Vincent Keimer? Because I've just been told that there's a lot of cool stuff happening in that game as well. So we saw Queen to F1 being played, where White was just curling into the ball. And we kind of left it at that, right? We were like, White's fine, believe it or not.
Yeah, I believe it because we are told it by the evaluation bar. But again, Spidey senses are tingling. Look at Vincent's face. We mentioned some of his strengths, his weaknesses. He has gone for this approach of sacrificing a pawn, attacking, not necessarily going all in, but getting close to that point. And he is such a consistent player. Once he has a plan, he sticks to it, for better or worse. And okay, shaking his head a little bit. Has he spotted something we haven't? Okay, he goes back with his rook, given a question mark. Ooh. The blue arrow
I didn't think that one was possible. I didn't think that one was possible. I mean, it's awarded a question mark, but I had ruled it out because I thought c5 was going to be an automatic reaction. And I thought that the other rook had to step forward and go e6 and swing.
Mm-hmm. I think this is a mixture of kind of a lot of ambition, again, from Vincent Keimer, but also maybe an oversight. Rook to e6. I mean, Mendonca's got so much time on the clock. He's nearly got double Vincent's time, over half an hour advantage. But yeah, just to put a couple of moves on the board, one of the moves we were expecting, right, or at least in a lot of these variations, was the other rook to e6. We said one of the rooks needs to swing across to attack the white king from the front. I think the reason he didn't play that move was probably because after rook takes f5, which isn't a good move, actually, the bar drops, but rook to e1 isn't possible because there's a back rank checkmate. So by keeping his rook on the back rank, he prevents rook takes f5. But has he missed something after this move? Is it just rook takes f5?
Just takes.
Yeah.
And then rook e1 check. And rook e2. Done. No, rook e2. Chef's kiss. Simple as that. There's no checks, there's nothing.
There's nothing. So, I mean, if you can use the other rook to lift to e6 safely, then surely this is preferable over the e5 rook, which kind of looks at the c5 square, as you mentioned, because if we go back to the game, now he's, I mean, the case of the wrong rook, that's kind of, the tale of every chess player's career. So many times you're deciding which rook to put on an open file, and if there's a choice of two, it's very likely it's going to be the wrong choice. But by going back, he's used the wrong rook, and now c5. Big advantage for White, apparently.
Okay, it is a big advantage for White, but let's have a look at why. So say, for instance, you were to go... Okay, let me show you a cool line. So you go rook h6.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cheap one, but it's nice. If you go g3... you're not going to be in for a happy ending after queen takes g3. Check.
Whoops. Oh no, my queen. Checkmate.
Oh,
Beautiful. The cage is shut. That's a nice spot, Ivanka. That wasn't on my radar. Yeah, h3. Probably
yeah.
forced then?
That's the downside. We can't have everything. I mean, yeah. Bishop takes g2 doesn't work, and yeah, the white's pawns, they're just motoring. Yeah, you go bishop d5, but there's no coordination with black pieces. I mean, okay, if you go bishop d5, let's try.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's going to go bishop d5 in this position and just try to kind of say, okay, my bishop's outside the pawn chain. Yes, these pawns are far advanced, but they're not too scary. I just wonder, Ivanka, whether he's made a miscalculation. You mentioned bishop takes g2 isn't possible after h3. Maybe he's banking on it? Bishop takes g2?
Aha, because he's banking after rook takes g2, queen takes h3.
Threatening
Checkmate, and that looks... Well, no checkmate, sorry. The king rushes over to f2. But... No, it's not going to be easy to escape from that one. I'm just wondering whether you could go for rook takes, be spicy and go rook takes g7, or is that just...
No, I love it.
Just too flashy?
Oh,
no.
Yeah, Engine doesn't love it.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that this was the idea, and when the king moves, you swap queens and then you just promote your pawns, but Engine, of course, says a draw. I mean, this is a crazy position. I could well see Vincent kind of being tempted by something like this. I don't know what the threat is, but bishop takes d4 now would backfire badly, for example, because of a check, and then another check, and then the bishop drops with tempo.
Yeah.
So maybe this is what Vincent's miscalculated. But...
Yeah, and just to kind of just reinforce, the reason why this sacrifice doesn't work, it's probably because, as you mentioned in the position, if you just go back to it, that h3, bishop takes.
We should mention queen takes doesn't work. Yeah, queen takes walks into a pin. So rook takes.
And queen takes, and as you mentioned, there's no threat, so you can literally just go queen f4 or something, and the king hides itself.
Ooh.
No. Okay. Okay, it's not maybe okay, so hang on a second. Let's be greedy. Queen check. Come on, Yovi. Think you through your text captures threats. Yes.
Nice.
And now yes.
Game over. Actually, maybe black needs to lift the other rook up the board. And then play like... Not queen takes d4 now. What?
Well, okay. Not as easy as the evaluation bar makes it appear.
Ivanka, I'm going to blame the fact it's a new year and it's new us, and we just like the players here in Tata Steel, we're rusty and need to warm up. But the eval bar, I mean, again, it just shows how crazily complicated these positions are, and it's what we expected, right? This tournament always delivers. It always fulfills its promise. Just to, I mean, these are crazy positions. Queen takes d4 just looks winning, but then, maybe it's like, wait, queen h1. No, not queen h1. Rook g6.
Maybe rook g6. Yeah, rook hg6.
Yeah.
And issues.
Yeah, I mean, this is good luck to both players navigating this one. This is crazy. I've got to say, some of the wildest classical games I've seen in ages.
I was just going to say, David, though, we're making inaccuracies, mistakes, left, right, and center, which means the position is actually complicated, that you really need to sit down and just process everything out. And maybe after c5, this is something that Vincent really has calculated that he'll be absolutely fine and guaranteed at least a draw with this sacrifice. And let's not forget that the same is true for Leon, who will be considering what's going to be the consequences after the rook swings over to h6. And again, he'll have to think about those sacrifices as well. And that's scary stuff. I mean, it's easier to do when you're seeing it physically over the board. But in your mind, things get cloudy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cloudy isn't always a comfortable spot to be in. But yeah, maybe we leave this for now while Leon mulls over the mess that's about to potentially appear on the board. And we'll check back in if, maybe when, Vincent decides to sacrifice bishop on g2, blow open the white king. Because there is, of course, action elsewhere. Pragg against Abdusattorov. That is, I mean, so random, so weird. That's on the top left of our screens there, the dark blue board. I think maybe that's our next point to check in on. Sorry, everyone at home, for not covering Wei Yi against Caruana too much. That just looks very equal, very symmetrical. Ivanka, what to do?
Let's go to Praggnanandhaa against Nodirbek, and then afterwards let's give some love to our Tata Steel champion and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, two of our favorite players, so we will go there. But the Berlin Endgame, despite playing it myself, as a commentator, I'm never too thrilled to see it. But the rest of the games, have been super exciting. And this one, I mean, we actually left this a while ago, so maybe just a quick recap of the moves. It's kind of followed the paths we were predicting, though. Ivanka, we left it 4 moves ago. We'd just seen white take a pawn on e4. Black played queen to e7, attacking this knight. The knight did retreat towards the king side, right direction to jump to. And after b5, defending black's important c4 pawn, knight at 5, queen to e6, not the best square for Her Majesty. Maybe queen to f8, better move, but queen to e6 definitely the more human, more natural approach. And I think the downside is revealed in what Pragg played: h4, c5, and bishop h3 threatens to win the black queen now indirectly with a knight check. Knight to h6 would clear the path, so the black queen has to run. And this is where we find ourselves. I preferred black earlier, Ivanka. I think I still prefer black because of this beautiful pawn mass, but it's definitely getting complicated now. Like rook g1, knight h6 ideas maybe on the cards.
Yeah,
Ooh,
this
what do you
is
think?
again madness. So let's have a look at your rook to g1, because I feel like white can't waste any time. Either you're going knight g4, knight h6, or you're trying to get in knight h6 regardless. Because otherwise you might as well just hold a white flag up and just say, I surrender, because you're just not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's also pawn to e4 when I just wonder, Ivanka, maybe the intention, let's just jump in with some variations because there's some cool stuff, and Pragg has got 25 minutes. I wonder after e4 whether black just gives up a knight. I mean, you can play pawn takes pawn maybe. You can also play knight to b4. I just want to show this. Okay, it's for once the eval bar doesn't move. I'm correct. Because knight b4, it's my favorite pawn structure. It's the cube. It's the awesome here, the 4 pawns and the open A file, more importantly. This is just terrifying.
Yeah. And you have c takes d4 on the agenda. So so h4 being played. h5, sorry.
Wow. And given a
What
question
about
mark.
your move?
Yeah. What about this one? Knight b4. I mean, the blue arrow shows pawn to b4, which is maybe the more natural of the two, but knight b4. It's the night before Christmas. Okay, no. Take it, I guess.
Yeah,
Let's attack
otherwise
the
you're
king.
allowing a knight to d3.
Yeah. But now why is this pawn cube not doing the
That's
business?
good.
I mean,
So
slightly better for black apparently, but
I think it's to do with, in your line,
mhm.
black was actually threatening c takes d4, which would have been devastating. Here, it's not as devastating, let's put it that way.
And the pawn on d4 is important to keep because the black knight cannot be given access to the d3 square, simply. And for now, I guess any queen checks are just blocked by the white queen, so it is a pure piece sacrifice, maybe a bit murky after h5. I'm just wondering, like, knight b4 was... Okay, it does maintain some advantage, so pawn to b4 is the other move given by the computer, is even stronger.
And it looks the most natural.
Yeah, it looks so natural. H5 just looks so slow, Ivanka. But okay, regardless of the moves, the specific moves and the variations, whose style do you think this position is going to favor? Because it's just pure chaos. Do you feel Pragg or Abdusattorov? They're both super strong, but who's going to come out on top here?
Well, both these players thrive when it comes to chaos and calculations. I would say that is more in Pragg's corner, though, than Nodirbek. But Nodirbek's so confident. And he's a fantastic player. He really is. I don't think 2024 went as well for him as he had hoped it might be, but still, he's a great player, and I think he will be enjoying having the initiative against Pragg. And again, H5 is a very natural move, but as you mentioned, it's slow, and you always have to ask yourself, what's going to be my opponent's plans? And I don't see what White's next move is going to be. Is it G6 or is it H6? But if you're just attacking with a pawn and a knight, you know, Black's king is not going to be that scared about those two pieces.
Yeah, that's why actually on the previous turn, the blue arrow did appear. The computer suggested knight to G4, bringing another steed into the battle. I think it was just that a knight H6 idea that you mentioned, Ivanka, which is actually quite scary. It's just what we showed with Black, kind of sacrificing a piece to open up lines. Doing the same for White, and open lines are the currency of any attacking position, especially with all their pieces still on the board. Only one set of pawns exchanged each. This is crazy, actually. Remove 21. It's such a kind of imbalanced position, but only one set of pawns disappearing.
Yeah.
B4. I wonder what Black's threat is, though, after B4. The blue arrow.
C3.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my Caruana instincts are screaming at me, like, hey, B4, C3, let's go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it just looks so tempting. Okay, pawn to B4. Let's put it on the board. Okay, say I go for checkmate as well. G6. Just all the pawn tension you can ask for.
Okay, and this is the interesting points where you have to calculate whether you can just ignore that pawn on G6 and just carry on with C3, or whether you should take some time out and go F takes G6. What I'm trying to do defensively as Black is encourage White to capture on H7, and then I will not with the king capture that pawn, but I will instead go King H8, just live with that pawn and the Black side. I mean, is the king so unsafe on F7? So let's just go C3, because we have the privilege of taking back moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I made a mistake already. Apparently, this is actually a really bad move.
And I think why it's a bad move, though, it might be instructive, Ivanka. I'm trying to work it out on the fly, but I mean, with my track record today, it might not be the best move. But let's try knight to H6 check now, because it's important to talk about threats, as you mentioned, in knight H6. Okay, I was pretty confident there, but always a sigh of relief when the bar doesn't move. Knight H6 is a check. It's important to play this first before deciding what to do with the white pawn, because otherwise the black queen could capture the knight. So you need to take kind of now the king has to move one direction. If it goes this way, then white just makes a new queen. If it goes to H8, then knight takes pawn as a check. So if you take the knight, now you take on F7, and you mentioned the king on F7. Now it does come under heavy fire. And I think we can see that this is scary, to say the least. Still don't see the knockout blow after like king F8, but apparently it's mate in 7. Just rook G1, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's terrifying. And it's interesting how the position just turned with one huge mistake. You know, you gotta have in mind king safety at every single opportunity. So yeah, after G6, then I guess you have to take action and stop your knight H6 idea. And that was maybe a knight on F8. You don't get me. Pawn takes pawn first. F takes G6, sorry, first. F takes G6.
Okay.
And let's just go knight F8 and go, yay.
There's no mate. I mean, when in doubt, just rhyme it out, all right? Knight and F8.
It doesn't
It
work,
wasn't-
David. It doesn't work. But okay.
I can see why
Maybe
Pragg is
not
attracted to
knight
this
F8.
H5.
Yeah.
Maybe just take the pawn, like get rid of it.
Yeah. Simples.
Yeah, the black queen does defend across the board.
There's
Again-
a lot of congestion on the H line. Wow.
Yeah. Like if White could throw these two pieces out the way and be like, yeah, I'm checkmating you, but black king now can start to run if necessary. Still does look scary, like bishop g2. But then the black knights come to the okay, no. they're the bargos again. I mean, this is anyone's game. I'm gonna say it's just 50-50.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, this is just mind-bogglingly complicated. I mean, knight h6 is such an important attacker's resource here in this position. It's just brilliant, and it's something actually that Nodirbek, if he's so obsessed with his own position, might overlook. So much danger. I mean, what a start. I mean, I've said it so many times. What an incredible beginning it is to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament of 2025. It's how we wanted the year to start. And I have news for you. Everyone's favorite weekly event, Title Tuesday, just got doubly exciting. With more and more title players joining the likes of Hikaru, Magnus and Jose Martinez in the weekly Blitz tournament, we've decided to double the prize pot for the first Title Tuesday that reaches 1,000 players, which means players who finish in the top 30 will earn a cash prize. Will it happen this Tuesday? Use !2x in chat or visit go.chess.com/double for all the details. And, well, that is certainly exciting news, but what is happening over the board is even more exciting. So many things at stake, and it's just the beginning. So join us as we take a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Well, it is my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
So first question, you just won the World Championship. How does it feel to have every childhood photo in history now be on the internet? Everybody's been posting about when you were 9 or 10 years old. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I look better now than I looked at that time. So I'm not too happy about that, but okay. Let them have the moment.
We've talked about this story a lot of you being at the Chennai World Championship and you being inspired. Have you thought about the fact that there's a random 7 or 8-year-old Indian child somewhere out there who you've never met, who is going to look back on this moment? Have you thought about that idea?
Yeah, it's a huge honor for me. When I was 7, looking at Vish sir and Magnus play, I thought, how cool would it be to be there, and to know that I'm actually the person that kids are looking up at and getting inspired by to take up this beautiful sport. It means a lot to me, and as I've said a lot before, chess has given me a lot of things, and giving chess back these little things is the least I can do. And if someone, some kid looks at me, gets inspired, gets into the top in the future, or even becomes a future world champion, it would be a huge honor for me.
Favorite holiday location?
We prefer to be at home actually,
Yeah.
because we keep traveling to tournaments most of the time. So
Sleep early or late?
sleep late.
Sleep late.
Favorite pizza topping?
Like paneer, like toppling with paneer counts, yeah?
Yeah, veggies.
Favorite food dish?
Curries. Dosa is my favorite.
Yeah, same.
Salt or sugar?
Sugar.
Sugar.
Window or aisle seat?
Window.
Window.
Going out or staying in?
Staying in.
Staying.
Dogs or cats?
Neither of them. I'm afraid of dogs actually.
Yeah, dogs. I would take dogs.
physical or mental fitness?
Mental fitness.
I'm not sure in which way, but yeah, work more on mental fitness.
Appetizer or dessert?
Dessert.
Appetizer.
Test matches or T20?
T20.
Recently, I was following a test match, so I'll go with test match.
Favorite place you traveled to?
Greece is one of my favorite.
Honestly, nothing comes to my mind. As I said, I prefer being at home anytime.
The best match you have played?
Grand Swiss, I had like few good games, like the third round where I bet Garifulina Leia, like it was a very attacking game where I sacrificed few pieces, and the fourth game I bet Mosichuk Media, former world champion.
Say my first game with Lagarde Maxim from World Cup.
The best player you have played?
I think Kamsky is the highest rated I've ever played in classical, like over the board, like in rating wise.
You played Gukesh recently.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I played 2700 as well. Yes, yeah, I played Gukesh.
Okay, from my part, yeah, it's Magnus. I always enjoy playing top players, so whenever I get a chance against them, I'm just enjoying.
Tell me you are a chess player in Tamil.
No, Nanu Saduranga Virangane. Yes.
That was great. Yeah.
Now you have to go.
Yeah. ನಾನು ஒரு சதுரங்க வீரர்.
And we are back with round one of the Tata Steel Masters Chess Tournament. And there you can see the playing hall. Have you ever seen so many chess players and spectators and fans just all congregated in one room? It's incredible stuff, and we can feel the atmosphere from here because everyone has their eyes on this particular section. In the Masters, there we see top players in the world battling it out in such an exciting pace. And for those of you just joining in just now, I'm International Master Ivan Kauska, joined by my wonderful co-commentator, Grandmaster David Howell. He knows everything. David. I mean, this is the start we were praying for. So much fun and fire on the board.
Yeah, exactly. We always have high expectations, I think, with this tournament in particular. It's always a fantastic way to start the year. There's always drama. Very rarely do we ever see any dull games here in Wijk Aan Zee. But I don't think I expected the first round to start this dramatically, where there's pure chaos on the majority of the boards. Jovanka, you joked that I know everything. I mean, the one thing I know in today's round is that I know nothing at all, because there's just pure wildness unfolding in front of our eyes. And we've talked about the Pragg against Abdusattorov boards and developments there during the break. It looks like Abdusattorov well in control now. Vincent Keimer, the top of our screens there, that's the purple board. He's in a bit of trouble after a mistake against Leon Mendonca. And the other games, a lot up for grabs, but Gukesh against Giri, maybe one of the more dramatic. Gukesh is actually threatening checkmate in 2 moves. So maybe that's one we jump in on. But yeah, it's lived up to expectations, to say the least.
It certainly has. And before we dive into that particular game, I agree with you. It's exciting. It's spicy. Can we just pay a little bit of attention to one of the calmer positions, the reigning champion Wei Yi against top seed Fabiano Caruana? So it's a relatively stable position. You can see pawn structure almost symmetrical, at least on the queen side it is. It's calm. It's quiet. Let's give it the position a little love.
Let's do just that. And not just the position, but the players who I think are 2 big fan favorites. Wei Yi, maybe lesser known compared to some of the elite players up at his astronomical rating of 27.51. But he's a real beast. He's drawn against Magnus Carlsen last week. He's the reigning champion of the Tata Steel Masters, defeating the likes of Gukesh in a playoff last year. And yeah, he's one of the calmest players out there. He can play positional battles. He can play tactical kind of melees. And yeah, here it's anything but a tactical mess, Jovanka. It's total symmetry on the queen side. The black pawns pretty much just mirrored by the white pawns. And yeah, white's control over the open file, I was going to say, is the one small thing to hope for Wei Yi Fabiano here has done a great job of neutralizing everything else, but shouldn't be too much to write home about. Can you see anything other than a draw in this game?
I think white is the one with the chances, just because they can do what you suggested, like make moves like bishop takes bishop and then queen e7 and try and at least penetrate the 7th rank. But it's a very solid position. It's a game of small margins. And it would be interesting to see what kind of approach Wei will take. Will he be satisfied with a draw with the white pieces, or will he try to grind down one of the world's best players? I would love to see that happen.
I think we definitely want to see a fight, right? But just judging by the opening approach, I think he wouldn't be devastated with a draw. I think he's going to try and apply some pressure. Definitely, that's his style, Wei, but he's doing it from a risk-free environment here. For black, I find myself in these positions all the time against the top players. They like to do this from the white side. They just take all the sting out, and then they just say, okay, you equalize. It's your job to equalize. Have fun suffering along the way. And I'm not going to say Fabiano's suffering much, but yeah, somehow his knight is not ideally placed. A fianchettoed knight is rarely good. Somehow this bishop lacks some squares, so if g4 ever happens, you have to be slightly careful. The dark square is slightly tender, like queen h6 is something you always have to have on your radar, followed by somehow getting a knight into g5 once the queen has landed after some bishop exchanges. So there are plans, but yeah, it's hard to imagine anything going too wrong. I think I would just trade bishops here. Nope, knight to e6 instead. And yeah, I guess queen h6 is just a shot in the dark here. Now that g5 squared is covered, white never has any checkmating threats. Good move.
Yeah, it's a nice move, and also you just have to rule out those possibilities of bishop takes bishop and the white queen coming into e7, and then you can start to unravel with queen to e7, move the rook over to the e8, and start challenging the center. Maybe initiate Operation Simplification, which is basically trade everything off the board.
I like it. I like the rhyming there. Operation Simplification. Queen.
Thank you.
Queen h6, just to mention one small variation, just in case it ever happens. Queen h6, I realize there might be some threats, but probably what black does is just now trade the bishops, and then just, queen g5, queen f8, I'm not sure which one's best, but you can probably just force the queens off. And this probably helps to save the day. Rook takes e5, queen to f8.
Yeah, and it's kind of a really timely queen to f8, because if you don't make those trading moves, then white really has an initiative there on the king side. You've got ideas of g2, g4, trapping the light square bishop, also sacrifices of rook takes bishop at the right time, and knight coming in to g5. No, you have to really, really sort your king out when it's in danger. So Fabiano playing a very nice move, knight to e6. Looks like he's well on his way to equality. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at those fiery games that are in progress?
Wow.
I don't know where to look at. I'm like a kid in the candy store. There's too many great games.
Just name a color, just any random color, Jovanka, and we'll go to the board that corresponds with that color. It's like you've got a whole range here, but what's your favorite color, Jovanka?
My favorite color is actually green.
Okay, Hare Krishna against Arjun Erigaisi, bottom left. Oh, I shouldn't have given. Okay, let's do green. Let's do it. Let's do it.
What's your favorite color, Dave? I don't actually know.
Yeah, I normally say red, but Max Varmadam against Alexei Sorana would have been that board, so I might have been telling a white lie there and said light blue. But okay, this is the position we find ourselves in. It's the world number 4, Arjun Erigaisi, maybe on the back foot. Okay, right now a question mark given to his last move. Jovanka, I think it's very important to do a backtrack just to explain the narrative of this game. But just 2 moves ago, if we just jump in, it was here where, okay, there's just been an exchange of pieces on the g4 square. Black has the bishop pair, and now Harikrishna jumped in with queen to d6, and this is just a silent draw offer, essentially. He says to Arjun, okay, queen's off the board. If the queens come off, you can take my knight, and then, I mean, rook to d8. This is just going to be a draw all day long, mainly because white can't even play rook to d1 and challenge the d-file. The bishop has this square covered, and yeah, rook takes rook, for example. Bishop takes a7. We'd see everything just get hoovered, vacuumed off the board, and opposite color bishops, this is guaranteed to be a draw. But Arjun said no, and in order to say no, he had to worsen his position. He played queen to e8, really ugly square, and Harikrishna, he's got a very positional style. He just plays rook to d2. The rook was, of course, attacked. Rook to c8, and now he's played bishop to d4. And yeah, this just looks really nice for white now. If the dark squared bishops come off the board, there's so many dark squared weaknesses for black. I mean, this knight is jumping in. Blue arrow appears, Jovanka. Rook d8, apparently the only move to now minimize the damage.
Wow. And yeah, I did not like any future where black had to go bishop takes d4. But yeah, rook to d8 played. And what are we going to see here? Are we going to see like crazy moves like bishop takes bishop? You know, is there some? There's nothing like that. Maybe the queen just steps. Queen takes rook. Queen takes rook. That's what I want. Queen takes rook. That is the move. Queen takes rook played. Oh my god, Harikrishna double X-Fam doesn't even blink. I love it.
Wow, our first double exclamation mark move of the tournament, I think. At least the one that we've seen, and I won't even put the moves on the board because they're playing them out. This is suddenly a double attack. White is a queen down, but for now has a rook and knight in return. But the queen is attacked, the rook is attacked. It's going to be 2 rooks against the queen. And despite the engine liking white slightly, I'm going to say this is anyone's game. I think Arjun's risk that he took by not taking that kind of drawing kind of mechanism there, exchanging all the pieces, it's either going to backfire or it's going to be rewarded, Jovanka. This is going to be a 3-result position. Queen versus 2 rooks. Normally the 2 rooks are quite decent if they can coordinate, but queens are so versatile. And Giri there taking a kind of double, kind of going back to check the game because this was so surprising. It's so out of the blue. I thought this was just about to fizzle out, this position.
Yeah, and unfortunately for black, they can't just go king takes bishop and transpose into rook and knight against rook and bishop because the pawn on e4 is hanging at the end of that line. So indeed, you do have to go for that queen against 2 rooks. Can we try to peek into the future and have a look at what is in store for both of those players? So, Arjun, I like the way he's looking out. He's a man that loves to take risks. He's such a gambler. You know, always pushing for the win. So ambitious. Is this something? I mean, he's gotten to 2800 doing this. But is this something that once he transfers to those all-play-all Super Grandmaster tournaments, that can be used against him?
Yeah, I think players are going to try and provoke him because they know he'll always take the most ambitious approach. I really hope that playing in these round robins now doesn't change him, his style, make him maybe play it safe or make him play slightly more boring openings because he's always entertaining us and he's so popular for a reason. Firstly, he's just very good at chess, and secondly, because of his style. You mentioned peeking into the future, Jovanka. How about queen to... Oh wait, queen g5 doesn't... What am I talking about? I was trying to pin the rook to stop the pawn being taken, but that doesn't help. It's the white knight that's doing the taking. Maybe this way, queen to a5, just to tie the white knight down to this pawn then. And after bishop takes rook, yeah, this is the future we're left with. So it is purely, I mean, same number of pawns here, but it's purely 2 rooks against a queen. I don't even
and
know
how
where
do you
begin.
hold on to e4?
Oh, yeah, rook e1, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking this pawn.
You can't just easily go f5 because h3.
I mean, depends what game you're playing, Jovanka. If you're playing Connect 4, you can play f5, but if you're playing chess, you probably don't want to, because this is a bad bishop, right?
Yeah. You just came up with a new variant. Connect 4, like connect chess, right? So the first person to connect 4 pieces in a row, right? Does it have to be pawns?
I don't know. It could be pieces. In which case, White would play like b4 and connect 5. I don't know. But yeah, I mean this. I mean, assuming we're playing chess here, I mean this position just looks fantastic for White. Suddenly, the rook's infiltrating, mobilizing. Even if White just takes a time out, like plays a3, like puts the king to bed somewhere, hides out in this corner, you need to activate this rook somehow. So it's kind of slightly tempting for White, for Black to keep the bishop on this diagonal. But if White activates this rook, they're going to just team up against the queen, and the queen has no real targets. Queens need targets here, and Arjun's about to make a move. Where's he going with the black queen? I agree, that variation just looks unpleasant for Black. He goes queen to e8. Ugh. Okay, maybe he needed to play that move, but not a nice square.
No. Okay. So bishop takes rook is the move.
Yep.
Let's face it. You see material, you take material. Okay, king takes bishop.
Now rook
Is the
e1.
idea. Rook e1, rooks opposite queens, we like. And this is all just following the good old rule books that we saw from the 1920s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one, Ivanka? Which rule book?
I literally anyone that's what they were saying, like rooks against opposite queens. Sorry, put your rook against your opposite opponent's queens. Okay. So yeah, this one is looking like it is advantage Hare Krishna. Let's go and check out one of those other fiery positions. Let's go to Leon Mendonca against Vincent Keimer, because when we left it, Vincent had just made a mistake, quite a significant mistake actually, in a very sharp position. And well, now it's often said that blunders come in pairs, because there we see on the board that bishop to e4 was the response after c5, and that's been awarded a question mark.
Ooh. Chess, it's a slippery slope, and once you make one mistake, as you mentioned, Ivanka, often you want to overcompensate for your mistake, or you start to panic, and it just leads to further errors. And apparently, queen to c4 is the best move, and Leon plays it. Wow, the debutant in this event, he's making his mark already. He's just going to win a second pawn. I joke that pin and win is the thing, but here it looks like you pin and at least win the d4 pawn. And Vincent's in big trouble here, the German number 1. It's just going to be 2 pawns down and no longer really getting any attack going. Dramatic stuff.
Yeah, this is exactly what you kind of mentioned. This bishop on e4 is just in the way of its own rooks. Because ideally, you need to get compensation for the sacrifice material. And you cannot move the bishop out of the way, right? First up, queen c4, lovely move, as you mentioned, pins. So there are no tactical threats. And once the white queen and bishop align, you gotta go on the defensive. And yeah, there you see on the camera, Vincent, he's leaning back. He does not like his position.
Yeah, I think the realization is setting in, and he knows now he's in for a long and difficult, maybe impossible defense at this point. White's advantage, according to the computer here in front of us, is over +2. So that is very significant. That essentially reflects the fact he will be 2 pawns up. And it's not just any old pawns, it's the white c pawn, which is going to cause most of the damage, tying down at least one black rook. I mean, I would love to jump into variations, but I just don't see any for Vincent. He needs tactics to work in his favor, but I just don't think that the groundwork is in place anymore. His last 2 moves have worsened his position, Ivanka. It is no coincidence that they were given question marks by the computers. He retreated his rook, his very strong rook on e5 that was stopping the white pawn marching. he put it in a kind of place it can be pinned, and then he blocked his own rooks by planting his bishop in the center. I don't know what's happened. I think it's just pure miscalculations. He's based everything on specific ideas that just don't seem to work. And Vincent in big trouble.
Huge trouble. I mean, his position wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that the queen is pinning the rook. Because, I mean, just forget that there's a pin. You would be able to play bishop takes g2, and then the rook would come down to e1. But that's no longer possible because of the pin. So, and if you take a timeout and go king to h8, well, queen takes d4, and suddenly, oh, look at that. White is the one threatening checkmate. You have to take a timeout to defend against that. And it's not just they're attacking the checkmate on g7. It's also the fact that the queen and the bishop are pinned against each other. The queen on h4. I mean, just look at it.
Yeah, he's literally just walked into a labyrinth of pins of his own accord. And I mean, this last move by White, I would say, isn't 100% natural. It looked like White was just purely defending, and suddenly White is springing into the counterattack. So maybe it's just this last move he missed Vincent. But yeah, strategically, his moves have been questionable anyway. So yeah, I think he was just going in for that piece sacrifice line that we showed earlier, that bishop takes g2 idea where Engine said White was winning, but the kind of narrow path was very much hidden. But ultimately, he's kind of changed his mind, hasn't been consistent as he wanted to be. And yeah, let's just show that variation on the board, maybe, because it's key now. Vincent's actually facing a huge threat, pretty much to win the game on the spot for Leon Mendonca here. Queen to c4, it's a pin. If you dodge, you mentioned queen takes d4, Jovanka, threatening checkmate. And if the black rook moves, it looks like some attack is getting going. But it looks like pawn to d3 is a simple win of a piece. This is another pin. I mean, the white queen is just dominant here. Centralized queens always where you want to put them. And yeah, this bishop just drops off. I don't know if he's even going to survive another half dozen moves.
And there's nothing for black other than to sound the retreat. Right, because...
Which piece
but
to
if
retreat?
You're sounding the retreat, the queen. But then there's nothing in black's position. No, I was just okay. So let's have a think. So white might be playing queen takes d4. So let's do nothing about the pin and make a random move. I'll defer to you, David, as to what the random move should be. I have no idea. Queen. Okay, you got to defend. I was thinking queen e7, but a queen to d8. No, queen to d8. Could you survive a queen to d8? No.
Yeah, maybe queen d8. I like queen d8 more than queen e7 because queen e7, another threat that white has is pawn to d3, simply attacking the bishop. The bishop's actually trapped. There's no sacrifices again because black's rook can never join the attack. And the bishop has to go back. Then you close the door. You say, okay, you're locked in prison forever, and I'm going to throw away that key. Enjoy that time you're hanging out on a8. So queen to d8 at least would create the d5 square as an escape path, but I mean, white can just try taking this pawn now, and this endgame, it's 2 extra pawns, and they're very strong ones as well. Oof, this is not fun. I wonder whether he's going to play pawn to d3 maybe, just to save that pawn at least.
Yeah, that's the best of a bad lot. There is rook takes f5, by the way.
Oof, nice. Yeah, all the pins.
But that might be a mistake.
Wow. Still nice to be 2 pawns up.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here. I love having extra material.
Maybe just push.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's very straightforward and very effective.
It's a nice dilemma to have. And look at that accuracy, Jovanka. Just below the board there, we see the players 99% accuracy from Leon Mendonca. I think that's aided by the fact that his first 15 plus moves, actually maybe his first almost 20 moves were opening prep, pure preparation. But he's played some great defensive moves as well. Rook f2, queen f1, that was stroke of genius. I think Petrosian, master of prophylaxis, would have been very proud of that. And yeah, this is... I also saw a feature chat a moment ago. This is why sometimes playing non-mainstream openings, kind of these old romantic openings from the kind of early 20th century and even before that, sometimes it pays off, because even the top players in the world might not have revised those openings recently. If you know those openings better than the opponents, you might get a head start. And it's paid off. Queen c4, big advantage for white.
A huge advantage. And it was the psychological mind game here as well, because when you think about his opening, he just blitzed out this very sharp line where he grabs material, maybe has an uncomfortable position, and then he finds himself in a position where Vincent actually optically looks like he has a great position. Yes, he's a pawn down, but he had the compensation, he had the flow, but it wasn't very easy. And with some really fine, positionally nuanced play with rook f2, queen to f1, it just provoked Vincent to overextend. Feels like a fantastic debut for young Leon.
Yeah, and this would be a huge, huge event for him. This is probably the toughest event he's ever competed in, Leon here. So to start with a win, that's going to feel like a huge boost to his confidence. Still needs to wrap it up. The hardest thing in chess is to win a one game, as they say, Jovanka. Don't know if that's true, but it's definitely not easy to put away these 2,700 players. And still a little bit of work to be done.
Yes. Well, as you said, Super Grandmasters, they are slippery creatures. And so definitely we can expect more twists and turns in that game. Shall we have a look at the bird's eye view and see what other developments have happened?
Yeah, let's zoom out of this game temporarily. And I mean, two positions catch my eye. Again, it's the top left where there's, I mean, I can't even think of another word other than chaos, because there's just a lot of strange stuff happening. And also on the bottom right of our screens there, Gukesh against Giri. Gukesh has won some of the material back. He's actually now up material. He's got a rook and 2 pawns for Giri's 2 pieces. But it looks like the attack fizzling out. So I say we start maybe more urgently on the top left of our screens, because Pragg is actually in time trouble. He's down at 14 minutes. And there's been a queen sacrifice. Double exclamation mark. Jovanka.
Oh.
Wow. Bishop F5.
What a moment to join in. Bishop F5, sacrificing the queen. Like, hello, what is that arriving on the board? Okay, we have to dive in. Like, find out why White can't get greedy and grab that bishop. So, well, there's going to be some nasty discovered checks. So, bishop takes queen. No go, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a no-go, but bishop takes queen. I think you might actually have to play it, because I don't see anything else at all. Black has a draw. Is there more, though?
There's knight b4. Oof, one can...
I say. How is that a loss? Okay, there's knight b4. That's a better choice. Knight b4. Okay.
Yeah.
King to a1.
Now you have...
Correct.
Yes. And, well, you know what I would do? I would go knight takes queen. Done. I've had my moment in the sun. But okay, can you do some kind of windmill thing with knight to c2? I don't think you can.
Yeah, I was saying you have this draw maybe, but knight takes a3. Earlier I was like, wait, why isn't this a draw? But black actually struggles to land a killer blow after king c1. And a rook check. Unfortunately, this square is just covered. And at the very end, quick count. I mean, I need help here, Jovanka. I don't know what the count is, but I know white has an extra queen. And as long as it's not checkmate, black cannot get away with this. So I think actually you might be right. It's not ideal, but sorry, in this position after bishop takes f5, after bishop takes queen, knight check. Maybe just you capture in the corner, and if white recaptures this knight, it's not a given. The knight is actually trapped. And maybe black just cashes in and says, okay, I'm a pawn up. And oh wait, not a pawn up, but soon to be a pawn up with the bishop pair.
Oh, it looks good. The White Knight is such a pathetic piece. So, yeah, I mean, this looks really promising. Is there anything? I mean, you have to actually. Now, I didn't actually really anticipate that Bishop F5 came with capturing a piece. It was Bishop takes knight. So you are obliged to go Bishop takes queen.
Yeah, White's actually a piece down and facing the attack. So let's just jump in and show an action replay because I wasn't aware either. Because we left it after h5, pawn to b4 was the last move we saw, and Bishop f1, a bit of a double take by the White bishop, a bit of a shimmy there, just retreating, capture. The Black Queen's been hanging for 3 moves, Ivanka. This is crazy. So pawn to b3 was played, a counterattack by Abdusattorov. Really clever vision. No time to take the Black Queen because the White Queen would fall. And actually at the end, White would lose a piece on the a6 square. So Queen takes pawn. Another kind of intermediate move, another intermezzo. Attacking the White Queen again. The Queen retreats. Another move, check. And finally, Bishop takes knight, and allowing the Queen to drop. I've never seen that actually, Ivanka, leaving a Queen hanging for 5 moves in a row, and it's never been captured. This is crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm glad we did an action replay there, David, because that was insane. Wow! And finally, Black has forced White to take the Queen. There you go. She's off the board.
She's off the board, and the blue arrow appears. I think the most natural move, your move there, knight to b4, is the best one. And we will see an endgame after all these fireworks. Why does chess work like this nowadays, Ivanka? Fireworks, and then it's going to be like a long endgame where Abdusattorov's trying to grind down Pragg with the bishop pair.
Yeah. It's pretty annoying when that happens, right? You play what you think is a splendid game. It should be over in 25 moves, but you've just netted a pawn and you have to grind it out. And you're thinking, yeah, this is not going to make the books now.
Yeah, every player wants to go down in history, right? Just play a model game, like, I don't know, game of the century, Fischer, just sacrificing his queen and just winning in a flurry of tactics. But nowadays, everyone is so good at defending, mainly because of computers. We've all learned that there's resources in every position, so they never give up. And everyone's so tenacious nowadays.
Do you also think it's because everyone is sharing their knowledge as well? Because it's so easy to actually understand how the top grandmasters are thinking. Everyone's very generous. Like, I mean, before you never had like the world number one streaming. You never got the insights of these super grandmasters. Everything was kind of behind closed doors, and information took a lot longer to travel. And now with computers and this golden age of technology, everyone is able to acquaint themselves with those patterns that are necessary.
Yeah, Ivanka, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Like, sharing is caring, as they say. But I mean, we definitely would never have seen Fischer sharing publicly his secrets, or Kasparov at his peak, giving interviews, revealing his opening prep. Or I mean, the playing field has been leveled out so much now. Everyone has access to information, chessable courses. Everyone has great opening repertoires, which is good and bad. I mean, I quite like it. It's more egalitarian, and now it's more of a meritocracy. You have to prove yourself in order to get to the top. But yeah, it definitely makes things harder. Chess is a different animal than it was a few years ago. And to predict the future in this game, the Queen is going to be captured, and Abdusattorov is going to have a nice advantage long term.
Yes. You just reminded me of the story that Eugene Torre, the Filipino grandmaster, legend in Asian chess, legend in chess, full stop. He told us how when he was seconding Fischer, they would analyze together, but Fischer was really paranoid that there were cameras in the room, and so he never played what they prepared, except for the last game.
Except for the last game, right?
Yeah.
And quick shout out to that feature chat, by the way. You don't have to buy the book or the course, but he will be grinding this one out. Yeah, Eugene Torre, what a legend. It was so cool to interview him in Singapore. First Asian Grandmaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, this is a clash between two phenomenal Grandmasters. Knight takes b4. Knight to b4 check, sorry. And now knight takes queen is going to restore the material balance. And Jovanka, maybe it's time to zoom out of this one because it looks like Gukesh against Giri has been developing at quite the speed. And it looks like Anish Giri has navigated a lot of the complications in pretty impressive fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Are your eyes drawn anywhere else?
No. I was drawn to that game before, so I definitely think that we should head there and see what's happened because we left it a while ago and it was pretty critical there. But Anish, he was playing accurate chess. He found this key defensive move of e5, and now there's been some exchanges, there've been some developments. Maybe we can just do a quick replay and see how the players got here.
Yeah, let's do just that because we were last here 5-6 moves ago, but everything seems to have changed since then. We left it with Anish Giri playing a brilliant move. Exclamation point here, e5, blocking white's e-pawn, most importantly, stopping that advancing. And not knight to d5, the move we were expecting, trying to hunker down and overwhelm this pinned piece. Black could, for example, drop back his bishop and defend, among other moves, but queen to d2 instead. Threatening bishop takes knight and queen takes bishop, regaining the piece that's been sacrificed. And he's dropped his bishop back. Bishop h6 threatens a nasty check, followed by checkmate on the g7 square. So this was guarded against by Giri. He, double exclamation point here, gives back some material. King h7. Now forcing Gukesh to take the rook. And okay, maybe not the best way to recapture, but looks very natural by both sides of the play here. f4 trying to open lines. Bishop to e6, no queen exchange for Gukesh because he wants to attack. And now knight b4, another pin. And the white queen's hanging, so the white knight, okay, it can take this knight with a check, but it definitely cannot take this knight on b4. What's happening here, Jovanka? It looks like it's so loose for black somehow, but he's got everything covered.
He does have everything covered. And also, I can see the black pieces just springing into action. Like, for instance, I see rook c2 is coming, followed by the bishop coming to c5, a knight coming to g4, and maybe something is going to be happening against the white king. That's all kind of moot a little bit because it's white to play. But I mean, what is the point of attack? This is what I always find in this type of positions. You have to identify where you're going with your pieces and then promptly move there, basically. So, I mean, is it pawn takes e5? Are we looking at f5? Are we looking at... I mean, my vibe is to go pawn takes e5 because rooks like open lines. But then again, this bishop on e6 is a comfortable defender of the light squares. What else is there?
Yeah, let's just show that one you mentioned, Jovanka. I think the most natural move for everyone at home as well. Pawn takes pawn, and maybe one of the best moves actually. But yeah, this position, the black king is just about surviving, but the black bishop, you mentioned the MVP right now, defending the knight, defending the pawn, holding everything together. This bishop's coming out via h6, and at least here there's some checks, right? At least there's some open lines. This still feels like anything could happen. Bishop b4 check, bring the rook. In blitz, this would be a dream for white, but maybe objectively black is at least fine.
And is it possible for black to go on their counter-offensive? Because, say, after pawn takes e5, rook c2. So this was... I don't know, sometimes I feel as a commentator, I'm just a caveman. I just want to bash my opponent over with a club. And okay, it's not gotten the approval of the engine, probably because there's a pin in the air with queen to g5.
Oh wow, queen g5. Yeah, that's...
Nope.
Nope.
No pin.
No pin. I mean, maybe here black would just take this knight, and now actually the point of your move is revealed, Jovanka. Maybe caveman chess. I approve. And now like takes d5, and the white king is feeling rather bare. Suddenly, whoops, and it gets caught. So knight, I like your rook c2. It wasn't, I must admit, it wasn't on my radar in this position, because after rook c2, I thought, okay, knight takes knight is a check. Now the black queen saves herself, takes this knight, and oof, I have no idea who's better. Queen takes rook, maybe, since the queen is dropping anyway. And I mean, we'll see a position like this one, right, where black's got two beautiful pieces for the rook, but white has a lot of pawns. Complicated.
It's very complicated. Yeah, and the white rook gets active as well. So yeah, I mean, it's very, very murky. What else? What else to do as Gukesh? So that was okay. So that was just f takes e5. I mean, if you were to, I mean, I'm kind of like sighing in frustration because it's just such a messy position. f5. Again, you don't. I don't feel like white has the luxury to go rook a to d1.
No.
And make those kind of small moves because black's counter attack is coming.
Yeah, it's very slow. Rook d1. There's all sorts of rook c2 ideas, as you mentioned, coming in. That looks really scary. I think Gukesh should just bite the bullet here and just say, okay, lines need to be opened for the rooks. This piece imbalance doesn't favor block positions, I think. So f5 I'm less kind of expecting. But yeah, just got to open lines and hope for the best. Should mention the time situation here. Pragg in his game earlier was down on the clock, but they played a lot more moves. Here it's 21 moves down. So they've still got plenty of time to go to get to move 40, where they get more time. But Gukesh only has 16 minutes. Giri looking a bit healthier with 26 minutes. I'm getting flashbacks, Jovanka, the World Championship, where Gukesh was regularly in time trouble, actually. Both players were.
Yeah.
But he usually handled things pretty well.
Yes, they did. But it got quite hair-raising because in the World Championship, it was a different time control. There was no increment until past move 41. So, sorry, move 40. But here, there's a 30-second time bonus. And often you'll find people who love to live their life in the fast lane, they're able to get down to those closing seconds. And it doesn't matter. They make a great move. They're able to keep calm. They're riding the adrenaline. And they play fantastic chess. Like I remember Ali Reza Fallujah, I'm watching this incredible game that he had against Magnus Carlsen. And he played fantastically with no time on the clock. And that was without increment in that particular event. And I thought, if he'd had that extra 3 seconds or that extra 30 seconds as it is in this particular tournament, he would be formidable, actually. You know, I began to understand he's a fantastic blitz player.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of these elite players, Gukesh included, they have this extra gear, this extra level that they go up when the kind of things get critical on the board, or when they feel like, or at least most mere mortals would feel like we're losing control. Gukesh, Carlsen, Alireza, the likes of those players, Hikaru, they suddenly click into gear and they start playing better than ever. They find a series of only moves, forced moves, and they somehow turn things around or keep the balance when it looks impossible. So yeah, the clock situation, I'm going to say, is worrying maybe for Gukesh, but nothing that he hasn't dealt with before, and nothing that he cannot navigate successfully. He's definitely in calculation mode. You can see that. A quick glance at the clock there from him. That's Frederick Svana in the background in the from the challenges section, watching the games. But this is really kind of messy position, but he was the one who chose this mess, so he has to justify it, Gukesh. And Jovanka, maybe we let him mull over proceedings right now.
Yes, let's let him do that and go back to our beloved bird's eye view and see what developments have occurred in the other games. Where should we go to? Maybe we should revisit some of the games we haven't looked at in a while.
I think Jordan Van Forest is, at least according to the evaluation one, doing very well against Fedoseev. He's sacrificed a pawn in great style, and something actually very similar to a concept you mentioned, Jovanka. It's not just any old pawn he sacrificed. He's unleashed the snake Benoni bishop that we were... well, I'm not sure whether we were mocking that bishop a while ago, but we were certainly discussing that bishop. And look at the two white bishops. Yes, he's a pawn down. He's down a pawn on the queen side, Van Forest, but he threw that pawn away in order to maximize this bishop's potential. And the two black knights don't look great. Fedoseev, it looks like he's playing Fischer random chess. We know he's great at freestyle. He won the qualifier there, and we'll see him in Weissen House next month. But these pieces just forgot to wake up. And okay, what's the killer blow though? White's position is aesthetically pleasing, but you need a plan, right?
Yeah, you do need a breakthrough. So, yeah, king to g7, last move played. So you always have to ask yourself, are there any possibilities now because of that move? I don't see any as of yet. Although there is an awful lot of pressure against the e6 point. So the first move that I would be calculating or have at my list would be bishop takes d8 and then make the trades on e6 just to recover the pawn. But if I were feeling more ambitious, I would be just so tempted to go f4. I just want to blast things open with f5. This is where my natural instincts, which perhaps are a mistake in this particular game, let's go.
Yeah, I love it. F4 is also the first move on my radar, and I'm not an attacking player by nature, Jovanka. So yeah, I mean, it just feels like bishop takes d8, unless there's a clean kind of path to victory or winning some endgame, then it feels like it might be selling White's advantage a bit short. Let's jump in and check out your f4, because firstly, I want to see the eval bar, which doesn't drop at all. So it's a great move, but also just to put it on the board and show everyone that open lines, again, the currency of any attack, and f5 is going to explode open black's nice kind of protective structure over here. Not just that, the queen is sliding just in case to back up the f5 push. There's a pin on this file. I literally can't even see a move for black. Knight to c6 maybe is the only move I would kind of be concerned about if I were Van Forest. But at the very minimum, you just step back and you say, okay, like now I'm next move going to try and cash in if I can. Now the black knight is no longer developing or defending even. It's a fellow knight on e6. Oh, this is so
and there's
ugly.
a bind going on. There's a complete bind. You can't move that knight away. I mean, you want the king back on g8 so you can go knight to g7 or yeah.
Black is like totally immobilized here, just barely able to make any moves. This is a model game from Van Forest, actually. And he is a very kind of dynamic player. He seems inspired when he plays in Wijk Aan Zee, Jovanka, having won there a few years back now.
Yeah. He was actually saying in a podcast with Dirk Jan that for him it's very important to begin well. He rarely recovers from a bad start. Like last year, he started with 2 losses and he just couldn't get over that. And he was also talking about how he wanted to shake things up, do something different. He was reminiscing about when he won in 2021, the Tata Steel. He was taking ice cold showers. And everything was working well for him. You know, he was staying in a different hotel. He got on great with his second Max Varmadam, and with these ice cold showers, he felt like the worst part of the day was over. But he said, sadly, he didn't continue that practice of cold showers, and yeah. But a lot of doors were opened because of that victory. You know, he said as a result of that, you know, he got invited to work with Magnus Carlsen. Be a second for Magnus's match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. There were tournaments, and suddenly he became popular in Holland overnight. So it means a lot to him, and he's now in Wijk alongside his brother. His brother is working as his second.
Wow, nice intel there. Shout out to Lucas Van Forest, another very strong grandmaster. And yeah, great chess playing family, of course. His great grandfather, I believe, was a very strong chess player. His great uncle was also very strong. So yeah, his younger sister, also a great player playing for her country. I believe he's based in Valencia these days, Jordan, as he aims to kind of make that next step in his career. But I mean, one piece that hasn't made the next step is the white light square bishop, which stepped back, retreating. The clock situation isn't on his side either, Jordan, so maybe just getting a bit nervous as he knows his position is so good. At least for me, I think that's one of the hardest things in chess, when you know you have so many good moves. It's like choosing between them can feel a bit overwhelming, but okay, he's sitting on his advantage. It's not disappearing anytime soon. And I think for anyone at home, this is a great example of the bishop pair, how they can really dominate and kind of cut across the board. Open files in the bishop pair, more important than the pawn deficit here, as Fedoseev suffers.
Yeah, again, the question remains to Fedoseev. I mean, it's given an X, but the move itself doesn't change the nature of the position. And Fedoseev still has to find a way to untangle his pieces, which is a really difficult task. And as we saw, they're all kind of getting in each other's way.
Yeah, clumsy black knights right now. Superfluous knights, we sometimes say, when the knights get in each other's way, but here I think it's just a purely defensive setup. But it feels like he's just waiting for Jordan to do something. Yeah, we'll check back in maybe on this one a bit later. Fedoseev's going to doubtless spend quite a bit of time here trying to at least limit the damage over the next few moves. We see our bird's eye view. As I say that, Fedoseev about to make a move, but Gukesh has indeed played the move we expected. He's trying to open lines for his rooks. That's on the bottom right of our bird's eye view there. Top left, that whole sequence we predicted has indeed transpired. Praggnanandhaa against Abdusattorov is now in an endgame, where Abdusattorov's going to try and win a pawn, grind things down. Vincent Keymer still 2 pawns down. Oh no, just 1 pawn down, Jovanka. Oh no, wait, 2. 2. Counting is hard. But that's in the top middle, the purple board. Where would you like to go next?
Yeah, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Gosh, I had to count as well. It was 2 pawns down, yes. Maybe we can have a look at the game between Max Varmadam and
Alexei Sarana.
Yes.
Okay, that is a game we haven't visited for a while. This might be the best opportunity to do that. And okay, we join the middle game. A quick count here, level pawns. I'm pretty confident in that one. But Jovanka, I think I would take black just purely because this is a beautiful knight on b4, sitting pretty. Some pressure in the center. Not really sure what this knight is doing out on the g4 square, but it definitely feels like Sarana's type of position. He's quite a dynamic player. Yeah, he's very successful. By the way, one of the best players I've ever seen with the white pieces. Just full stop. One of the best players with the white pieces. But with black, his results aren't quite as stellar. Okay, Max isn't out of it though. He's just got to deal with some pressure against this pawn. And then he should be feeling pretty good about his long-term chances with the mobility of these pawns long-term. Who would you pick?
The big question is, well, I like black's position because the big question is like how to deal with the pawn that's under fire on e2, because you can't step it up because the knight on b4, it's got its eyes on the prize on d3, and that means you have to, you can't, you have to go either rook e1 or bishop f1. No, bishop f1 I don't want that at all. Or you have to go on the counter. Let me. I always forget the Indian school of chess, which is you counterattack first. It always looks like h3.
h3. It's also the Abdusattorov school of chess. Like his queen was attacked, but he didn't move it for five turns. I like your h3. I just want to point out as well, like bishop f1, I think loses a pawn at the very least. Like knight takes d3, deflection, and then this knight drops. Rook to e1 was the other move you mentioned, Jovanka, but this does allow, for example, bishop takes f3, and I don't know if this is good. Just want to point out it's possible. in light of Arjun Erigaisi's decision earlier. Oh wow, this isn't. Oh wait, that's giving up a rook, giving up a piece. Sorry, and White has an extra bishop at the end. Yeah, this doesn't quite work out. So rook e1 was possible, but h3, knight back, and now maybe you'll move rook e1.
Yeah, now rook e1. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe king f1. I like your king f1. I mean, the whole thing, White has to start preparing for the kickback, and by kickback I mean you want to get in e2, e4, d4, and start just chasing away, or maybe knight to e3. And again, this is why I like Black's position so much, because it's not easy to chase Black's pieces away. It's not easy to go forward, and you feel like in chess you can't just sit. You need to make some progress at least.
Yeah, and h3 feels like progress. So Max, who's quite low on time, this is move 23. He's only got 13 minutes left. I think he needs to just kick back this knight and only think next what to do. I like the fact that consequences, as you said, knight e3 becomes possible once that knight is gone. King f1 becomes possible because there's no more kind of hit on the h2 pawn. Yeah, everything becomes possible after you kick back this black knight with h3. So yeah, Max, he warmed up for this tournament, we should mention, by playing against Magnus Carlsen last weekend in the German Bundesliga. That was not a great game for him. So yeah, confidence-wise, maybe not at his highest. He's one of the lower seeds in this event, but he's experienced now at this point, Max Farmadam. And okay, who's reaching for his h-pawn, it looked like.
Yes. Well, on the subject of warming up for a tournament, okay, I know psychologically it's not the greatest to begin with, to prepare and start those games with the losses. But on the other hand, do you ever sometimes feel, well, the mistakes are out of the way and now I can just get on with playing some good chess?
Yeah, I mean, my brain is racing, Ivanka. I'm trying to make a pun now, warming up, warm madame. But yeah, either way, I think just getting some practice, I mean, against the likes of Magnus Carlsen, no less, cannot have hurt him last weekend, Max. And hopefully the Dutch air, the fact he's playing on home turf, inspires him as well, as it has done some of his compatriots in recent years.
Well, we will certainly see in the next few moments whether he is inspired by playing on home ground. But we are going to go on a short break before time of trouble hits. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be action galore.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
After general, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play with?
Greece is one of my
You like
favorite.
Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Pragg, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah, the hotel and the venue.
Okay, yeah, with the correct room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Wijk Aan Zee and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Biel, my game with Caruana in Wijk Aan Zee 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
That's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Pragg. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be
That was a
like.
classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting and he goes and then he turns around and comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that. Okay, let's not talk about that.
You know, in this video, they will be doing.
What
this
was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was your position? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts? You start.
We are the same team. What is?
Yeah.
You start.
It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start. I just got
2 minutes ago they were fighting. They made me draw lots around and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess one
Okay, very
I could
good.
have done like this, but okay, so this is easier.
C4 knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan van Verreest with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan van Verreest. We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Verreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically, it comes down to a lot of luck. So I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end. And full credit to him. He played a really good tournament, and he really deserved to win it. I mean, could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So. A lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, still in a bit hit me, And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
Hello, we are back and it's chaos in Wijk Aan Zee, the Wimbledon of chess. There you can see the players are pumped for the beginning of this event. But let's check in on the reigning champion of Tata. Of course, it's Wei Yi who has the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Now, we have been tracking this game. We were saying chaos, but not in this one. This one has been calm, precise chess all the way through.
That's right. It's been very, very balanced. Wei Yi was the one who chose this path against the Berlin wall, against the Berlin defense. He chose to go for nothing too concrete, nothing too aggressive, but that has allowed Fabiano Caruana to just set up his defenses, total symmetry of the pawn structure. Yes, white has a more centralized queen, but that doesn't amount to anything. Black has no weaknesses at all, and Wei Yi doesn't look too thrilled with proceedings with what has happened. We haven't followed this game too much, Ivanka, but I think that's just reflected in the fact that there's chaos elsewhere, and this is the calmest of all the battles in the Masters section.
It's just been a very, very calm game, as you mentioned, but also very precise. And unfortunately, with high level chess, when the players just play extremely well, a draw is a natural result. And here you see Wei Yi, he's coming forward with the king. Will the king go on an adventure across the board? No. Well, it stepped up one square, and that was enough because we have a handshake. A draw, in fact, has been offered and accepted. And there we have it, our first result. A solid half point for Wei Yi and Fabiano Caruana.
What a fab way to go. A draw between Caruana and Wei Yi. And I think both players have reason to be happy. Wei Yi because he's now gotten the highest seed in the tournament out of the way. And Fabiano because he drew against a really difficult opponent with the black pieces in quite smooth style there. I think Fabiano will take more risk as the tournament goes on. We're used to seeing that from him. He likes to kind of really provoke his opponents. But Wei Yi is not a man to be provoked. And a fair result. And one that might not make the headlines, but very relevant in what is likely to be two players who finish atop the standings later towards the tournament.
Yes. And talking about topping, I'd like to top my hat to you, David. Fab way to go. Impressive. You just leveled up your pun game. Well, there we see the onlookers. They are looking at the game between Nodirbek against Praggnanandhaa. Oh, it's now we are fully in the throes of time travel where the players are scrambling to make moves. We also see Anish Giri pacing. He's setting up for what is going to be a very sharp game against Gukesh. Gukesh sacrificing a piece very early on. Just look at the concentration between Pragg and Nodirbek as they both deep thought trying to find those best moves.
Yeah, and maybe we jump into this one for now because Praggnanandhaa is down to 1 minute. And across all of the 6 remaining games in the Masters section, that is the most desperate time trouble. Not just that, but there's a huge checkmate threat on the board. The black bishop just landed on the d4 square, exclamation mark, threatening rook takes b2, checkmate, ending the game. The white king is actually in real danger right now from multiple directions, Jovanka. I'm assuming this pawn has to be pushed. Could maybe try and retreat your bishop, but that looks so ugly to kind of break your pawn structure like that, allow an exchange. If you push the b pawn, however, like 2 squares, the black rook is coming to e3, and there's danger. There's danger everywhere for Pragg, and he's under 1 minute now.
Yeah, he's under 1 minute. And one thing I just wanted to mention was that after moves such as bishop to c3, you put yourself at risk of checkmating attacks such as knight takes a3. And I don't know whether the king can survive being stranded there. But it's something that will be racing through Praggnanandhaa's mind as he just comes up with a move. He chooses b3. That's entirely more sensible. And there we see the computers indicating rook to a8, just upping up the pressure.
Oof, this looks absolutely terrifying. Rook to a8, as you mentioned, upping the pressure, especially against this bishop. And the pawn behind it is the real target. Rook takes a3 would land with checkmate in the next couple of moves. So rook to a8 pretty much forces white to play b4, barring any counterattacks. And then the black rook, the other rook, can land on e3 once the third rank has been cleared with more threats. I mean, this a3 pawn is the target. If a black rook ever lands anywhere near the white king, if it ever lands anywhere down here, it's just mate. Too many pieces pointing towards it. The king is cut off its escape. I just wonder if there's any counterattacking g6 ideas, rook f1 ideas ever, but it looks like white's just on the defensive for now.
Yeah, the thing that I found about your line, David, was that it wasn't just the rook on it, like potentially on a8 or b8 that was coming towards the white king, but the e8 rook as well. When that one swings into action with some ideas of rook e3, I mean, that just looked horrifying for white. And Nodirbek's got plenty of time. The thing is, as black, you're looking at those forcing moves anyhow. So the first move that you would be considering is rook to a8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it must be superhuman. Just the restraint it must be taking Nodirbek not to play that move instantly. We should mention he's down a pawn, actually. He sacrificed another pawn on a5, Nodirbek, just to go for this. So if he doesn't checkmate Pragg right now or win material in the process, then he might be struggling in the endgame, especially because Pragg has idea of his own against the Black King, if given the time. So maybe we put these moves on the board, Jovanka, Rook a8, because they are so forcing.
Okay, and so instinctively, I loved your b4 idea. You cannot move the bishop because rook takes a3 is devastating if you allow that one to happen. So b4 has to be played. He's made a move. No.
It's not rook a8. b4 apparently would lose on the spot. I think it's just because of rook e3, among other things, and then rook to e2 once the white bishop blocks. So this looks super strong. I don't know where the defense was, but Nodirbek has chosen something else, rook to c8. And this is slow. He's threatening to take this bishop now, followed by rook to b2 checkmate if white ever recaptures. But white has time to counterattack, and he's lost all of his advantage, Jovanka, with one move. He rushed in Pragg's time trouble, but Pragg's under 30 seconds. Will he find the only move, rook to f1?
That's a difficult spot because your mind is instinctively going into defensive mode. But of course, Pragg finds it, counterattacks the bishop. Classy defense, only defense there from Pragg. Now he's on 45 seconds. So what's the big thing? Can black just not go g6?
Yeah, but g6, the bishop can be removed because the black knight would be hanging. I don't understand Nodirbek's idea unless he wants to maybe retreat his knight. We see the featured chat there by Karimlan, and missed is the kind of emoji there. I agree. I think he just missed this one, Nodirbek. Unless he bashes out his next couple of moves, but advantage gone, and this could turn. This could be Pragg's game.
Yeah. It was a critical moment where perhaps Nodirbek needed to spend a little bit more time because he had 27 minutes on the clock and he really could have gone into calculation mode there. But rook c8, I mean, the big point with rook f1 is that rook takes c4 is going to be met by rook takes f5. That's a handy get out of jail card there.
Yeah, that's nice mirror image as well. Like c4 and f5 are kind of corresponding squares if you turn the board around, and it's like rook takes bishop, rook takes bishop. It's nice symmetry. I've just realized there are kind of further tactics after that. For example, black's knight could jump out the way with a check in order to try and take the white rook on c1. But I mean, all of this is kind of irrelevant because Nodirbek, he's lost his advantage. He's by not playing the most natural move as well, and he's just a pawn down. I don't think the tactics are working in his favor, and you can see the adrenaline that's pumping through him right now. He's kind of bouncing up and down, shaking, but that's because of his opponent's clock. He's got 25 minutes. He should be using that time. He should have been using that time on the last move, but he's only looking or only thinking about Pragg's clock, and that's making him impatient, restless. And look at that. He glanced away at the clock there. He's trying to flag Pragg, and I think he should have just been looking for good moves. He had the advantage.
Yeah. And there we are getting really up close and personal there with the players as we get a very close view of Pragg and Nodirbek in action. I agree with you, David. Just a little bit more time that Nodirbek needed to spend. Maybe we can quickly just dive in and check in on those complications after rook takes bishop.
Yeah, let's do that. And as Amimak says, he had 27 minutes, but he rushed. And he's very experienced for his age, Nodirbek. He's a very good speed player, of course, World Rapid Champion in 2021. But that was one moment where actually the conventional wisdom tells you, if your opponent's in time trouble, sit on your hands, use your time. Don't let the adrenaline rush get to you, because then it's just a random race. Use your time.
Yeah.
And, okay, rook to
Right.
f1. Go on, Jovanka.
I just wanted to say, David, though, I wanted kind of to say it's easier said than done. We've all been there. We've all made the mistake where opponent is in time trouble, and we have just jumped in anticipation and just rushed the game. So it is a very common mistake to make. So I don't want Nodirbek to be judged too harshly. But unfortunately, it is a critical mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and rook takes bishop was his idea. Just to put this on the board for everyone at home, don't take this rook. Whoops. The black rook comes in, checkmated now. 3 pieces keeping the cage closed. And instead, rook takes f5. I think he might have been reliant on this move, knight to b4 check. And suddenly there's a discovered attack against the white rook, but white can deal with both of those. White can step back with the king, defend his rook at the same time, and I mean, suddenly Nodirbek's got to go into reverse gear. He's got to maybe just trade off these rooks and go like knight c6, try to hold this, but suddenly, I mean, white's got the extra pawns, like b4, for example. Pragg might well just win this game. I mean, he'll feel like he's dodged like several bullets, even getting to this point. But I don't think black has anything else. I think black is just struggling due to the pressure here.
Well, I can tell you one thing though, if that is the position that Nodirbek gets, having to grovel, defending a pawn down endgame, he's going to be massively on tilt. It's a difficult one to adjust to psychologically. We were looking, g6 isn't possible because rook takes bishop, move the bishop. But okay, David, before we dive into this, let's dive into some big excitement that is happening in the game between reigning world champion Gukesh and Anish Giri. There is fire on the board right now.
Wow, it's getting fiery between the world champion Gukesh and former Tata Steel Masters champion Anish Giri. Look at the eval bar, it's on Giri's side. Look at the clock though, and it's also on his side because Gukesh is down to 30 seconds. It's the 2 Indian youngsters here, Jovanka, both in big time trouble. And the counterplay you mentioned, the attack for black with the rook on c2, black knight on g4, there's all the makings of a killer attack. And I don't really see any knockout blow for Giri, but there are all ready tricks and tactics in the air. What are your spidey senses telling you right now?
Yeah, it's... Well, the bishop coming out to h6, I'm just itching to bring all the pieces into the attack. That's one thing that really appeals to me. Another thing is I wouldn't mind it if the black queen joined in. I mean, like you say, there's no natural target. So if the queen managed to find her way in, that would be something good. But first up, I always recommend that everyone does this, though it's so easy to forget, is have a look at what white is threatening. And is white threatening to play knight to f6? If that is an issue, then you've got to deal with that threat, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Jovanka, I'm trying to calculate here, but these days I'm a bit slow with it. I might need a bit of help, but Giri, can he sacrifice some stuff just to break through on the second rank? He's so close to delivering some kind of checkmate. I mean, if the black rook ever breaks through to h2, game over. He's reaching for the white knight. If he sacrifices everything on the d5 square, I mean, Giri might just get showered with gold coins. He does take the white knight first of all, forcing Gukesh's reply. Gukesh is surely going to take that back with his pawn. Under 30 seconds.
I was looking at that as well, because if the white rook weren't on d1, you could actually maybe even sacrifice a lot of material to get that rook to h2.
Maybe you can anyway, right? Like,
okay.
He's planning to take on d5 with his bishop. Wow, Gukesh just retreats his queen, leaves the knight hanging in midair. I think we have to show that, Jovanka.
Yeah.
To show what scared Gukesh there. Let's jump in because it's getting really, really dramatic even. Okay, home advantage indeed for Anish Giri. I agree that with the feature chat. Let's just show the last move. Queen to f3 was played. If he had taken this knight, could black have played bishop takes pawn in the center? Attacking this bishop, there's X-ray vision here on the second rank. If bishop takes, of course, this is disastrous. Rook takes pawn is the check. And the black queen comes out, and this is just, maybe actually not the queen coming out, bishop out is even stronger. This would end the game. Rook takes though, maybe queen takes rook is the idea. And rook takes, black is a whole queen down for just a knight, but at the very end. I mean, Jovanka, I think this is just game over. Rook f2, throwing the rook in the way is forced. Bishop takes. And now white moves the king. Now knight check. The king moves, and finally the white king has been forced into the eye line of the rook. And you win the queen, you win the game. This was a beautiful hidden tactic from Anish Giri. So going back, I'm pretty sure Gukesh saw that one. Queen f3 was his choice instead. Must be winning now, Jovanka Giri, somehow.
Yeah, he must be. Okay. That was such an incredible line that you showed there, David. If it had happened, it would have won the beauty prize already on round one. So queen to f3. Well, one thing's for sure, that the black queen is pinned. So we have to, again, look at consequences. You do have... Okay, the bishop can come out to c5. What other candidate moves? I mean, this position is just so chaotic that I always recommend just take a breather, make that list of candidate moves, things that you want to be doing.
I mean, just moving the queen like queen g5 looks like it's in the right direction. That would be my lazy non-calculation response. One move not to play is probably, knight takes e5, just because there's a queen h5 check. And the black knight actually drops. So that's one thing not to do for Giri. You could also consider kind of coming into e3, but there's a lot to calculate there. I don't know, that feels wrong somehow. Knight to e3, there's too many tactics.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's the thing. And it also allows a white check against the black king on h5. I also was thinking about queen to h5 because I was thinking of the rook getting to h2 via really radical means, queen h5 and after h3, some like fantastical queen takes h3 check, but doesn't work.
Yeah, this time, I mean, yeah, it's very close again, right? But this time white has a bit more material, I think, compared to the previous variation check, but white just throws a rook in the way and is okay. I wonder, Jovanka, wait, in the current position, can black take this bishop? Just trying to keep things simple. Because now the queen or the king will be lured out to get forked.
Oh, that's beautiful. No, okay. Queen takes. No, if you go queen takes g2.
Queen takes, knight e3.
Knight e3.
Family fork.
It certainly does catch the whole family. That's not good. But if you go king takes, again, a knight comes to e3.
Yeah, knight e3. I mean, actually, maybe the other knight's even stronger, but
maybe.
Yeah, this knight. It's just over on the spot. So, I mean, I think it has to be queen takes rook. And Giri jumping in with his knight will end up with extra material. I don't know if it's winning, but like queen f3, it feels like it must be close. Like knight takes f1 maybe.
Yeah, okay, but the knight is trapped, so you can go pawn takes knight now.
Now I really want to play knight back to e3, but I don't know if it's the best move. Knight back to e3. And if the queen takes, then this is a check. And now just need a killer blow. The bishop just somehow needs to land. b6, yeah.
No, I messed up.
It's probably like queen... No, not queen e4 here. I mean, this looks winning. Or maybe rook d4 is okay. No. I don't know, this looks so close to gold for Giri. Maybe not b6, but just anything to land this bishop. I think this is what he's calculating, I think he's got to a position like this and he's like, okay, I just need the last touch and then it's over. a5.
Yeah. But rook takes g2. That is such a beautiful spot there, Dave. Yeah, I know. Yeah, queen a5. Yeah, that's kind of...
I think I know this is a long variation, but by force. Yeah, let's rewind.
I know. I want to show that rook takes g2. It's it's like the most forcing move on the board, and it's so beautiful because after rook takes bishop, whatever you capture, a knight is just depositing itself on e3. And with that, you clarify the position into a game where it's going to be a queen and rook against the queen and two bishops. And yeah, I agree with that featured chat there that says Gukesh is not surviving this one.
No, and he does have a recent track record of struggling in game one with white. He lost game one against Ding with the white pieces, but roared back after that. So not the end of the world. This is a 13-game tournament. That was a 14-game match. Even if he loses this one, Gukesh, but really impressive from Giri, I've got to say. He didn't play like this against me last weekend. But he's playing like Tile in this one. He's defended and now he's attacking.
Yeah. I would say that he's playing like Petrosian, right? Because Petrosian was always doing that kind of stuff where he played provocatively, and then when given the chance, he wasn't afraid to play with an exposed king, and then defended magnificently. And okay, he comes out with the queen, also good, but okay, and well, okay, we'll just pause this game for a while because some big moments are happening in the game between Leon Mondonker and Vincent Keimer. So let's head there immediately. There again, we see the clock ticking down. We see the stress on the players. Well, we have to break down what is actually happening on the board.
Yeah, huge threat there for... Wow, I was going to say Vincent had a huge threat on the board, but suddenly Leon's played a bizarre move, moving his rook across to a seemingly pointless square. And Vincent's now excited. I think he's got a queen sacrifice, Jovanka. Queen takes g2. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't quite work. Queen takes h3 is the move first. Wow.
He takes on h3. Oh, and look at that. Leon looks away. And suddenly his king side is in tatters. Oh,
wow.
Bishop takes g2. Big threat on the board. The pawn on h5 is protected. White's position just fell apart.
Yeah, and actually we will break it down in a minute, but yeah, queen takes g2 not quite working. It would have worked in other variations, but Vincent, he had a threat. Leon just missed it. He only had 1 minute left on the clock. He's gone from winning to losing in the space of a few moves, 2 pawns up. Wow. Great fighting spirit from the German number one, Vincent Keimer, but this is heartbreaking what we're watching, Jovanka. Leon looks devastated, almost a dream debut, and now it's going to be a disastrous one.
Yeah, so near, so close, but yet so far away. And it all just turned on one move. Just a question of nerves and just, again, anticipating what the opponent is threatening. And there we see Leon under the minute, and he has to find a way to try to defend against this attack on the pawn on g2. And it ain't happening.
Yeah, and that's the worst kind of blunder, right? You go from a playable position to just being checkmated. There's no chance of a fight back. It's just immediately game over. And handshake. Vincent Keimer takes a win in turnaround fashion on the brink of a defeat, 2 pawns down and staring down a hopeless position. Suddenly, he delivers a checkmate. No small part thanks to a helping hand from his opponent, but great fighting spirit from the German. And the first decisive result of the year of this tournament, Jovanka.
Yeah, the first decisive result, and what a game that was filled with twists and turns. I mean, it looked like Leon was getting his dream start to his first ever Super Grandmaster tournament, but in the end, well, these Super Grandmasters, they are not the world's best for nothing, and, well, it just didn't go his way. But well played to Vincent for that big fight. And in the meantime, we move quickly on to the game between Gukesh and Anish. We saw, again, full-on drama in this game. And now we see rook to f2, attacking the queen. The queen moves over to c3. again, is so difficult to unravel when the players have such little time left on the clock.
Yeah, it feels like Anish Giri, he's trying to set in place all of the ingredients for a smothered checkmate. That often means landing a black knight on the f2 square with a check in conjunction with the queen on the diagonal. You have some checkmating motifs against the white king, but it's not just not quite working. And I think he's miscalculated something, Giri. That other variation we mentioned, rotates g2, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it was all forcing moves and it was all kind of capture, check. So it should have been possible to calculate it. But now he's down to 1 minute. I mean, this is just a 3-result game again. Giri's let it slip on the brink of victory. And suddenly material is balanced pretty much. White has actually a small advantage. 3 pawns and a rook for 2 pieces. So if Giri doesn't land a checkmate, Ivanka, this game might turn.
I can fully see it turning, because the pawn on d5 is so strong. So Gukesh will be feeling very, very hopeful. But now, Anish, he's down to 30 seconds. What is he going to choose?
He brings his bishop out to attack the white queen. She doesn't have too many squares. She retreats. Best move, only move by Gukesh, but he found it instantly. We're used to that from him now. Such a clutch player. And okay, Black's pieces are really poorly coordinated now. They're kind of randomly strewn across the board. Okay, still in control. Giri, can he keep calm?
Yeah, the question is where to start targeting the white camp, because the white queen is threatening to infiltrate. And there we can see best move in the board, queen to g5. The queen is coming in.
And I think fortunately for Gukesh, that's maybe one of the more natural moves in the position, threatening some checks, maybe threatening the black bishop in some variations. You cannot really move your rooks. You can move your pawns, but it's either pawns or queen. You cannot move anything else for Gukesh. So 30 seconds, will he find the best move? Queen to g5. And yeah, Giri, he's very zen, very calm considering. But I think inside, he must know that he's missed something even better. And that's very hard situation to be in. Gukesh under 20 seconds, Ivanka. Panic stations.
It is panic stations. I guess he's just looking at all potential moves. He has a lot of choice. The queen can activate. The white e-pawn can step forward. No, but of course, Gukesh, one of his trademarks is that he loves to mobilize the queen. And indeed, he puts it on her most active square. Great defense here from the world champion.
Yeah, great move. There was actually a huge threat in the position. That was for Black's bishop to come into e4 to, again, overload the white bishop and to try and break through on the second rank for checkmate. But now bishop to e4, not possible because White will give a check with the queen. And when the black king moves, the black knight will also fall with a check. So, yeah, Black's pieces coordinated for now, but a bit clumsy, a bit loose. Giri's now the one under 20 seconds. And this is going to continue, Ivanka. We're only at move 30. They've got 10 more moves before they get added time. Giri retreats his bishop back where it came from.
Okay, and decision time. We can see once again the blue arrow telling us that White's best move is just to give a check on h5. But Gukesh, he's such an ambitious player. Will he be playing for more? I mean, what is Black threatening? Is Black threat still going to go for this bishop to e4 business? Looks like it.
Yeah, I think so. Now the black bishop. Oh, he checks on the wrong square. I was going to say now the black bishop can block potentially. And of course, that isn't the best move from Giri. He could have moved his king. Maybe that was even stronger. But I mean, at this point, it's just about getting to move 40 and surviving till that point, taking stock. Survival is the name of the game for Gukesh, especially, who still faces a scary attack. Ivanka, predictions?
10 seconds, anything can happen. I mean, one thing that Gukesh must not do is he must not capture the rook on f2, because as David highlighted, there is a smothered mate in the air. Of course, Gukesh just centralizes his rook.
Great move, covering the important e4 squares. The black bishop cannot use this square now. It is, well defended. And anyone who's been playing Puzzle Rush will know all about the smothered checkmate, but that would involve the knight landing on f2 without being captured. So, okay, he takes a pawn, Anish Giri. Jovanka is blue arrow central here. Every move for Gukesh is pretty much forced. He's found most of the best moves so far. Will he find rook takes rook?
It's not an easy move to spot, but there is a direct threat in the air. Black is threatening to play rook takes bishop, and if that happens, white's position will fall apart. So Gukesh just has to hold his nerve. Oh! He doesn't find it.
He doesn't find it. This is a losing blunder from Gukesh, but Anish Giri now, does he have to find the move indicated by the blue arrow? Bishop to e4. That is not easy. It's a beautiful geometric motif there, trying to overwhelm the white pieces. But you can see he senses it, Jovanka. He's leaning forward, Giri. There was a moment where his interest was really piqued, and Owen Lamy in the background senses it too. Bishop e4 would win. It would end in checkmate.
It's such a beautiful move. Putting your bishop in the middle of the board where it can be taken not just once, but twice. It involves beautiful geometry along the back rank, a checkmating idea on h2. 11 seconds, 12 seconds. It's not that much time to find such a wonderful move.
Will he find it, Anish Giri? Will he take the win against Gukesh? 3 seconds. He finds it. He made the move with 1 second left, Anish Giri. There's a rook exchange. What to play now?
Let's go! And this game has us on the edge of our seats. Rook takes rook. He has a choice. He can capture with a knight. He can capture... No, he can only capture with a knight. So that's all good.
Wow, what about this next move, Jovanka? It continues. He has to bring his knight back where it came from, defend his bishop on h6, clear the second rank for the black queen to do the checkmating, to do the business. It's a winning move if he finds it, Anish Giri.
He's not reaching for the knight. Okay, he's taken a breather. Again.
He's reaching for his queen.
Yeah.
Is he going to bring his
But
queen
he's
back?
taking a pause.
Knight g4. That is brilliant. That is amazing. We'll break this all down later in more detail with variations, but 3 seconds. He blunders Anish Giri. Brings his queen back.
Oh no. But now you can play queen to f6. Check.
Wow. Queen f6 gets the queens off the board, and Gukesh will not get checkmated. He might just win this game.
But also, is there a direct threat? Can you not take the bishop? I mean, these are the questions that are going to be running through Gukesh's head. Can he capture the bishop on e4?
The black knight would just recapture, I think, with a discovered check. Getting the queens off, great practical decision. In general, no more checkmate. Gukesh has plenty of time now, up to 1.5 minutes. He's going to win his first game as world champion. Look at Giri's face. Look at his reaction. He knew, he sensed it, Jovanka. He just didn't have time to work it out.
Oh, the pain. So close. On the verge of playing a brilliancy. Anish knows it is over. But wow. This was such an incredible fight.
Gukesh took so many risks, and was rewarded ultimately. Yes, he rode his luck along the way, but now he has done the hard work, and I think he's just going to move his rook. The D pawn is going to decide this one. It's Domaraju, the D pawn here, is going to promote or cost black a piece. And wow, heartbreak for Giri. Chess is cruel. Chess is so cruel.
It certainly is. And you can see the pain on Anish's face. He knows he was so close to getting off to the dream start to his campaign at Tata Steel Masters. And just one bad move throws it all away.
Yeah, and that's often the case in these chaotic positions. One move can be the difference between a win and a loss. There's very rarely any middle ground. Gives a check, Gukesh. He's one move away now from move 40. He pushes his d pawn forward, 2 squares away from promotion. He gets an extra 50 minutes on the clock, more importantly, and he's about to win this game.
And there we see both players leave the board. I'm sure they need to calm themselves down after that one. It was an epic time scramble. And there we see Fedoseev just take a look at the position, looks at Anish, understands that this is such a painful turnaround for the Dutchman.
Yeah, we saw Giri striding off in the background, I think trying to keep a poker face there, but he knows he has a lost position. His 2 pieces cannot fight against White's rook, so we will revisit this. But some players still short on time on the other boards, Jovanka. Maybe we zoom out for the moment. We'll break things down in more detail a bit later once the dust is settled after the time control at move 40. But for now, we do have 5 games remaining. And where should we jump to next?
Let's follow the time scrambles. So let's maybe go to Van Forest. No, have they made it?
Ooh, not quite. Okay, they actually have just this move. I was going to say Van Forest hasn't made move 40, but he let his clock run down. He has made the magical move 40. The time gets added afterwards. We could maybe jump to Pragg. No, Pragg has more time now against Abdusattorov. Looks like Hare Krishna against Erigaisi is just reaching move 40 as we speak as well. It looks like the time scramble is over, but the most drama was spilled on those 2 boards. Mendonca blundering against Keimer and Giri letting it slip against Gukesh.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it was very much the same theme as well. You know, both of the players who are ultimately going to lose, they were winning, and it's just one big turnaround, one big massive blunder, and everything slipped. The house just fell apart. And there we see on the camera Hare Krishna against and Erigaisi. It is going to be a battle between 2 rooks against a queen in that one. Whew. Maybe we can break down quickly whilst it's looking very peaceful in the other games. Maybe we can break down all the drama that did happen.
Yeah. Maybe it's that time, Jovanka. The other games, I mean, what happens on move 40, especially with this time control, right? With 50 minutes added each, is that the players often spend 5-10 minutes just gathering their thoughts, gathering their breath, taking stock of the new situation. But yeah, let's jump into this. We have a bit of time now. We need to catch our breaths, but before we do that, I mean, this is such an important game in the grand scheme of things, and let's just jump back to where it all began. I mean, where did it even begin? I'm going to jump back about half a dozen moves before the drama unfolded. It was here we were talking about smothered mate. White cannot touch this black rook, but after queen takes b2, now he can and should have done. Gukesh, he would have held the balance by playing the very scary looking rook takes f2, allowing the black knight in and just moving the king. Or likewise, if the black queen slides over and captures, then rook to f1. Everything's holding for Gukesh, still dynamically balanced despite the chaos. Instead, Gukesh blundered first. He was the first one to blink and make the mistake. h3. Giri found bishop e4. Brilliant move. We were praising him, writing off the victory. But the whole idea here is that rook takes bishop, for example, allows rook takes rook. And the black queen gives the kiss of death at the end with a checkmate. And likewise, you cannot touch this bishop in any direction. Bishop takes e4 would also lead to mate with rook to h2, and now multiple ways win, but rook h1 is the prettiest, clearing the path for the queen to deliver checkmate next on h2. After a rook exchange, however, this is where Giri missed his opportunity. He had over 1 minute at this point, but knight to g4 was the only winning move, and he didn't find it. This clears the second rank and asks the question. It also defends this bishop, most importantly. Any checks, by the way, just met by king to g7, and white is run out of checks, so this doesn't help. Instead, though, the most beautiful, most instructive variation, the one I think Giri missed, was rook takes bishop. And now you don't give a check on the first rank because the white bishop blocks. But first you jump back. You check the king. Has to slide into the corner. King f1 is also checkmated. And now, only now, do you deliver the killer blow. Back rank checkmate. Incoming in the next couple of moves. This would have been over, Jovanka. Instead, Giri dropped back, allowed a queen exchange, and it's over in the opposite direction. How heartbreaking is this?
It's incredibly heartbreaking. But those lines you just showed us, especially the queen coming back to b6 to give a check, force the white king in the corner, it's just absolutely magnificent. And I don't know whether it's a good idea for Anish to check the engine after he finishes this game, because he's going to be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, and he's putting a brave face on things, but we saw it for that moment. The mask dropped, right, Jovanka? And Anish tries never to kind of let his emotions betray him, but he knew instantly, as soon as the queens came off, he knew he was winning before that as well. Maybe now he's had time to kind of digest the variations, and I've got no doubt, even without checking the engine, Jovanka, he's going to come back, he's going to be like, damn, I missed knight g4, and that would have been over. I would have won.
Yeah, and how does one recover from such an epic turn of events? You feel like you're playing great chess. One bad moment. In fact, there we just see the knight drop back, but ultimately, this position is just winning for Gukesh because the d pawn is simply unstoppable. And there we see rook attacking the knight. Once the knight moves, the d pawn will advance. And there we see handshake and a decisive result for Gukesh. An incredible game between these two, all decided in a split second in time trouble.
A game for the ages, a game with so much drama, so many twists and turns, a real roller coaster of emotions for both players. And you can see here Anish Giri pointing out what he should have done. I think Gukesh, trying to find a defense here for white, but ultimately Gukesh is the one who takes the win, takes the points, and has started his reign as world champion with a victory. Wow, chess, classical chess continues to deliver. And there we see Anish leaning back, realizing now that he missed a win. He was winning for much of that game, Jovanka, but he missed one clear win right at the end.
Yeah, and there you can see his look as he understands what could have happened instead of the moves that he played. But Anish taking it with a smile. He seems very well adjusted. Like, okay, he played a great game. Those are the positives. He can move on understanding that he's in good shape.
Yeah, Anish is in good form. The result was deceptive, or at least, people breezing past this might think, okay, Gukesh took the win with the white pieces, but that doesn't tell half the story. Wow. I wonder whether we'll be looking back at this result in a couple of weeks, Jovanka, and this could be the difference, right, between winning the tournament or coming second. Two of the big favorites for the event, the world champion and Anish Giri, the former champion of Tata Steel. Wow. Titan clash, and it's Gukesh who emerges on top.
Exactly. This result, as you mentioned, David, could be absolutely instrumental in setting the tone for the tournament. For Gukesh, a rather lucky win, but boy, did he fight hard to survive, and he played some gutsy chess there in the beginning. And for Anish, well, he can take consolation in the fact that he played incredibly, found some amazing differences and resources, and in the end, it was just a terrible one-move blunder that did cost him the game. Well, the players, they're discussing, they've left, and now, after that roller coaster game, we are going to take a quick breather and join us after a few minutes as we just get back and deconstruct exactly what happened.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Does it bother you that I have more followers on Instagram than you?
Yes, it does.
So good, this show. This show is so good.
Have you ever been jealous of me?
I think when you qualify to the candidates, probably.
Yes, it does.
That's probably one. Yes, it's probably one.
You're close, so
yes,
I can understand.
For sure.
Do you think you would be a better influencer than a chess player?
Honestly, like it's so, for me, like being an influencer is so much less rewarding than being a chess player. I see it just as like a byproduct that might slightly help me in my chess, and that's why that's why it's a thing.
Probably true, but there are some other thoughts. He has some other thoughts around that, so maybe he have been thinking about it or something like that. There's more to his answer than he just replied.
Do you like look down upon influencers?
A little bit, yeah.
More than a little bit.
It's a logical consequence of my previous answer.
See how I trapped you in that zone?
You fully trapped me. Yeah, influencers hate me now. Please keep retweeting, guys. I love you. Hashtag love you all.
Do you think you will ever become world champion?
I think actually I might.
Yes.
Ambitious. Where do you get your optimism from?
I'm so happy. No, I'm so happy. You see, like the work I'm doing on myself is working. No, but I think like I'm a good player, honestly. I think I'm a good player. I'm not too impressed with the people at the top right now. Yeah, Gukesh will likely become world champion. I don't see him as someone much better than me, so I'm okay.
We are back after that epic time control, ready with all the action. And, well, during that break, we did see a result between Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek. The kings are in the middle of the board, so that means the game was a draw. David, maybe we can break down exactly what transpired there.
Yeah, I think we need to, because it was another really messy game, super complicated. A lot of tactics lying beneath the surface. We saw a temporary queen sacrifice from Abdusattorov earlier. He had a winning position, but just to show the final few moves, we actually left it earlier after rook to c8. And this was where the players were getting low on time, but the action between Giri and Gukesh was so dramatic that we had to jump. But instead, rook to a8 would have given black a decisive advantage due to checkmating attacks against the white king. This was missed. Rook ec8. We saw Pragg play rook to f1, a really nice counterattack. And after knight to e3, defending the bishop, attacking the rook, attacking this bishop, this was Pragg's idea, a sacrifice, an exchange sacrifice. Rook takes bishop, and now at least now the white king won't get checkmated. And at least g6 is possible due to a pin on this diagonal. And okay, after some exchanges, the knight dropped back. There was a check. The king moved. Black is actually up material, but after bishop b4 decided to return the material, as the pin is just too strong. And the finish here, Jovanka, so nice, so well played. We were past move 40 at this stage, so the quality of chess was just flawless, was perfect. Knight to b5, counterattacking against the white king. Just to mention, if there's a check, it's not checkmate because the white king will start running for the hills. It'll start running out towards the center. So knight to b5 threatens to close the door with knight to c3, also threatens a check, and then knight to a3. Instead, the king drops back preemptively, a knight check, king to a2, and now I think this might be the only way to draw, but not rook to a8, importantly, because of bishop to d5 attacking this rook. And if the rook moves, there's a nasty counterattack, and white promotes a pawn. Instead, playing the rather cool, after king to a2, knight into c2. Beautiful move. Again, aiming to attack the white king. If the knight is captured, then whoops, suddenly it is checkmate because the white rook gets in the way of its own king's escape. And this is game over. So instead, after knight to c2, the white king drops back. You have to be a bit careful about what you do here as black. Knight a3 instead was the reaction by Nodirbek. And a bit of a dance between the king and knight, and a repetition and a draw. What do you think? Fair result, ultimately?
I think that Nodirbek will be disappointed by what transpired, even though I think he played, after he blundered with rook fc8, I thought he played flawlessly. Fantastic chess, finding that knight to b5, knight to c2, I love it. But he will be disappointed because his middle game was so promising. And it felt like he had such a fantastic position. He found some wonderful tactics, and I really can't praise them enough. He left his queen on prise for how many moves, David?
I think it was 5 moves in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that's just astounding, right? And you kind of feel like morally you might deserve the victory after that. But hats off to Praggnanandhaa, defended extremely well. Held his nerve, especially when low on the clock.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Indian school of chess earlier, all these counterattacks and playing actively with queens. But I mean, Gukesh and Pragg, they both played very aggressively, took massive risks. And ultimately, they were both rewarded. They both got results. And I think this is the Indian school of chess, just really going for the opponent, showing zero fear at all. And it's so impressive. This is, I mean, part of the reason they're so strong, all of these, this whole generation. And ultimately, Pragg saved the day on the back foot. But I think he'll have warmed up now for sure. There's no kind of no nerves tomorrow at all. If he can survive that, he'll feel he can survive anything.
Yes, someone was smiling down on him today. Well, 4 games down, 3 games remaining. And you mentioned the Indian school of chess and how both Gukesh and also Pragg, they took tremendous risks. But there is an all-Indian encounter between Hari Krishna and Arjun. We've had an eye on that one at moments. It's there in the bottom left in the green. Maybe we can take a look, because whilst the other 2 games, they look pretty even according to the evaluation bar.
Yeah, the other 2 games between Varmadam and Sarana and Van Forest and Fedoseev, they're actually interesting mirror images of each other. It's queen and bishop against queen and knight on both of those boards, but both looking very equal, and those will definitely be kind of games for the long haul. So yeah, let's jump in on Hari Krishna and Arjun. Let's try to unravel the developments there. I mean, I wish we could have covered this game even more, Jovanka, because it has been exciting. We saw the key moment, though, that queen sacrifice. I say sacrifice. Hari Krishna got 2 rooks and a pawn in return for the black queen, so a pretty good bargain, pretty good deal. He's up material, and that was a while ago. Things haven't changed too much, but ultimately it looks like Hari Krishna's done everything right. He's got a beautiful knight on d6. He's consolidated, defended all his pawns. The white king is safe. But Arjun, he might be able to build a barrier here. It's going to be hard for white to ever do anything, kind of push all these pawns forward, for example, without weakening his own king. And then the black queen will come into her own. So, Jovanka, do you see this being as much of an advantage as the eval bar says?
No. And also because black's only weakness, so to speak, is the pawn on f7, and that can be ably defended by a bishop on e6. And one of the things that I was thinking whilst you were talking about is how, as white, would I like to improve? And the way that I think I might try, again, it does encounters and risk is to perhaps go c4, b4, and actually not advancing c5 directly, but actually advancing a5 first. Trying to provoke. But like you say, when the pawns stop moving forward, they leave behind weak squares. And that's something that the queen and bishop can effectively start to take advantage of.
Yeah, I think maybe another plan for Harry would be to try and put a pawn on e5, where it really anchors the white knight, and then the rooks are released. The rooks could start trying to double up later on the f7 pawn if the knight is protected. But yeah, I said the word if 3 or 4 times there, and that reflects the fact that it is not easy to achieve. So still a lot of hard work. In the break there, Jovanka, our producer, was joking that Hare Krishna is going to be here for 8 hours trying to grind this one down, try to win. I think that's a great prediction for the truth. I'm saying it now just to jinx it, because the time control here is a long one. We could be here all night, all evening. And Hare Krishna is famous for his long games.
Well, hang on
We'll
a
see.
second. Wasn't Harry like your partner in crime when you played that 200 move?
136, Jovanka. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
No comment.
And I think that game, that 236 epic marathon, that was like a joint effort, would you say?
I mean, every star needs a perfect co-star, and Harry was my co-star in that game.
Did any of you, did he ever offer you a draw in that game?
No, he did not.
No.
I think we were both
So
too
here
stubborn.
you go.
And I doubt Arjun will offer a draw in this one. I doubt Harry will offer a draw unless he feels there's no winning chances. I don't know about you. I don't see White losing this one unless he goes crazy, Hare Krishna, and it's not his style to go crazy. So Jovanka, 8 hours ending in a draw? What do you think?
I think we've got to buckle up, David. Get our cups of tea, get our whatever, fast food or whatever, because we are going to be here for a long time. Okay, so we are expecting this game to continue for a long time. Maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other 2 encounters.
Yeah. The featured chat there from Maxim Linek asking chances for Erigaisi. I think chances of a draw are very high. He's not losing necessarily, he's worse, but winning would take a bit of help from Hare Krishna, whose king is very safe and has everything defended. So yeah, we'll check back in on that one in due course. The other 2 boards, Varmadam against Sarana, it's level pawns, level pieces. At least Van Forest against Fedoseev, there's a material imbalance. So maybe we jump to that one first of the 2. Because, Jovanka, we actually predicted that Van Forest would win. He had a dominant middle game earlier. He had full control. Fedoseev could barely move a single piece, but here we are. It's a level position.
It is a level position, and it's not level in pawns, but Jordan's bishop is still super powerful. You know, the knight can't move from f7 because, yeah, as you've highlighted, something's going to be appearing on g8. You don't want that. Yeah, the question is, does White have anything more other than pressure? I mean, how is White gonna actually get some improvement in the position?
Yeah, that's a good question. And historically, or at least what I was told as a kid growing up, is that Queen and Knight were kind of the perfect duo against Queen and Bishop in an endgame, because at least you can camp out on dark squares. White struggles to control the opposite color complex to his bishop. I mean, you mentioned Knight e5. I do wonder whether it's possible. Maybe. Just to try and gobble up this pawn. White improving, that's hard. Maybe it's just about going after this A pawn first, restore the material balance, and then kind of regroup. I don't see any pawn breaks for White. I don't think you should ever touch pawns in front of your king, because the White king becomes weak. So I don't really see Van Forest winning this one anymore.
I don't see a win either. I don't see him losing. But I just feel like if White were to start chasing pawns with queen to a8, well, that allows Black to improve the placing of the queen, maybe put her on c7, where she can then centralize. Because in queen endgame, something that you taught me, David, is that queens belong in the middle of the board. They more
That's
scope
true.
there.
Yeah, more scope. Knights and queens are the pieces that love the center. Rooks and bishops do things from afar. They're happy just chilling on the back rank most of the time, as long as they have open lines to look at. Like this bishop, for example, long range controls a lot of squares, but knights and queens love to be in the center. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Ivanka. Like, the black queen would love to be on a square. Like, okay, I know I'm drawing a knight's move there, but we would love to be on e5 somehow. But at the moment, kind of evacuating the 7th rank comes with potential pins here. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think this might just be a kind of situation where neither side can really improve their pieces. Should we start with queen to e7?
Yeah, let's start. I was going to say, let's creep, because I feel like maybe Fedoseev will be feeling ambitious and try to grind out something. And I thought queen e7 was a great start. And then I was going to start advocating for f5. One of my weaknesses in chess, it's a strength and a weakness, is that I love to push pawns. And so I'll be looking at f5, king f6, and let's see how far up the board we can go.
Creepy crawly chess, just inching forward.
Yeah.
Okay, does black have a threat though? So if I do go after this pawn,
No threat. Or you
you
can take the pawn on c5. That's true.
Yeah.
I give you that. But then after queen to b7, you have to skedaddle back. Yeah.
No.
And then,
queen takes
yeah,
pawn.
take.
And this might just fizzle out. White will most likely win this pawn, and at least black gets active, right? The knight gets out. Yeah, it just feels like black's king is just safe enough, but black can't actually do much. Whereas white's king is super safe, but white is a pawn down, so just needs to go about his business of restoring the material balance long term.
Yeah.
I think a draw would be a great result for Fedoseev, actually, just the journey of this game. He plays pawn to a4, which I did realize was possible, because bishop takes a4 now would allow at least a check. But maybe this is still acceptable for Van Forest. Just king h or king somewhere. Queen takes pawn and now dropping back. Sorry?
Is that, yeah, no, here I was thinking about queen c7, yeah.
Yeah.
That's, you can see the evaluation bar creep.
We're used to that, Jovanka. At least it's not plummeting like earlier.
But I find that that's actually an indication of that the position is really complicated. When we're making like these one move terrible blunders, then it's just incredibly complex, murky position. Whereas when the evaluation bar just creeps and decreases, then that's just indicates that everything is relatively solid, that the price of an error is not going to be that high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and actually maybe the reason it creeped was because, okay, very small detail, but in this line, I said queen c7, maybe queen to b7, just to guarantee that you put your bishop on b3 next. You kind of defend this square. And yeah, some pressure. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, this c6 pawn is going to drop. I was going to ask you, I mean, as black, how much do you want to grovel? And and this is like an interesting discussion that I had Fabiano Caruana and Christian Carilla discuss. You know, like, the older, the more experience they get, they understand that there are certain positions that they can head to, and it will be unpleasant, but it will be a draw. Whereas when they were younger, they would be like, okay, I don't know whether I should do this. Maybe I should hold the material balance. Is this one of these situations?
Yeah, I mean, I'll still say it's every chess player's nightmare. Like, their least favorite thing is to kind of beg for a draw, is to kind of play a 2-result game where you can never ever win. Like, if you make a mistake, you lose. If you play really well, you hold it and draw. But yeah, that comes with age, that comes with experience, and I mean, that's something I've done a lot myself, Jovanka. These days, I'm kind of just trying to survive, often in the opening and middle game, just to get a playable position. A bit grovelly, but yeah, going all out and taking risk. It's for the young. It's for the brave. And I mean, I've got to say, in terms of psychology, though, Jordan looks like he's suffering. I think he's still kind of locked inside his own head, locked in the past. Like 20 moves ago, he was almost winning, almost on the spot, but he didn't go for the attack. I mean, we were even talking about like f4, f5, blowing open the kingside about 20 moves ago, but it's too late now, and I'm not sure who's groveling here. I think probably black would be the happier of the two to make a draw. But yeah, either way, it's one of those things. How about yourself? Is that something you enjoy doing, or will you always choose the active way to fight?
I'm not very good at groveling. That's the simple fact of the matter. I like to play actively. I know I haven't really learned from all my years of experience. I mean, I had a situation where I needed a half point to get a grandmaster norm, and I could have just sacrificed my knight for a pawn and got rook and bishop and rook, and I chose not to do it because I was like, I don't know. Maybe now I would choose to go into an endgame like that, but there we do see bishop takes pawn. But on the whole, like you say, I much prefer to have an active position because I trust myself a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and every player has their strengths. I mean, there's still some top grandmasters in the world who will never grovel. You'll never see them kind of give up material and try to dig deep and defend for 6 hours. Shakirar Mamedyarov, I don't think he's ever done that. So playing true to your strengths, I think, is just a great way to do things, great approach in general. But yeah, as Fabi said, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. It's the results that count, even if you have to do it the ugly way, the hard way. Getting the result is all important in any sport. And I think the result in this one's probably just going to be a draw.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's heading that way. And it will depend on whether Jordan can just coordinate the queen and bishop to put enough pressure against that knight on f7. Shall we take a look at the game between Max Varmadam and Alexei Sarana?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we can quickly... Yeah, okay, yeah, perfect.
Let's jump straight there because it looks similar, right, Jovanka? It's queen and bishop again, queen and light squared bishop against queen and knight, but equal pawns this time. What do you make of this?
I like black. I like the knight. Well, I somehow, I don't know, but white does have a great pawn structure, barring the pawn on b3.
Yeah, black does have a weak, potentially weak. It's not weak right now, but isolated pawn in the center. Black has 3 pawn islands, 1 on the queen side, 1 in the center, and then 1 on the king side. White only has 2, but yeah, the black knight looks pretty. Although, who's dominating who? If the bishop lands on b5, whose minor piece is actually better? Unclear, right?
That's true. That's very unclear. But it also feels like you can get the pieces to their perfect squares, but there's no follow through. There's actually no point of attack. And you know, like I actually don't see a plan for either side. Because in in-games, I have this thing that you either got to push pawns or you got to checkmate. Push pawns in the sense that you want to promote, and you got to checkmate your opponent's king. Those are the 2 ultimate plans. And here, it's not going to be easy to orchestrate for black a way to promote a queenside pawn. And it's not going to be easy for white to orchestrate targeting the pawn on d5. I mean, I also maybe there's an idea of perhaps improving the king and at the right time going f3 e4. Is that? But then it also feels that you're taking a lot of risk to do this type of stuff.
Yeah, and I think both players have played very well this game. First of all, Sarana making his debut in Wijk Aan Zee, at the Tata Steel Masters at least, and yeah, I think for him, a draw with black is not the worst thing in the world. Max Varmadam's put a bit of pressure on the last few moves. Tough start to this game, actually. He got hit in the opening by a surprise and kind of reacted very well. So I think a draw is a fair result. Yeah, like you say, Jovanka, if black just sits still and just kind of plays king f8, king g7, king f8, king g7, and just like waits, I really don't see anything too bad happening to him. Maybe white will improve the king and like play queen to f4 and get ready for some endgame With the queens off, if the white king is better placed, if the white king can suddenly magically pop up on b5, maybe if the queens come off and then the white king starts its journey, like, I mean, this is a far-fetched dream, but then there might be some winning chances. But ultimately, if both sides sit still, it's hard to dream of any scenario where either side wins.
I have a scenario for you. So, okay, it requires a lot of dream work. So, bear with. I was thinking the white bishop belongs on b5. You know, you posed that question, who's dominating who? But at least with the bishop on b5, the knight's not going anywhere. And the next kind of thing that I wanted to do was swap of queens.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about the plan of putting the king on g2, queen on f4. That was also in my radar. And f3. And then trying to orchestrate some kind of e4.
Mm-hmm. Let's put this on the board. Let's say white gets everything he dreams of. Okay, let's say Caruana just waits. And then waits. And then waits. And waits. I don't know. And now f3?
Yes.
Finally. Okay, and then black waits.
And
I don't know if the king should be on g3 or not.
Well, this is the thing also. There's two options for white, to go e4, or there's also queen e5.
Mm-hmm.
But the queen e5 has to be done when the white king is ready to snake its way to d4.
Yeah, like queen exchange, and if the white king needs to be taking the long way around, then maybe it doesn't work. But if the white king is near, just to point out, you can play e4 potentially. Maybe not in this exact position, but I was going to say, like, you can try and drop the bishop back to c4 and put some pressure and then take this pawn back. But here, I don't think it quite works due to knight to d5. But if you could arrange a scenario where it does work and then kind of ignore the fact that black had a strong move there, then this scenario, maybe white's maxed out the potential. Like, you put a pawn on g5, put a pawn on e5, just coming in. I could see it, Jovanka, but he needs a lot of things to go in his favor. That's the only issue, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to do a lot of effort, and he also needs a lot of help. And as we know, normally our opponents are not so obliging. Okay, so hang on a second. Your plan could be put in motion. King to f8.
King f8, I do not hate. I mean, I was half joking. He's waiting.
Just a quick question. What was the last move? I mean, are we seeing potentially a repetition of moves?
Not yet. Max Farmadam, I think he's going for it with white, because he did play, let's just backtrack 2 moves. He played, after a check, he went g4. So you don't push g4 unless you're really going for the score. I think he's just trying to create a path forward for his king. I think maybe what Caruana's going to do is play king g7 and just block on the dark squares, put a pawn on g5. And then white really can't get too far. But we'll see. Caruana.
Could also be an invitation to repeat as well. You never know with these little moves. But the players can offer draws, as we've seen. So, yeah. Yeah.
Can, doesn't mean they will. I think it's a point of pride as well. Like, Max will want to go to kind of any journalists later. He'll want to say, I was pressing the whole time. Maybe it was an equal position, but I was the one pressing. I don't think being the one to offer a draw is necessarily what the modern crop of youngsters, what they like to do.
Right. I have noticed, David, I don't know if you've observed the same, but top grandmasters like to say, yes, I had a draw from a position of strength.
Yeah. They might be like, they might be just totally lost into the engine, but they were like, yeah, position of strength. I had it under control.
It's like a standard thing. No, it was a draw, but I had the better position. It was me. I don't know. Long term. Okay. David, I just saw a result crop up on our screens. I think it's been a draw between Jordan van Foreest and Fedorseev. Maybe we
That's right.
could. Yeah,
Draw agreed.
draw agreed.
Draw agreed. And actually, it wasn't too far away from where we left it. It was literally one move further down the line. We saw Jordan van Foreest shaking his head. And ultimately, it was only one move later. It was Fedorseev who offered the draw. Van Foreest said yes. So, okay, a fifth result in the books in day one, round one of the Tata Steel Masters.
Yes. Okay, that means 2 games are remaining. We have, of course, the very balanced endgame between Max Varmadam against Alexei Sarana. We also have there in the left, we have Hari Krishna against Arjun. And the big question in that particular game is 2 rooks against the queen. Which one is better? But there we see e5 being played there on the bird's eye view. So first point of call is black cannot take that pawn. It is not there for free because it's poisoned, because as David's highlighted, knight takes f7 would be a very unpleasant check.
Oof, yeah, that would be a royal fork. The queen and king would be in big trouble. So one poison pawn. That's one thing we do know. Ivanka, I will admit, though, that these types of positions with imbalances, rooks versus queen, for example, the one thing I do struggle with, I think a lot of players, I mean, it all rests on dynamics, right? But a lot of players struggle. I was about to say queen to f1 would be my move, the most active square. Still keeping an eye on the priceless f7 pawn. And I think black would love to get one more move and solidify that pawn with bishop back to e6. It's just about whether white can gang up. White would love to double the rooks on the f-file, but this is clearly impossible in the near future. How to improve the position? Advantage Hare Krishna, apparently, but you still need a plan. You still need to be able to make some sort of progress. Maybe he'll switch focus now?
Yes, I mean, he has to do something, and yeah, maybe I like your idea. Just provoke a weakness. I mean, one of the things that I was advocating for with the queen on f1 is not going to make too much sense. You don't want to be just exposing your own king, because in this type of endgame, I always judge them on dynamics, as you mentioned, but also king safety. Those are the 2 most important things for me. And you want the white king to always have a safe place to hide. So I like your idea of going knight to b5. Find some weaknesses on the queen side that at least might force the black queen to go passive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and somehow at the moment, the base of a pawn chain is always the weakest. And if you can somehow undermine these black pawns, maybe get at this one first, force it to commit moving forward, then the b6 pawn becomes fixed, becomes weak. Yeah, I'm only suggesting moves like knight to b5 because I'm struggling to find anything else. And you do have to watch out. There's always tactics like bishop to e2 might be an awkward skewer. I don't think it's too scary, but yeah, what else simply for Hare Krishna? He's got 30 minutes on the clock. He's going to use that 30 minutes to try and find something. But yeah, the rooks, they're defensive right now, but they would love to have targets. But they need to stay protecting each other. Otherwise, the black queen might get a bit excited about the potential of some loose pieces.
Yes. And just to kind of clarify, there's no potential for any checkmates ideas. So I was trying to see whether the knight and the rooks could weave something around black king. So it's kind of very much loosely based on the idea of knight to e4.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, coming into f6. But the reason I'm not that enthusiastic about it right now is because the pawn on e5 is just going to be weak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as soon as the knight goes, I guess the black queen will start trying to target this pawn. And there will be no more forking problems on f7. So I do like knight to...
I'm sorry. I found that way funnier than you expected me to. It was
I mean,
a good one though.
I was trying to keep a straight face of saying it, but yeah. I hope the viewers will forgive me for making that pun. I mean, Hari Krishna just reacted to my pun there. He was like, "Oh God, not again, David." He's struggling to find a plan.
Yes. Yeah. Oh well, I haven't given up on my idea of harassing the Black King.
Mhm.
I have an idea. So you can go rook to e4. Let's
Let's put these moves on the board. Rook d4.
yeah.
So let's say bishop to
I mean-
e6, take the square.
Yes. Okay, so now the rook can swing out. I know this again. I'm not respecting the yes.
Hmm. I don't know. And let's just see. Maybe I have to come forward, which is really scary. But let's see what happens.
Yes. Knight to e8.
Yeah. Check. The king goes back.
And then knight to f6.
Yeah, and it's a mating net, right? It's
Yeah. I gotcha there.
Yeah.
It's the hook mate.
It's the hook mate, and if I come this way to stop any checks, you go up and around.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was hook. They're called the hook mate, Ivanka. You're like the queen of checkmating patterns.
Well, I did a course on them once and I was like, wow, so many names I never knew before. So yeah, I did learn them. And then I think I've forgotten some of them. Some of them are really basic. Like there's like triangle mates, like literally, and it's just, you know, a king and then the opposing queen and rook all in a triangle. I had to do a video on like this amazing triangle mate. I was like, I can tell you one thing, like having done a course of them, the most difficult thing was to actually source the puzzles.
I can imagine. Very few games even go to checkmate at the top level. There's often resignation first, right? But yeah, some of these checkmating concepts, they very rarely appear in practical play. Maybe compositions, endgame studies?
Yeah, but it had to kind of be kind of tournament play. But I agree, there were so many beautiful studies as well. But yeah, I did find them. So I was very proud of myself, and I like jumped for joy. I think I know you might hate me, David, but one of your checkmates was in it. Actually, quite a few of your checkmates were in it. But there was one that I remember, which was the one where the Indian grandmaster, I can't remember his name, he did it against you in Gibraltar, and that was such a beautiful checkmate. And I remember that kind of stayed in my mind because it was so unexpected because he moved his queen.
Ivanka, you're so diplomatic. Like the way you phrased it sounded like I was giving the checkmates, but no, I was the victim of these these beautiful checkmates. And I remember that game too. It was a nice queen sacrifice. Was that? Yeah, I'm struggling to remember the opponent. Maybe Deep Sengupta.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. And
Yeah.
there was one of your Bowden checkmates as well, which is the Bowden is when you do with like the bishops. The bishops are kind of like, let me just come up to the camera like this. So one bishop does the trapping and the other one does the checkmating. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this game, I mean, it could end in checkmate. I think Hari Krishna should play rook to d4. I don't really see why not. At least that sets a trap, right? At least that's something. I don't see the downside in playing that move. You can probably always go back and reset up this type of, this type of position anyway. He was kind of leaning back, not looking too ambitious, or not too ambitious, but too confident, maybe. Rook to d4. Hari Krishna, I mean, his technique is fantastic, right, Ivanka? He's so good at technical conversion. But this position, it's kind of somewhere between the two, this endgame. It's like, probably it's objectively very strong for white, maybe even winning, but there's nothing kind of clean about it. He won't have had this exact piece scenario, kind of this piece imbalance before. There's going to be problems. There's going to be risk if you kind of step too far forward with your pawns, if the white king becomes exposed. So I think he's comfortable, but not like super comfortable, if that makes sense.
Right. No, it definitely makes sense because, again, like processing this position, we're not using engines. You immediately like trying to think, how are you going to coordinate your pieces? So they really have to work together towards a point, and woohoo! I won the chess bingo. He played rook to d4.
Queen of checkmates and predictions.
Well, no, but okay. Now there's the unpleasant questions. So one of the things that I was thinking in this position is that the two rooks are nicely protecting each other, and that's something that every viewer at home needs to be thinking as a concept in general. Like, how are your pieces protecting each other? How are they working towards a point together? And yeah, now there's going to be question time for Arjun, and we probably should dive in and discover what happens if the rook does give a check. If the bishop moves, the rook checks, and the king steps up, because Harry is going to have to take a decision, either to like play with uncoordinated pieces, might be very dangerous, or will he just reorganize his pieces?
Yeah, he's going to have to harry up and harry the Black King. I don't know. Harry it forward.
Yeah, harass the Black King.
Harry us, the Black King.
Harry us. Yeah.
If Bishop e6 played, so actually he could make the Black King walk a very narrow path to survival, force Arjun to find the only move to survive if he gives a check now, Harry. And why not? Like, why not just test the opponent? The Black King might stick its head forward and come forward to g5, but then it's going to have to beat a quick retreat, even if White just tries to repeat the position once. You test the opponent, then you do something different. That's the practical advice that we're taught.
Well, one of the things that I was scared of about the rook check and the king stepping up is that where is the white rook going to go? Because you kind of want it in close connection with a sibling there on d2. If it steps up to h8, there's no coordination anymore. Again, I understand the Black King could be in trouble, so this could be really concrete stuff, but yeah, it's a risk. You need to calculate.
You do. It's not the type of move that you make if you know that you're kind of going to take a massive risk. He's going to give a check, actually, so this is very relevant. Ivanka, your prediction game is on point. Now, moment of truth. Surely Arjun will just bash out King g5 within the next 30 seconds, because King g7 actually loses on the spot. So you've got to go forward. You cannot go back. And look at Harry. He's not even trying to hide this. He's got his hand still on his pen. Look at that. He's like, yep, you got to make King g5. You got to play it.
And Sarana comes over. Did you see that interaction that just happened there? Sarana came over to look at the game, and Arjun just looks at him like, go away. No, I'm sure Arjun didn't give him that look.
No. I mean, okay, Arjun spending even 30 seconds on this position is surprising. He's like one of the quickest, most confident players I've ever faced. Arjun, if he knows exactly what to do, he will not hesitate at all. He doesn't care about the psychology even, he just believes in good moves, Arjun Erigaisi. So King g7 is not a good move.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to see King g7. I think he's just, double checking the lines, maybe composing himself, making sure everything is okay. But to be honest, it's King g5 or resign.
Mm-hmm. Unless Harry kind of offered a draw. Why would he offer a draw here? He has an advantage. Okay, he's reaching for his king. Moment of truth. Surely King g5 from Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes. The king sticks his head above the parapet. And now the question for Harry. Where's he going with his rook? Does he keep the rook on the 4th rank? Does the white rook just go up the board to h7, h8?
Mm-hmm. I think we'll learn a lot in this next move. Hari Krishna's body language hinted that he might just repeat the position. He's kind of like, I don't know, maybe it's a draw. But then I've played Harry so many times, and he often looks a bit down or as if things have gone wrong, or he behaves as if things have gone wrong, but then he always kind of knows exactly what he's doing. So he's actually reaching for that rook again. Is he going to be ambitious? Ivanka, what are the odds on him going for gold, going for the win, and moving his rook up the board?
Yeah. I don't know. He made like a sideways movement with the rook. You know, the more that you play chess, the more you understand that people are going to move things sideways rather than upwards. And yeah, he put his rook on e4. I think that this was okay. I think it's equally ambitious and maybe more practical because, like I said, the coordination is still very much there. Both rooks can get in contact with each other, and every point is defended.
Yeah, very good move there from Harikrishna. Not repeating the position. Maybe we can jump in and just show one or two plans, and also show why we were kind of excited on this last move, because after King to G5 only move, just to remind everyone at home, King G7 would have walked into a checkmating net. Look at the bar shoot up, and suddenly one of the rooks will deliver checkmate to the black king, using the power of the knight. So King G5. I was actually going to suggest, Ivanka, rook D to D4, because it sets some traps, but I don't think it's actually a good move. Like, there's no threat. Actually, maybe there is a threat. If black does nothing, then I'll go knight E4 check. You take my rook, and then I'll come back, check, to both your king and your queen, and win. But after rook D D4, as long as the black queen moves somewhere the knight cannot hit it with a discover check, then it should be fine. I'm not really sure where, to be honest. Queen E1, maybe? Queen C1 probably is the one attacking this pawn. Yeah, and white's lost coordination, so rook E4. Maybe the idea, though, to talk about plans, is it rook back to E2 and then to F2 to finally get onto the F file?
Oh, that's beautiful. That's really, really nice. Because if you can transfer the position into two rooks against the queen, no minor pieces on the board, then suddenly white's plan becomes a lot more simpler. It's just a case of the two rooks just pouncing on that target, and that the target would be the pawn on the king side on G6.
Mm-hmm.
No, I like it. Rook E2, rook F2. But then hang on a second. There will be a queen to E1. It will be really similar to that game between Ding and Gukesh, where the queen had to stay in connection with the rooks.
Yeah. Just to show that point, here, Ivanka, I'm not sure what black plays, but maybe black can even play queen F3, for example, and then rook F2. The black queen will... Oh, okay, I've done it the wrong way now, because now rook to E2 and... Oh, wait, how does this work? This feels like it's so close, but essentially your idea is to keep the queen in touch with the two rooks. So, for example, just to wait and to put the queen always keeping an eye on one of the two rooks, so the white rook can never kind of use itself to go and grab a pawn. Like rook E2, queen D1. This is your idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he's moving his king. It looks like Harikrishna, king B2.
No need to hurry. He's just simply ruling out this ideas of queen to C1. Yeah, that was inadvertent, David. It wasn't deliberate.
No need to hurry. Yeah. No need to hurry to crush the opponent. Krishna? No. I'll work on my puns.
Do you know actually Harry is a word in Norwegian?
I do know this.
Have you come across it? Yeah.
I have. It's maybe not the most polite word. I don't know.
No, I don't think it is a polite word. But it's not rude. I think it's just not very nice.
It describes a certain type of person. But no, I mean, Harry, he's just a legend of Indian chess. I think at this point he was Indian number 2 for so many years. I mean, he's maintained 2700 for, longer than I can remember, ever since I was very young, Ivanka, and he's got such a positional style. He's very inspiring. I actually steal some opening ideas from him regularly, Harikrishna, because he always seems in control, and that's the style of chess I like to try and implement as well. Just his philosophy to the game, I think, is really inspiring. And he's just a nice guy. He's got it all.
Totally agree with that. And also, I was just going to say that he's been a second for 2 world champions, Ju Wanjun and also Gukesh.
Mm-hmm. Not a bad track record. And despite the fact maybe he plays fewer of these round robins than he would like, Hari Krishna, of these ton of really top elite level round robins. I mean, he's so well respected, and I very rarely see him lose games against the. In the meantime, let's jump to the other game. It is Max Varmadam against Alexei Sarana. Not too much has happened here since we were last investigating the plans, Ivanka. It feels like it's just difficult for either side to make progress.
And do you think that's shake hands time?
I mean,
if both sides are struggling.
I mean, I think nothing has changed here at all other than the placement of the Black King and the White Queen. The White Bishops have been moving about a bit, but Sarana brings his knight in now. Okay, maybe some ideas of counterattack if White gets too fancy and moves the queen too far away. Ooh.
Right, and
did you
did
see that
I
on
just
camera?
see it?
Yeah.
Was that draw offer?
Draw. Yeah. He did it the old-fashioned way, Ivanka, as well. He made a cross with his fingers. Just that's what we do at junior tournaments when there's a language barrier. It's a universal sign for, would you like a draw?
Okay, and it's decision time for Max. Yes, he takes it. Oh, and a very even, very precise game played by Max Varmadam and Alexei Sarana. So Alexei Sarana making his debut playing in Tata Steel Masters for the first time. Gets off to a very solid start, half a point. It was quite the calm game, I would say. No fireworks, so to speak. Just good old-fashioned chess.
Yeah, they both played at their max. They both brought their A game and cancelled each other out. I mean, for Sarana, I think that's a decent result with Black. But Max Varmadam, who's done okay, actually. I was following him a lot in his last Wijk Aan Zee tournaments. And I think the way he played will be of much satisfaction for him as he leaves the playing hall there. We see the B group, the challenger section as well. Owen Lamy, my nemesis, my kryptonite, still going with his game. But now there's only one game remaining in the Masters section.
Yes. And there you can see the spectators dwindling and the players still very much locked in a bitter battle. And, well, of course, there we see Hari Krishna against Arjun Erigaisi. Will Hari manage to push hard for that win? Will he manage to put Erigaisi under pressure? Well, we're going to find out. But in the meantime, well, I do have an announcement. Pawns, they get zapped up into space. Pawns serving you a cup of coffee. We don't do boring merch at chess.com. Upgrade your closet and your home with t-shirts, mouse pads, clocks, and more. So visit go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat to shop. So as we head back to the playing hall where we see our players just locked in deep thought, they are now in the end stages of their games. We are going to take a short break, and when we return, we are going to bring you all of that final action.
Rapid or classical?
Rapid.
Rapid.
Over the board or online?
Over the board.
Online.
E4 or D4?
E4.
E4.
Knight or bishop?
Knight.
Knight.
Work on opening theory or endgame technique?
Endgame.
Both.
Face the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense?
Sicilian defense.
Or King's Indian.
Favorite opening as white?
1E4.
Yeah, 1E4.
If you can play against any historical chess player, who would it be?
Michael Tal.
World champions from the past, all of them, especially Fischer.
What's your favorite post-game snack?
Something spicy.
Yeah, I usually take banana during the games, but post-game it's some snack.
Snack, yeah.
Something spicy is what we prefer.
coffee or tea?
Tea.
Not both. If I have to drink, I'll drink it. One of them.
Dosa or idli?
Dosa.
Yeah, those.
Favorite cricket player?
Dhoni.
It changes. Right now it's Virat Kohli.
Favorite witty chess player?
Anish.
Anish.
Better player growing up? Pragg or Vaishali?
When exactly is the question, yeah? Growing up, I think till some point I was just trying to catch up. She was just much stronger than.
Yeah, at some point he became very strong.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Favorite sports athlete of all time?
Mary Kom, like I've been following her a lot.
It keeps changing, but right now, as I said, Virat Kohli.
Cab or auto rickshaw?
Cab.
Auto.
Veg or non-veg?
I prefer veg.
Yeah, if I have to take one food of all my life, I think it would be veg.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess didn't seem to matter at all. But I was optimistic. I trusted the treatment plan and the doctors that were helping me, and I felt it was in their hands now. The chemotherapy, radiation, at the worst I could barely walk around the block. That it really puts things in perspective. If I have a bad position now, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, you know. So maybe in that sense it helps that you have a more of a different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Wijk Aan Zee, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games. I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch Grandmaster.
We are back with the final stages of round one of the Tata Steel Masters, the Wimbledon of chess. For those of you just tuning in, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm joined by the excellent, the absolutely knowledgeable Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, it's been such an exciting start to a prestigious event.
That's right. We've got everything that we could have wished for today in round one of the Tata Steel Masters. We've had opening surprises, some weird, wacky openings there. We saw some time scrambles. We saw some brilliancies. We've seen several queen sacrifices, several double exclam moves. And now we are being treated to a long grind, my favorite. So yeah, I'm a happy camper, and it's been a fun time covering it with you, Ivanka.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed every second of it, even those heart-pounding moments. And there were some absolutely thrillers of games. So let's remind ourselves of the results so far. So let's take a look at the scores on the doors. And there we can see, well, we have had two decisive results. But to be honest, it could really have gone the other way.
Yeah, we could have had far more decisive games. It was a draw between Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but an action-packed draw with both players having chances, especially Abdusattorov, who had a winning position at some point. Leon Mendonca going down on his Masters debut here against Vincent Keimer, but he was winning just a few moves before the end, so a massive turnaround. And Ivanka draws further down. Wijk Caruana was very balanced. Max Varmadam Sarana very balanced. Jordan Van Forest had chances, but ultimately drew against Vladimir Fedoseev. But I think all eyes were on that one other decisive game, Gukesh and Giri.
Yeah, I mean, it was such an epic battle. Gukesh, reigning world champion, just off a flight from India. He comes in, he takes risk, he plays in the most combative way. Anish Giri rises up to the challenge and is on the cusp of getting a brilliancy, and in time trouble. He makes a one-move blunder and it all falls apart. And Gukesh takes the point. It was such an epic start. I mean, I think all of us, were just in those seconds, were just watching with our hearts in our mouths, just thinking, oh my goodness, what is going to happen? It could have been a brilliancy from Anish Giri, but in the end, Gukesh walks away with a point.
Yeah, and that was the headline game of the round, Gukesh against Giri. It lived up to expectations, and it's bound to be featured in news articles, in magazines, books. So many tactics as well, really instructive. If anyone missed that, I recommend going onto chess.com, playing through that game between Gukesh and Giri, playing through it in slow motion as well to really break down all the geometrical motifs that were actually lying beneath the surface. But yeah, he's the world champion for a reason, Gukesh. He showed his tenacity and was rewarded for it. And there's one game at the top of our screens, on the top of that list there. Pentala Harikrishna against Arjun Erigaisi. The all-Indian clash, the derby, it's still ongoing. We are now deep into game one. We started 5.5 hours ago. And yeah, they're still fighting it out. Harikrishna with an advantage, Ivanka, but realizing that advantage, converting it, turning it into something more tangible, that is the first order of business. It's not easy.
No, it's certainly not easy. The two rooks, they have a job to fulfill. They have to coordinate together. They have to target a weakness. And yes, Harikrishna is material up because two rooks, they're worth together 10 points plus a pawn, that's 11. A queen is only worth 9. So, of course, white does have the advantage. But the question is, the queen is such a powerful piece that she's coordinating extremely well with this bishop on g4. It's just a case of finding the targets and getting everything organized in order to actually take advantage of it. And that is not going to be an easy task. It's certainly going to be a lengthy one as well. So we are in for the long haul. But this game, okay, it might be an endgame grind now, but it was also very much decided by this flurry of tactics in the middle game. I mean, I think we've seen that a lot in some of these games where you have spectacular tactics, like the game between Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek, where Nodirbek left his queen on prise 5 moves in a row. I mean, that still takes my breath away. What game do you ever see where your opponent willingly leaves the queen for 5 moves in a row on prise? And it's not a blunder. It's not an oversight. Let me just say that.
Exactly. Actually, that game between Pragg and Nodirbek, that should be printed in a dictionary. If anyone ever wonders what the word Zwischenzug means, the in-between move, they should just post those 5 moves, just that sequence. No verbal explanation. That's clunky. Nobody needs that. We've got enough of that. Just diagram those 5 moves, Zwischenzug, every move, in-between move, to keep things going and to make sure the queen wasn't up for grabs. And in the meantime, I was actually going to say Rook G2 was the move I would choose, because I think very important moment there from Hare Krishna. He needed to gain a tempo against this black bishop. Jovanka, it looks like the advantage has been growing. And okay, there's another pawn that's edible in the near future. There's actually a double attack. The bishop is threatened. The pawn is threatened. The reason you needed to gain time, I think, against the bishop is because the black queen wanted to come and gobble up this pawn, but now there's no time. Queen to f4 is met by a skewer, rook to d4, and the bishop would fall. So, there's still some tactics there potentially, but yeah, big questions for Arjun Erigaisi to answer. You mentioned earlier in the game that kind of flurry of fireworks, but we shouldn't forget, he could have pretty much forced a draw Erigaisi just after the opening. He inflicted this on himself. He took risks, just as Pragg and Gukesh did. It's the Indian school of chess taking these risks, and now he's having to suffer against a fellow Indian player.
Yeah, it's like they say, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And Erigaisi, well, that decision to keep the game alive, well, it's come back to haunt him in this particular game, but who knows how many other countless games he's won because of his uncompromising attitude. So, like you mentioned, the bishop is being attacked on g4. Where is it gonna go? Because you said something that I really enjoyed, which was that there's a pawn up for grabs on a7. And as a pawn grabber, I'm like, oh yes, that is music to my ears. So if the bishop just retreats to any old square, can white not just snuffle up that pawn on a7 and then get back to business?
Yeah, I think you can. And if I were the players, I'm wondering whether Arjun's going to retreat his queen after all. I thought it was impossible. No, he doesn't. He keeps his eyes on both prizes here, the white rook and the white pawn. So there's no time to take the bishop. This rook would fall. I was going to say, Jovanka, just to jump in for one moment, there's tactics galore, like when queens are on the board. Just one highlight here. Okay, the knight comes back, but queen to f4 was possible. I thought initially, because queen takes pawn, I thought here, pawn to f5, attacking this rook, driving the rook away. If the rook moves now, then pawn to a6 undermines the white knight. But just to show the tactics, there was this cool move right at the very end, knight to d6, threatening a nasty fork. And no time to take the white rook. Next move, the white knight can even maybe just sacrifice itself for this f5 pawn, and 2 rooks against a queen, something you mentioned earlier. Without the minor pieces, it should be a simple win, this type of position. And yeah, sooner or later, the rooks will double team this black pawn, win the black pawn, and win the game. So queen to e1 was forced pretty much, and now knight to d4. Okay, at least the a7 pawn survived. You must be happy about that if you're Arjun, right?
Yeah, definitely, because the second pawn falling is going to be almost like the death knell here. And yeah, well, the question still remains though, where are you going to put the bishop? Because the knight can drop down to f3, and I see Hari Krishna doing that grandmaster thing. When you're got the better position, when your opponent plays very slowly and very purposely, just to drive home the point that they're doing really well.
Yeah, it's the crossed arms, right? It's that posture, that seating position. When the arms get crossed, it's like there's two meanings. It's either just resign, I'm winning, you resign now, or it's I hate chess and I have a terrible position. There's nothing in between with this body language from Hari Krishna. But I think it's the former of those two options. I think he knows that his advantage has been growing. Credit to him for fighting it out and not taking a draw at any point, Hari Krishna, ever since it went into two rooks versus the queen. Because I think he's done everything right. He's been maneuvering around rather mysteriously, but Jovanka, as you mentioned, at least there's concrete threats now. There's some real kind of targets for the white pieces.
Yeah, there certainly is. And there's all sorts of tactics in the air as well, with the queen being there on e1. Like, you can almost see, like, with a knight coming to f3, there might be some forking possibilities. Arjun has to be incredibly precise just to give Hari a chance to go wrong. And that's not an easy thing to do. I mean, there you see he's going to retreat. Do you think he's going to retreat the bishop, or maybe he's going to step up with the king? I mean, what's the most fighting possibility?
Yeah, he's reaching out. It looks like he's about to make a long range move, so he's reaching maybe towards the black queen. As you mentioned, Jovanka, the black bishop for now is controlling some very important squares. It's controlling these two diagonals that the white knight cannot use. But as soon as the black bishop moves, the white knight will get access to either f5 or f3, both very juicy squares. So I think he'd be reluctant to move his bishop. Just from his hand movement there, it looked like he was about to reach out and move his queen, maybe to e4. Just centralization. We talked about that earlier, after all, with queens. They want to be in the middle of the board.
Yeah, I like that. It's such an active instinct as well, just to keep the queen right in the middle of the board so she can be a nuisance. It certainly looks much better than dropping the bishop back to e6 or letting go of the f5 square. So yeah, Arjun. The player's got an extra 50 minutes on the clock once they pass move 40. They don't have that much time now. It's around 16 minutes there for Arjun and 15 minutes and 43 seconds for Pentala. Where did the time go?
It's the paradox of chess, right, Jovanka? It's like if you're playing, 50 minutes feels like a breeze. It disappears so quickly. Like, you make 5 moves and suddenly you've lost all of your time. But when you're commentating, watching chess, you're like, we've got an hour. We'll be here 3 more hours. And yeah, I think for the players, because they're so deep in the details, it's very natural that they've been burning time. And also the stakes are very high for Erigaisi. One mistake might just tip him over the edge and he might lose. So yeah, for us, I don't know where the time went. Just having fun, just enjoying analyzing these variations. And there were a couple of other games that just finished. But he's about to make his move. 15 minutes each. Whose position would you say is easier to play under the circumstances?
Pentala. So it's always easier to attack. Although the queen is a mighty powerful piece. It's just the pressure is always going to be on Erigaisi. He has to come up with the most accurate move. Like, I feel like queen to e4 is excellent move. But if he'd put a foot wrong, he would have made Hari Krishna's job so much easier. And now, I also feel that Hari Krishna is taking a leaf out of the Grinders playbook, which is don't commit the pawn structure. Wait until the clock runs down and then make your move.
And Jovanka, one of the one of the viewers in chat earlier did mention my course with Magnus Carlsen about grinding, and one of the chapters in that course was how to outgrind a fellow grinder, and it's exactly what you just said there. It's like actually players who like long games, like Hare Krishna, for example, often the biggest fear is being tortured in a long game. And I think for Erigaisi, who loves fighting, loves kind of being pushed, I think he's going to be really kind of unhappy with how this has gone, because Harry here has got exactly what he wanted. He wants a long game where he's got an advantage, but Arjun likes to fight, and Harry's showing him, he's like, no draw for you, no draw for you. This game keeps going every single turn, and he keeps asking difficult questions. And in that course I talked about Hare Krishna, his style. I like to play long games as well, and I tried to use that against him. But yeah, the way he's been doing it, just steadily, kind of incrementally building his advantage, it's perfect. But the killer blow, that's always the toughest thing for any grinder, and I don't really see it here. There's some cool tactics though. How about knight to c6? Just a trap.
Knight to c6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, my knight.
No. No take. Okay, so he's reaching for a piece. Also, I was thinking king to a2. I think we have to ignore the evaluation of the engine there. It's a bit harsh. I think this is the type of, mysterious move that forces your opponent to burn some time on the clock and kind of say, get to grips with what are you doing? What's your plan? And then once you've passed the move to your opponent, they've used some time, you kind of, on the following moves, just go back to business.
Yeah, I mean, actually, when I was looking at this position, again, we're not looking with engines. I was going to say king a2 would be a very Hare Krishna move. Or I was going to say king to b1 as well. And the logic is very clear. Like, the black queen at some point will want to capture the e5 pawn. There will be tactics when that happens, and you do not want that move to come with a check. And the white king was slightly vulnerable to a check on the dark squares. So king a2 avoids any checks at all. Why it's given a question mark is beyond me. Maybe it's due to the fact that the bishop, if it ever lands on e6, due to a pin on this diagonal, the black queen might be able to capture a pawn on a4 with check. But that feels a bit far-fetched. It feels like it's in the distant future for now. So I wonder whether king to b1, for example, would have been the way. But bishop h5 now, retreating, creating a threat, Erigaisi. He wants to take this e5 pawn now. With no consequences. So knight to c6, the only move to keep that pawn alive. I mentioned that tactic, Jovanka, as a bit of a joke, but it's very relevant now.
It is very relevant because, as you mentioned, the pawn on e5, it is up for grabs. And you cannot defend it. You cannot put a rook on e2 because the bishop controls that square. So therefore, you got to rely on those tactics. Knight c6. That knight is impossible to take because of rook to d6, which would be a devastating double attack against the king and the queen.
Yeah, and maybe we jump in and just try to predict the future, because I have a feeling it's going to get quite sharp. The next couple of moves. First of all, Hare Krishna has to find this move, knight to c6. Let's break that one down. Double purpose move. The black queen cannot take that knight due to a check, rook to d6, and obviously this is winning for white now once the black queen disappears. So yeah, knight c6, this knight cannot be captured due to rook d6 check. But the knight isn't safe either, so I'm wondering what happens if bishop to g6, for example. The white knight's forced to continue its journey, I guess, and gobble up this pawn. Or is there anything else? I don't really see what else to do unless it's knight to e7, Jovanka.
Yeah, I'm thinking that direction, knight to e7, just to trade off. Hang on, the knights are tricky, so we need to look at. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Knight.
Knight takes pawn, but now there's queen takes e5, and suddenly it's a 3-result game. The f pawn might start to run. So knight
Yeah, the
c6.
pawn on e5 is very nice. So what happens if you go knight to d...
Knight d8.
d... Yeah. Yeah, so you have an option, so you can go...
I mean, one move that comes to mind is knight to e7, queen takes pawn. And there are suddenly some tactics in the air. I mean, there's rook d7. There's also the idea of just taking this bishop. Maybe this is his plan, Hare Krishna, and then playing, I think just before it's too late, before black starts advancing, playing h4. And it's a very timely thing. Like f6 defends the pawn that's pinned. Now you trade off, and you're just in time to play a move like rook g4. And then rook g2, and then you just take this pawn. I think it's coming down to a matter of tempi. It's just in time, for example, here, and once rook takes pawn happens, white will be left with 3 versus 2 on the queen side, with a winning king and pawn endgame. So he needs to see all of this, Hare Krishna. He's got 10 minutes.
Okay, and let's run through that one again, because knight... Okay, has he... No, he hasn't played knight c6. But there's no other way to defend the pawn. So you got to do it.
You got to do what you got to do. Knight c6. And okay, of course, black can just save this pawn. Maybe pawn to a5 or a6 is the best way to go. But bishop g6, to my eyes, is the most natural because it locks down rook d6 check ideas. And it looks like it forces the win of this pawn. And unless Hare Krishna finds the move knight to e7, then his advantage pretty much fizzles out, disappears. But his advantage might even grow in a situation like this. This shows how important it is. Knight for bishop exchange. Moment of truth. He's reaching out for a piece. Is it his knight? He's got to play this move if he wants to try and win this game.
Yeah. Oh, he's keeping us on tenterhooks. He needs to make that knight move to c6, and indeed it appears on the board. And now the question has passed to Erigaisi. How is he going to cause the maximum problems to Pentala Hare Krishna? Now, as we patiently wait to where this exciting game is headed to, let's have a look at the reveal of the Tata Steel Monument a few days ago, which has all the names of its past and current champions.
Ik ben enorm trots dat we na al die jaren het schaakmonument weer prachtig hebben opgeknapt. Ik ben ook heel erg blij met de samenwerking met de Tata Steel Academy. De studenten hebben echt prachtig werk geleverd. En ik hoop dat door dit tableau het monument de komende jaren zijn actuele waarde blijft behouden.
Ja, het is heel mooi dat we hier zo'n monument hebben en zelf als schaker ben ik er heel trots op. Ook omdat ik daarin sta als een van de voormalige winnaars. En hopelijk niet voor de laatste keer. Ja, dit is wel zeker heel mooi en bijzonder voor mezelf als schaker en voor schaaksport in het algemeen.
Ja, het is een enorme waardevolle bijdrage aan onze gemeente. Vooral ook omdat het laat zien dat de samenwerking tussen het tuinteam, gewoon de vrijwilligers die hier uit Wijk Aan Zee komen, handen uit de mouwen steken. Ook de Tata Steel Academy en natuurlijk Tata Steel als bedrijf en het schaaktoernooi. Dat daar een enorme goede samenwerking tot stand is gekomen. Dit laat denk ik heel goed zien hoe schaken verbindt. En daar mogen we denk ik met z'n allen heel blij mee zijn.
And we're back, and it's so nice to have a bit of chess permanently etched into Wijk Aan Zee, just honoring the champions of Tata Steel. I mean, it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and what a list of champions they do have out there in Wijk Aan Zee. I mean, it's a who's who of chess throughout the ages, really. Some real legends of the game. I remember Kasparov playing back in my day. Of course, there's local favorites like Jan Tim. And wow, okay, in the meantime, bishop to g6 played Jovanka. And could this be the mistake that tips Erigaisi over the edge? Knight to e7 now. We saw it earlier. It might be a winning move. It would lead to an exchange of minor pieces and conversion time for Hare Krishna.
Now is the moment for a matter of technique. And we see Hare Krishna. He is just laser focused on that bishop. I'm sure that he is immediately looking at knight to e7. The thing is, there isn't that many options for white. either you're letting go of the pawn on e5, and quickly he's reaching for the knight to e7. Wow. Some quick calculation there.
Amazing from Harikrishna, and no doubt he was calculating in Erigaisi's time. Also, maybe before he played knight c6, he had this in mind. Harikrishna, I was going to say, so classy, because he always knows the sign of a great strategian here. He always knows what to aim for at the end, and knight for bishop exchange is worth a pawn. So he's desperately trying to exchange the powerful black bishop. I think a lesser mortal, maybe myself included, would have got greedy and captured the black pawn on a7. But this is a step in the right direction, and there are suddenly some tactics in the air as well against the black king. Knight to g8 check is an idea in some variations. Really annoying if the black bishop moves. At the very least, white will have rook to e2 defending the e5 pawn if the black bishop does save itself. But queen takes pawn, as we showed a bit earlier, maybe likely to occur. Knight takes bishop, and white would have a winning advantage. The two rooks will overpower the black queen. Wow, decisive moments, and Harry under 10 minutes, but Erigaisi, I think even with an hour, this is difficult to defend now.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very difficult. I think the worst case for Erigaisi is to capture the pawn on e5 and make it straightforward, because as you highlighted, David, this whole trade of minor pieces, then the ganging up against g5, that's elementary. So Arjun needs to keep the bishop on the board and just hope for the best. And hoping, praying is not the best strategy. Sometimes it delivers results.
That's right. And sometimes you have to mix things up, gamble. That's why Arjun's been so successful over the last few years in these open tournaments, because he knows when to change the pace of a game, when to kind of hustle the opponent, try to take a bit of a gamble. But here, you just need to keep the bishop on the board. It's as simple as that. It's not even a gamble. It's just practical play. And the problem is there's only a choice of two squares, to go back or to go forward to save this bishop, to avoid the trade. He's going to reach for it. Ivanka, I think he might have missed or underestimated this last move.
I think he missed it completely. I think somehow the brain tricks you into making assumptions in your calculation. You get to a position, you stop, and you go, yep, you're fine. Except sting in the tail, as you taught us in a beautiful masterclass in Singapore. You got to always go that one move deeper. And now Harikrishna has to contemplate those checks, as you've highlighted. Knight g8 is a very natural move, netting the g5 pawn. Like,
yeah,
king to g6, and then you can back that up with rook to... Oh, it feels like there's checkmating threats abound. Knight to g8 immediately played. King slides over, and now I'm just looking at rook to d6 check. Bring them all in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the one danger here for Harikrishna is to lose coordination of all his pieces. So ideally, he wants his rooks defending each other, but here I don't think he needs to be too concerned. Yes, the black queen has her eyes on a rook, on some pawns, but I think it's just more important to trade off those minor pieces, ideally gain one of the black kingside pawns in the process. He's doing everything right. Did you notice as well, Ivanka, his body language? He kind of paused before writing down his move. He had held his pen in his hands. He was slightly frowning. Harikrishna, he senses this is his moment. And yeah, this is such a huge result, potentially.
Yes, and well, it is a huge result. Pentala Harikrishna. Well, who is the man? Let's have a look at his bio and see who he is. And there you can see Pentala Harikrishna. He really is amongst one of the world's best. Peak rating of 2770. He's also been the second for Gukesh in this last World Championship match. He was also the second of reigning Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun, as she took on the challenge of Lei Tingjie last year, and has been a Tata Steel Chess Challengers champ back in 2012. And let's not forget his contribution to the 2024 Olympiad gold medal that they won for Team India last year. he really is a fantastic player, not to be underestimated, is he, David? You've actually played him many times.
Many times, including in one of my trips to Wijk Aan Zee. I remember defending a really horrible long endgame against him in the Challengers section back in, I believe, 2010. So he's been around for a while. We both have, but he's a really cool, classy customer. Such a nice guy too, and really respected throughout the world of chess. You don't get to 2770, Ivanka, which is crazy. You don't get there without being a little bit special, Hare Krishna. And maybe just in light of this golden generation in India, he's been slightly under the radar in recent years, but still super strong. And we shouldn't forget, he was a last-minute replacement for Vidit in this tournament. And there is a history throughout chess and sport of last-minute replacements doing extremely well.
Yes, and we see a check on e7. King moves back to h6. And I'm kind of curious though, David, if we could bring up the board. Like, what was wrong with being as greedy as possible? Just going knight to g8, rook to d6. And
let's do that.
Because the black king can't step to h7 because of knight to f6 check. That would be a nice end to the... Oh no, that would be a mistake.
This would have actually lost the game. The most tempting move, I believe, because of king to g7. Maybe we put this on the board, the analysis board, but king to g7 would have hit the white knight. And after a capture, let's just do that in action replay here. King to g6, rook d7, rook d6 was my first instinct as well, Ivanka. I thought it was just winning until I realized king g7, you take a pawn with check, the bishop drops back, and suddenly, whoops, you can no longer defend the c2 pawn. Not just that, but your knight is attacked as well. If you save the knight, then this is terminal. Queen to c1 actually results in checkmate. The rook also attacked. So losing coordination can be deadly. So he drops back his knight, king to h6, but we've been here before. It's the second time we've reached this position. Where is the win? We know it's winning. We see the eval bar. Ivanka, I'm struggling. I'm looking for weird tactics like h4 now. Maybe h4?
Maybe it's rook d6.
Rook d6 first?
Yeah, rook d6 first, but then king h7.
Yeah,
that's
king h7.
unfortunate.
Again, it's slightly awkward. As soon as white loses coordination, it kind of falls apart. So, okay, white's still better here, probably after a move like rook f2, or rook back to d2. How about this one, Ivanka? I'm just getting curious. I'm looking at forcing moves. h4 sets two traps. I don't think you can take this pawn because of knight to g8 check now. And whoops, that is another forking problem. h4, queen takes as well. Another issue with the knights. So h4 forces g4, and I'm wondering whether now I can flick in this check. Okay, maybe not the best move according to the eval bar, but now I'm wondering whether you start coming back. And at the very end, now you pick off this pawn, and still some attack against the black king.
Yeah, this looks dangerous. This looks great for white. Yeah, but if you take, then we're back into that scenario where you can just start going rook f2 and then pounce on the f7 pawn. And oh, David, you called it. It's on the board. h4. Quick response from Erigaisi. Only move, as we saw, because of the forks, g4, the only move available to him. And now this was where we were looking at knight to g8, knight to f6. Just trade off those minor pieces.
Yeah. Get that bishop off the board, and it looks like black's position collapses. The eval bar says there's something even better. It did drop slightly after I played the move knight to g8, so I wonder what could be done differently. I think I would I see a check here. Patzer sees a check, Patzer plays a check, and then you get to come back with gain of time. But Ivanka, maybe there's something even better.
So candidate moves again. So you have rook e2. Maybe we could do it that way. Which rook? I don't know. Maybe rook g2, since it's not working. It's not being employed at the minute.
The rook might win this pawn later after the knight gets around to f6. He's reaching for his knight, it looks like, Harikrishna. Retracting his hand there. Yeah, I like rook e2 because next move, unless the queen puts herself on a really bad square, then knight g8, then knight f6, and you kind of do the same thing, but you keep the e5 pawn. Maybe that's even stronger.
Well, Harikrishna down on the clock, just under 4 minutes, but okay, remember he gets that added 30-second time increment. He must be just calculating like crazy in order to find where is the easiest, where is the most simple win. I don't think speed is necessarily of the essence. I think you just go for no risk at this.
Now he's reaching for his rook, or one of his rooks. Oh no, it was the knight move after all. His first instinct, the bar dips, but goes back up. He's keeping things simple, Jovanka. He's going to just remove the bishop. It's really beautiful in its instructiveness. He's just keeping things like step by step. Okay, step 1, remove the bishop for the knight, even at the cost of a pawn in the short term, because then the rooks will overpower the black queen. Then it's simply 2 versus 1. Yeah, he's doing it. Arjun Erigaisi needs a bit of a miracle, I've got to say, at this point. No good square for the king.
Yeah, I don't think his position is beyond saving unless Harikrishna, for some reason, has some kind of blip and just throws away the win. But you got to put the king on g7. You have to. It's not pretty. I would put it on g7 just so that you could maybe preserve the bishop a little bit. At least give the g6 square.
That's true. I think that might be the best or the most tenacious defense right now, king to g7. But it must be dawning on Erigaisi that he's in big trouble. He has a bit more time. He has 11 minutes against Harikrishna's 3. But that isn't much solace right now. Yeah, it just looks like he's done the hard work, Harikrishna. That knight c6 into e7 maneuver is really unorthodox, actually. Kind of losing coordination with your rooks, just jumping out into the abyss. But yeah, he's made it work. The knight's been hopping around the whole game, actually, with great effect.
But I must say, I'm like incredibly impressed with Harikrishna's technique. You know, the way he stepped up with his rook, brought the king out into the open, and then just repositioned the rooks so that they could get themselves to better squares. And all the while, he's got his eyes on targeting on f7, the trade of minor pieces. And he's just played precisely and calmly as well. He's not let emotions get the better of him at all.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a picture of tranquility, Harikrishna. He always is. From those experiences playing against him, he's probably got the hardest body language to read. He makes moves so calmly. He just pushes a piece so slowly, barely touches the clock, and you never know whether he's winning or he's losing just by watching him. But yeah, in this game, he's doing the business, and I can trace it all back, Jovanka. I mean, there was that beautiful queen sacrifice he played. Maybe we can show that a bit later, but I can trace it all back to that moment Erigaisi rejected the chance to force a draw in the opening. And we talk about the Indian school of chess. That's the upside, but also potentially the downside is that you do, as you mentioned, live and die by the sword. And he could have just had a painless draw as black, Erigaisi, straight from the opening. Instead, he's been suffering, and looks like the defense will not be successful. Knight f6. You can pre-move it now.
It's going to be a tough lesson for Erigaisi to learn. You know, yes, he's gambled. He took big risks in the opening. He wanted to play for more. It's going to be one of those life lessons where he has to temper that need for dynamic play and for risk with this whole thing of being solid. And obviously, Erigaisi is like this amazing player. I mean, to get to 2,800 as he's done, without even having been invited to too many Super Grandmaster events as well, is quite remarkable.
Yeah, and it's incredible. I mean, it reminds me a bit of Firouzja's rise. Alireza Firouzja got to 2,800 at the age of, I believe, 18. And yeah, or 17 even maybe. And yeah, ever since it's been kind of a rocky road to consolidate that. It's always hard because you are expected to win every game pretty much. Arjun now is expected to win as black against a 2700 player like Hare Krishna. And it's not easy. The opponents are super strong. They don't take much risk. They provoke you, they push you, and then you end up kind of doing damage to yourself. And that happened to Firouzja. I mean, I remember last year in the Tata Steel, or maybe it was the year before, but Firouzja, yeah, often he was kind of self-destructing because he was so desperate to win games. And it's hard to kind of toe the line between risk and reward. But yeah, ultimately, Erigaisi is still super young, of course, and he's testing his own boundaries. It's really nice to see. Refreshing, right, Jovanka, to see these young players kind of push themselves to the limit like this every single game.
Yeah, definitely. I find them really enterprising, this new generation of Indian talent, because they're incredibly humble. They're also hardworking and they're super approachable. I mean, it's just absolutely refreshing when you see them talk chess. I mean, they're just interested in becoming better chess players. It feels like everything is inspired, not by ego, but just by the love of the game. And in the meantime, we have a move, king to g6. And quickly from Hare Krishna, the knight comes to f6. He moves so quickly. It's like, yeah, I was expecting that. And queen comes to f3. What about... So he just wants to stick like glue to the g4 pawn. So rook f2 will be met by queen h3.
That's very clever. Just defending g4 pawn at all costs. It's priceless at this point because if it drops, it's just game over. So I guess leaving the e5 pawn alive isn't necessarily what Erigaisi wanted to do, but better to fight on like this. I like your queen h3 actually. That wasn't on my radar initially, but okay, still some work to be done. Okay, Harry, how does he reel home the full point here?
Hey, good credit to Erigaisi for pushing Hare Krishna to the limits. You know, queen to f3 is such an excellent dynamic defense. Okay, objectively, black is lost, but why make life easy for your opponent when you can be difficult? So how to react to this? Maybe you can just... I'm trying to think of ways to...
boring and like play rook g1. I just want to double up on the g file and win the g4 pawn.
That's good enough.
Maybe. I'm always skeptical playing a passive move. Something we're all reluctant to do, but rook g1, all you need to do is win the g4 pawn. That's step one.
He's reaching for the... I reckon he's going to do it, David.
It's just his style, and I totally agree with the feature chat there. Erigaisi and Hare Krishna, they're totally opposite styles in terms of their play, but nice to see this clash. That's the beauty of chess, right? Opposing styles, Jovanka, often meeting, and you never know the result.
This is kind of refreshing as well, because in this day and age, it's really difficult to pinpoint top player styles. It really feels like they're universal players, like they're excellent in every form of the game. Whereas Arjun Pentala, they're completely opposing styles. We're like, okay, well, Pentala, we know is positional player, whereas Arjun just wants to take risks. And you see it, you called it, David. Rook to g1, hats off.
I finally managed to guess some moves, and it's I mean, again, it's a stylistic thing, right? We're talking about player styles, and we had those chaotic battles earlier, especially between Pragg and Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Gukesh and Giri. But there we were struggling because every move you had to dig deep, you have to calculate 10 moves in advance. Here it's just about strategic concepts, and firstly it's the knight for bishop trade, then it's about winning the g4 pawn, and also, having played Harry a few times, I know his style, and I would say slightly similar to my own. So, yeah, he plays very calmly. The black bishop isn't running away, so it will get exchanged at the right moment. But first, the white rook will slide double up on the g file and eliminate the bypasser, the intruder, on g4. Do you see any hope for Arjun here?
No, White's plan is so beautifully simple, right? You just go rook g2, take the pawn, the end. I mean, I was thinking the only way to survive perhaps is to introduce the king as a defender, but let's just say I'm not. No, you can't even do that, David. I mean, I'm just literally blundering away a bishop. You can't go king f5. I mean, the bishop is just completely caged in.
Yeah, that poor bishop sitting in the corner. And advancing the g pawn doesn't help. The white rook will swing over anyway and capture that one. Maybe it's time to try and remove one of the white pawns in the process. I'm not sure which one you should go for, but the black queen can start trying to get greedy. And if you can somehow, I mean, at this point it's just pure desperation, but if you can somehow keep the bishop on the board or prevent white from taking the bishop and taking the pawn, at least allow one but not the other. I don't really see it.
Yeah.
And now he's down to 6 minutes.
Maybe he can try to orchestrate some kind of counterattack, like with the queen, putting the queen on, say, f5, just with the idea that, you know, if a piece captures on g4, you can capture the c2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And if the king defends c2, then you're going to threaten to take e5 with check.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm clutching at straws here, but that's maybe the only thing I see.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good, at least a good way to slow white down. But ultimately, it's actually going to be hard to kind of force white to ever move away with the rook off the second rank, because there's no rush at all to go and win this g4 pawn. Not running away anytime soon. It's just easy pickings. I mean, the way he's disconnected the two black pawns here, Hare Krishna, the way he's kind of kept them cut apart so they can't defend each other, it's just so impressive. Maybe tracing it all the way back now to Erigaisi, firstly, middle game decisions, but when he started playing g5, g4, maybe he was getting ambitious as black, but he's left a lot of weaknesses behind. If he'd left that pawn on g6, where it stood earlier, maybe there was some mating nets, but at least the pawns wouldn't have been weak. Yeah, it's hard though, because Hare Krishna has played such a model game. It's hard to pinpoint any big mistakes from Erigaisi ever since the two rooks versus queen scenario was reached.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But then looking back, and of course, with hindsight, everything is 2020. But yeah, it's probably to do with the advance of the g pawn. Suddenly, Hare Krishna had a plan about how he could target the pawn on g5, try to swap off the knight for the bishop. And yeah, and there we see Erigaisi thinking, ultimately his position is lost.
Mm-hmm.
He just has to find the path of most resistance, shall we say.
Yeah, and he's normally great at doing that. Also, the clocks will add a slightly more random factor to things, due to them being both pretty low on time right now. But White's next move is, again, almost a pre-move. It's almost automatic, rook to g2. And it's really difficult to see what to do for Arjun. Okay, he moves his king. At least he's hinting that the bishop might try and run, might try and escape now. So, okay, that's clever. That's very clever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming rook to g2 will be played nonetheless. I think he set one trap here, Ivanka.
Okay, and if I walk into it with rook to g2, is it that you're going to go?
Let's jump in and show this. I think the trap might be not to take this bishop yet. I think you just leave it alive, leave it on the board, because knight takes bishop would be premature, I believe, because now after rook to g2, yes, you're picking up this pawn, but king and pawn endgames, or maybe this one's still winning somehow, but this one, this one certainly isn't winning because the black king is so close now to the e5 pawn and will regain. So yeah, I don't think you should take this bishop. I think you should just slide across with the rook first. That's the only trap I see. And then at least the bishop will save itself, and still white is totally winning, but has some work to do. He, of course, doesn't take the bishop. Harikrishna plays the best move. Rook g2. Queen back to... now your idea. In conjunction. Now c2 is hanging. So do not take this pawn.
No. Then king safety would be a massive problem. Of course, a player of Harikrishna's caliber is going to be seeing that the pawn on e5 is under threat. So I'm expecting... Do you think Harikrishna will just play king to b1?
Yeah, you know him at this point so well, Jovanka. Of course he's going to...
He does.
That's the definition of prophylaxis in chess. You preemptively defend something just before it gets attacked. Okay, Arjun desperately trying to keep his bishop on now, last chance, but it does look like the pawn to h5 now would be a knockout blow. I don't think there's any reason not to play that move. I think that's just game over. Pawn to h5. If the pawn is captured, there'll be a pin on the h-file. Harikrishna's reaching for that pawn now. There we go. It's going to be resignation any moment. The bishop is actually trapped. If it retreats, then white will take this pawn on g4 with a check. And actually the black king will then face a checkmating attack. It's over. Harikrishna takes the win.
Superb endgame technique there from Harikrishna. And Arjun Erigaisi starts with a loss. Well, that was quite the game. I must say, Pentala Harikrishna really impressing us. You know, once he was given the opportunity, he found some incredible moves, you know, sacrificing the queen, getting these two rooks against the queen. And then suddenly we have this exemplary endgame technique. You couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, a game that many aspiring chess players should be studying. Perfect opening, middle game, and endgame technique, playing to his style, Harikrishna, but also playing against his opponent's strengths there. Arjun Erigaisi never really got any action going, and that is the third decisive result of the day confirmed. Harikrishna takes the win, Vincent Keymer riding his luck to win, and the same for Gukesh, the reigning world champion, starting with a victory against Anish Giri. Jovanka, Arjun Erigaisi's under 2800, but this is a long marathon. It's a 13-round tournament. This was just the appetizer.
Yeah, this was certainly just the appetizer. Plenty of exciting games that we've seen, full of twists and turns. So let's take a look at the standings. 3 decisive results, which means that there are 3 leaders. And there we can see that in the lead, it is almost like Team Gukesh, right? We have Gukesh, the world champion, his second, Vincent Keymer, and also another second, Pentala Harikrishna. Then calm draws for Fabiano Caruana, Wei Yi. It was quite the adventure between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa, and also draws with Vladimir Fedoseev, Jordan Van Forest, Sarana, and Varmadad. Well, a lot of adventure. Now, of course, this is Tata Steel Chess Masters, but there is also challenges. So let's take a look at how those games got on, because I'm sure everyone is bringing their A game to this particular event. And here we can see, David, are there any big surprises for you?
Wow, some big results there, some big names. It's pretty much a who's who of the next gen in chess who's coming through the ranks. We see a win for Nodirbek Abdusattorov over Divya Deshmukh, an Olympic gold medalist in her own right as part of Team India. I wouldn't say that's a shock necessarily. The second board there, Van Wen against Artur Pipers. Another kind of win according to the rating. Only 2 draws from the 7. That's the one surprise I will say, but the Challengers is notoriously bloodthirsty throughout the years. Further down, big fan favorite Faustino Oro losing with white against Vaishali. I'm not going to say that's a surprise necessarily, but for the youngster, for the 11-year-old, that is going to be a chastening debut in this level of chess.
And also Liu Miao beating the world junior champion there. Now, it was certainly an exciting event. And yeah, just imagine Faustino Oro, just 11 years old, and competing in one of the world's best events. But let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow, because if you think today was exciting, I'm sure tomorrow is going to be even better, because we are just beginning. What do we think about this one? Are there any pairings that catch your eye, David?
Yeah, there always is when it comes to the Tata Steel Masters. I'm going to say Arjun Erigaisi against Anish Giri is going to be the main attraction, just because both players so popular with all the fans, world-class players, and both coming off the back of a loss today. That is going to be one where they're guaranteed to fight. Anish Giri, that's probably the toughest possible start for him. Playing the world champion with Black in round 1, then your reward, you play against the world number 4 as Black in round 2. Double Black to start the tournaments, and further down, Jovanka, an Indian derby again, Hare Krishna against Pragg. Can he do the double?
Yeah, can he do the double? And then we also have Fabiano Caruana. He's now playing with the white pieces against Jordan van Foreest. So definitely a lot of exciting matchups there. And I can't wait to see how the game develops. But David, I'm going to have to hand the floor to you. It has been such an adventurous round, full of heart-stopping moments, also a lot of fine moves.
Yeah, a lot of fine moves, a lot of entertainment, but also instructive moments. And I know that I'm going to be spending the rest of this evening playing through some of those games. There were some real masterpieces, some real tactical treats for us. So that was a lot of fun covering it with you, Jovanka. We ended the year covering the World Championship together, starting the year 2025, Tata Steel Masters. What more could we ask for? This was a lot of fun.
It was the perfect start. I completely agree with you. And I definitely also concur that I will be, as soon as this broadcast is finished, I'm going to be looking at those games and revisiting those fantastic moments. And talking about fantastic moments, we are going to have them aplenty tomorrow. And of course, Wijk Aan Zee is being played at 2 p.m. Central European time. But where else in the world will you have to wake up or actually stay awake? Well, there you can see New York. It is 8 a.m. Whereas in Beijing, well, it is a long one. So you're going to have to be a late night owl for that one, starting at 9 p.m. But it has been so much fun to cover this. Day 1 in the books. A lot of thrills, spills, and adventure. And I can't wait for tomorrow. So join you all tomorrow.